with his cabinet. Now, you'll recall that Mike Waltz was at the center of what became known as Signalgate, which was a private communications thread on the messaging app Signal, which conferred some very sensitive information about military operations against the Houthis, a terrorist group. Waltz admitted fault for this, saying that he did build the group and said it was embarrassing, as the thread included the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg. Now, Trump posted on Truth Social at about 2:15 p.m. Eastern today that he is nominating Mike Waltz to be ambassador to the United Nations, a position that was vacant when Elise Stefanik was recalled to come back home to help out in some of the elections. In the interim, Trump says that Marco Rubio will serve as national security advisor while also balancing his work as Secretary of State. So, guys, this is some very interesting news with Waltz being ousted as national security advisor, but being transitioned perhaps to the United Nations. Is that really a firing then? Or is it a transition? Or is it a demotion perhaps? He'd have to have a simple majority in the Senate to get confirmed for this position at the UN. My guest to speak about this breaking news is Jonathan Gilliam. He's a career public servant with over 20 years of service as a Navy SEAL, FBI Special Agent, Federal Air Marshal, police officer, and author of Sheep No More, The Art of Awareness and Attack Survival. Thank you so much for joining me tonight, Jonathan.
Good to be with you, my friend.
Well, Jonathan, first of all, did you see this ouster coming?
Well, I didn't see it coming in this way. It's interesting how long it took, but I tell you, you look, Mike Waltz is cut from the same cloth that I was cut from as a SEAL. He was Special Forces, and I think he took ownership pretty quickly, saying that all the blame laid with him. And I think it took this long because they had to look into the reality of what it was. And just like in the military, he got removed from his position, regardless of what they say. I don't think if that hadn't have happened, he would probably still be in that position. But typical of government, I guess it doesn't matter who's in office, that people get promoted up. They get promoted either sideways or up. They never just get fired when they're in an executive leadership position. It's very rare. And so I hope Mike does really good work over there, and I hope that I just hope that he carries on with the potential of a leader that he has, and that we have no more of these issues. I mean, the reality is none of those people should have been on that civilian app talking about the things that they were talking about. I don't care how they want to spin it. That just should not be the case. So on one side, I'm really glad that President Trump took action and showed that if you do something to this extent in my administration, you will be removed. But on the other hand, it pains me inside when I see people do something that they just get promoted or move sideways. So I'm torn about this in several different ways.
Jonathan, I'll be honest with you, I am too. I mean, Waltz admitted that he was responsible for putting that group chat together. And I know that, sometimes mistakes can be made. A mistake is a mistake. But is this one that you would say, in your view, that absolutely merits the move that Trump has made?
I do. I think the firing, it merits that. I don't know what the decision-making process was to promote him to that position. Maybe it's perhaps that he trusts him, even though, and he thinks that Mike made a mistake, but he still trusts him. But I'll tell you this, I've been going scorched earth on Pete Hegseth because I don't think Pete is, that the problems Pete has is a leftist media issue. I think the leftist media takes advantage of the things that Pete Hegseth does, and that's why he's talked about so much in the mainstream media. He didn't just do this issue with Signal, where he was the main guy putting out things that you can say it was or wasn't war plans, but was definitely given specific information about what aircraft and ammunitions and who was being hit. But he did it again. He did it again with his wife and some other individuals that may or may not have been authorized to hear this information. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with the way he and Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem have been flying all over the place, taking selfies and making speeches that in agencies that right now are riddled with middle management and some upper management that is ripe with leftists and people who have caused all these problems. It wasn't, for instance, with DHS, it wasn't just Mayorkas. It was these other executives that exist within the DHS that allowed the border to turn into the porous environment that it is. Same thing with the FBI. It's a disaster, yet Kash Patel goes and posts a picture of him running with new cadets that display exactly what DEI gets you. Fat, out of shape, and all the women pushed to the front of the picture running with him so that everybody realizes that the FBI is hiring women. That's DEI. So Kash hasn't changed anything that I can see. He's moved people to the left or right or up or down, fired a few here and there, but no restructuring, no shutting down operations and figuring out, who these leftists are. Because that is the problem with all of this.
So it's interesting. It's interesting you mentioned this about Pete Hegseth, because I was going to say, I'd ask for some conjecture here, but, does Walz have some sort of blackmail on Hegseth to where Trump couldn't just outright fire him? Why keep him in the cabinet? But it sounds to me like you're saying that Pete Hegseth is as culpable, if not more, than Mike Waltz. So why is Mike Waltz the fall guy if arguably Pete Hegseth has done worse?
I think it's because Mike Waltz set that up. He set that signal group up, and when you try to weigh these things out, having the guy from the Atlantic on there who is an avid Trump hater and who is an avid leftist and a part of this leftist ideological criminal enterprise, I think that Mike Waltz took the blame and he suffered the consequence. I think Pete Hegseth, though, in my mind, in my not just my mind, but my investigative analysis, I think Pete Hegseth and Kash Patel are very dangerous for this president's strategy and for what he's trying to do and for this nation and save this nation. I think those two individuals in particular are ones that are very disruptive to President carrying out those things, whether it's the signal issue with Pete Hegseth or Pete Hegseth coming out yesterday after President Trump had made an announcement to Iran, which that's his job. Pete Hegseth comes out with his own X post saying that he is threatening, that putting Iran on notice as though he's the president. So these are things that are being repeated over and over again, and I think eventually this could bite the president and his agenda worse than anything Walz did.
Yeah, and it's interesting how Pete Hegseth kind of discredited the outlet when the White House was already saying, yeah, we admit that this happened. That stood out to me. But something I'm thinking about too, Jonathan, is, especially with Mike Waltz, he still has to have a simple majority to be confirmed as ambassador to the UN. So do you think he'd have the votes? I mean, now that Republicans have seen this misstep with Signal, could Republicans balk after this embarrassment? Is that possible?
I think they could, but I think he has a better chance than if Pete Hegseth, for instance, was fired and then rehired as ambassador. I think that Mike is respected by a lot of people in Congress, and they see what happened as a complete screw up, but they don't look at him as a screw up. And I think if he gets confirmed, that will be the reason why he got through. And but again, this whole thing, right? We're talking about Mike and we're talking about Pete and we're talking about all these different things every day, all day in media. But the reality is this leftist ideological criminal enterprise. I came up with that term because it stands for the abbreviation for that, or the acronym is LICE. We need to comb that lice out of this nation and out of all these government agencies, because everything we're talking about, with the exception of these personal mess ups by these agency leaders, all the issues that they are dealing with come from the left. And if they don't concentrate on that, then in 2026 or 2028 or any time that the leftists are able to get a foothold again, they will go right back and start crushing everything that this president has done so masterfully in his first 100 days.
Yeah, you have a great point there, Jonathan. Who do you think is a good replacement for Mike Waltz as national security advisor? What you think there's any possibility he brings back General Flynn? Or who would you like to see there?
I mean, look, I think General Flynn, I met him once, and he's a fascinating individual. I think that General Flynn would have been, I don't know what his relationship is with President Trump, but he would be a great chief of staff. I think Mike Flynn would be great Secretary of Defense. He would be great in Mike Waltz's position. He's just a great guy. And when I met him, he impressed me because he said everything that I feel is wrong and everything that we should do that is right. And so I like him. But I'll tell you, a name that nobody, obscure name, Scott Eulinger, that guy would be perfect in this position where Mike Waltz has stepped down. He is a former naval officer, CIA chief of station, and one of the most well-read individuals I've ever met in my life, and very intelligent, and he knows that area very well. If I was President Trump, or if I had the opportunity to speak to him, that is the name that I would float. I fully trust him, and he's an amazing, amazing individual. He'd be a great guest for this show.
Well, on that note, Jonathan, thank you so much for your wisdom and your expertise, as always. We appreciate you, sir.
You got it. And listen, I've got hair envy. You have great hair.
Well, and I got beard envy, man. I can't grow one like that. I'm just trying, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Jonathan. We envy each other's hair, just different kind.
All right.
Thanks, Jonathan. Well, in some other news, we all know that Elon Musk will be gradually stepping back from his role as chief of the Department of Government Efficiency, a.k.a. DOGE. He was in President Trump's cabinet meeting yesterday with not one, but two hats on. Let's take a look.
I love the double hat, but
yeah, thank you.
the only one that can do that. Get away with it.
Well, Mr. President, they say I wear a lot of hats, and as you can see, it's true. Even my hat has a hat.
Oh yeah, Elon's hat had a hat. Well, joining me now to discuss Elon Musk's role as a leader is Jim Cantrell, the founder of several entrepreneurial startups, including Phantom Space, Vector, StratSpace, and Vintage Exotics Competition Engineering. He was notably on the founding team of SpaceX and served as the first VP of Business Development. Welcome to the show, Jim.
Hi, pleasure to be here.
It's great to meet you. Jim, take me back to the early days of SpaceX and describe what the culture was like.
Yeah, SpaceX in the early days was pretty much like any other startup. It was pretty unremarkable in that sense. I think back to those days with fondness and, none of us realized Elon would become what he is today. But, I will tell you what everybody is seeing on the 6 o'clock news, with Elon and Trump and that going on. That's the same Elon we saw 25 years ago. What I've said is I'm waiting for him to call federal employees randomly at 3 a.m, asking them what in the world they're up to. That was a sort of thing that happened to us.
Yeah, that's interesting you say that, because I'd like, if you could, to describe Elon's leadership style. He always seems meek-mannered to me. He's mild in that regard, but I imagine he has to have high expectations.
Oh, I think he's anything but mild. He has that soft sort of British-sounding South African accent, but don't let that fool you. The man is ferocious. He's full of energy. He leads from the front, sometimes too much. And, his style is definitely to get involved in every major decision in the company, almost to the point, but not quite, of saying he micromanages. But he understands what's being decided on and gets involved, even down to engineering. So at SpaceX, he got involved in, a lot of the technical meetings. He borrowed my college textbooks from, aerospace engineering on rockets and propulsion and things like that, and, read up on them. And the guy wouldn't just, say he read them, but he would really, truly absorb it. A very dynamic person, has a lot of vision, very intolerant of fools, and works just immense hours. Literally that 3 o'clock phone call from me was, what are you doing? I said, I'm sleeping. He said, well, I'm at work. You need to get here. Then slam goes down the phone.
Yeah, you can rest when you're dead. That's what they say, right? It sounds like that's what Elon's style is. Well, Jim, what's been your reaction to the public's resistance to Elon's work at Doge and the violence, especially against Tesla? We see these protests. We see them being lit on fire. What's been your reaction to that?
Well, my personal reaction is it is hysteria and hatred directed at Elon. It's strange for me to have seen him go from, the person I knew 25 years ago, which is relatively unknown, to, elevated to a deity status, and now he's considered, some sort of partner with Satan. And I think it's affected Elon too. I watched him in his public persona, and I would say, that's the Elon we've always known. But I'll tell you what, the last 6 to 8 weeks, with all the vitriol that's coming at him, I think it's affected him. I don't think he expected that. Maybe he got used to this public adoration, but to have people attack him so personally was something I don't think he ever anticipated, and with such suddenness and viciousness. And they're the same people, that had exalted him to a deity that have turned around and burned his dealerships to the ground. It's really. It's a bad indication of where our politics are in this country today.
Yeah, and I have to think that even with little X on his shoulders as a father, that's got to be difficult to go through. And I know he wants a relationship with his children as well. He should. That's got to be tough considering all the hats he's obviously wearing. So I know that's difficult. It has to be. And you're right. It does look like it's affected him, because you go from this genius, as you described, this visionary, into a role where he's cutting out government waste and fraud. You would think that the public would laud him, but instead you see them lambasting him. But I want to know, knowing what you know about Elon and your time with him, do you think there's anybody better suited to take on the role of Doge than Elon Musk himself?
Well, if you go back to 2001, when we had a rocket deal with the Russians that went south, and then, on our way home from Moscow, he said to me, I think we can build this rocket ourselves. That was insanity, to say that this ragtag group of people, and we were ragtag, and this Silicon Valley tech leader, we're going to build something only nation states had done to that point. Literally an act of insanity. So the idea of cutting back waste and fraud in the federal government is as crazy, maybe more, I think. And it fit his ambition. It fit his I don't care, I'm going to do it sort of attitude. I think he is the right guy to do it. I'm surprised he did it, to be honest. If I were in his shoes, I think I would have focused more on other things. But at the end of the day, Elon's really an idealist, and most people don't understand that about him. When he first came to me back in 2001, wanting to do this Mars mission, he wanted to demonstrate that humanity could become multiplanetary. And if you look at everything he's doing, it's about setting a human civilization on Mars. And Tesla, the Boring Company, XAI, all these things are aimed at that. And if you look at it with that filter, it starts to make sense. And in the same way, I think Doge, his view probably was the only thing getting in his way of making a settlement on Mars was total chaos on Earth before he could get there.
Well, you mentioned this, but I want to go there next. What are your thoughts on SpaceX's ability to go to Mars and maybe even colonize it? I mean, that's certainly a visionary notion. Is that realistic, and how soon do you think it could happen?
Yeah, it's absolutely realistic. We could have done it after we went to the moon with Apollo. The question is how much money we would have had to spend having the government do it. But what SpaceX has put together technically is without question capable of sending things to Mars, and large numbers of people, large machines. Those are all the things you need. So if you think about it in a historical perspective, this is much the same as when humans from Europe came to the New World. And 500 years ago, and they started with colonies. They started with Jamestown, the Roanoke colony, and from there, this became a beachhead, and this is exactly how SpaceX will do it. And as long as Elon's alive, I think it'll happen. If something happens to Elon, which I think, I would hate to see, but just like Trump, I wouldn't be surprised if, people are going to try to kill him. And he used to go around without security. I remember seeing him in a Five Guys burger shop one day at Cape Canaveral, and I thought, wow, okay, I wouldn't do that for him. But as long as he's alive, that dream stays alive, and the money's certainly there because the man can raise money with impunity, right? People, would do anything to be a part of this idea of creating another civilization on another planet. What's the time frame? Every 2 years we launch. We've got a window. We've got a window coming up at the end of the year. I think they'll launch some things there, unmanned, of course. I would think it'll be 6 to 8 years before we see humans going to Mars. But if things continue the way they are, they'll have a small colony there in my lifetime for sure.
Wow, that's unbelievable to think about. What do you think Elon will do next? I mean, we mentioned what he's doing with SpaceX. He's going to scale back some of his time at Doge to focus on Tesla. He's said that to the shareholders, but he's got this, this unbelievable vision and palette of companies. What else does he have up his sleeve? What would you not put it past him to do next?
Well, I do think the one thing that's characteristic of Elon is that he's very focused. He seems very unfocused to those who don't understand it. But like I said earlier, all these things are connected. They're all a part of going to Mars and settling Mars. The Boring Company is a great example where you think, well, we're going to bore holes underneath the cities and drive around on underground freeways. No, you're going to bore into the side of the hills on Mars, and that's the most efficient economic way to build a civilization is underground on Mars for a lot of reasons. So I don't honestly think you'll see him do anything else other than to make this vision a reality. Finally, he has all the pieces in place to do it. And, I could be very wrong, but I don't see anything missing from that other than figuring out how to govern the ungovernable, which he's getting a little experience there at Doge, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's certainly been what I would consider to be an embodiment of the American dream. Well, Jim Cantrell, thank you so much for giving us some insight on Elon Musk, the man, the businessman, and the visionary. Thank you, Jim.
Pleasure.
Well, coming up, in light of President Trump's commencement address in Alabama, we get into his appeal to younger generations. That's up next. Stay with us. to Stinchfield Tonight. In less than an hour, President Trump will be making a commencement address at the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa, which is actually the city where my grandmother was born. I've spent a good deal of time in Tuscaloosa hosting the Miss USA pageant there, and those who follow college athletics will know what a powerhouse Alabama's football team has been over the years. They were always a rival to my mom and dad's alma mater of Ole Miss, but Alabama is certainly a home for winning. And as we all know, Donald Trump loves nothing more than winning. He took a commanding 64% of the vote in Republican-heavy Alabama, and he had a number of big rallies in the state as well. At this event, which is actually a pre-commencement event, legendary Alabama coach Nick Saban will also be speaking at this event as well. The White House has released no real information on the content of this speech tonight, but I have to think it will mention the winning culture at Alabama, which now even includes their basketball team. And one area where Trump made great inroads in his quest for a second term was with the youth vote. His son Barron helped him pick certain popular podcasts to go on, and it absolutely had a big effect. Joining me now is Jackson Beals, Chapter Secretary of Turning Point USA at the University of Alabama. And Jackson is in line right now waiting to see the president speak. So, Jackson, set the scene for me and what it's like right now waiting in line to see the president at the University of Alabama.
Right now, it's ecstatic. People are lined up. They are around the back of the baseball stadium, around the back of the basketball stadium. It took 30 minutes alone to get in. But I would say my class in general is just so excited and can't wait.
So what do you think, Jackson, that the president will talk about tonight? The White House didn't really let us in on what he might speak about. What do you think he'll say to you guys?
As some people may know, we've never had a sitting president come to give a commencement speech here. But what my class is really hoping for is a message of encouragement and motivation. We're a class that spent high school in COVID. So, we're really just looking for that message of hope, encouragement, and motivation.
Well, yeah, and, you know, Alabama is obviously a culture of winning, so I might expect that he'll touch on some elements of winning. You know, you might expect, Jackson, that he would speak at a college like West Point. That makes sense, cadets. Why do you think he chose the University of Alabama to come to?
That's something I've wanted myself. It's a school of excellence, a school of winning. Something we're used to and accustomed to, something President Trump himself is accustomed to. All I can say is, at the end of the day, Auburn can't hold a candle to this. So we can always hold that over them.
Yeah, you know, Jackson, it's interesting. When I graduated from Northwestern University, they gave us an ambassador who actually left her post during 9/11. So I think you're kind of getting the winning end of the deal on this particular commencement speech. Mine was not so good. Tell me a little bit about the political environment. You did get lucky. Mine, not so good, especially with all the famous alums that we've had. I don't know how we got the short end of the stick on that one, but tell me about the political environment at Bama. Is it largely conservative, would you say? You know, Alabama is a conservative state. Is that true at the university as well?
Well, as most people may assume, Alabama is a rather conservative campus university, you know, and state in general. And I would say that's how it is for my graduating class as a whole. But, you know, you're always going to have opposition. You're always going to have leftist ideologies to deal with. There's been grumblings of hunger strikes. There's people that bought tickets just to walk out for President Trump's speech. I know Beto O'Rourke and former Senator Doug Jones, they're holding counter rallies at in downtown Tuscaloosa. So you're always going to have that opposition, but there's a majority support for President Trump here tonight.
Yeah, you just took the words out of my mouth because I wanted to ask you, you know, everybody at Alabama, anybody that knows Alabama football, you hear Roll Tide. Everybody says Roll Tide. But this opposition movement, this rally that you talked about, college Democrats organize it. It's called Tide Against Trump. And that features, as you mentioned, the has-been Beto O'Rourke and former Alabama Senator Doug Jones. Not exactly the stellar lineup one would think, is it?
No, I don't think so. The two of them put together, I don't think they can hold a candle to President Trump. I also don't think the crowd they grew can hold a candle to what is like what's going on here at Coleman Coliseum tonight. Everyone's happy, everyone can't wait, and we're just excited to see the president speak.
Jackson, I want to ask you about Donald Trump's son, Barron. You know, he certainly had influence on his dad in this last election, and he suggested a number of podcasts that his dad appear on, from Theo Vaughn to Joe Rogan. How influential do you think that was with your generation?
I would say it's very influential. Speaking with a number of friends of mine, we don't really watch the news as much anymore. We're on YouTube watching podcasts, we're on Instagram reading articles on there. So the fact that him and JD Vance as well took to that different form of media, I think that's how they won Gen Z voters as a whole. It really appealed to us as a generation, and I think that's how we won us over.
Yeah, you mentioned that, and I want to touch on that too, Jackson. We've seen kind of this new look to the press pool that has included influencers, huge social media influencers like Tim Pool, former Mumford & Sons band member Winston Marshall, and other new faces. It seems that the media landscape has changed, and Trump's team is looking into the future, not to the dinosaur media. So what do you think is the future of news delivery?
Well, personally, I hope it's not TikTok, but I feel like it's Instagram, TikTok, social media. That's the way news delivery is going. But also podcasts as well. They've grown in popularity in my generation. I believe that's how most of us get our news today. And yeah, I think that for politicians to succeed in the future, they really have to appeal to Gen Z and say that.
Yeah, a much broader audience. Well, Jackson, thank you so much for joining me today, and good luck out there waiting for President Trump. I know you'll have a good time tonight. Thanks so much. So we are keeping an eye on President Trump landing in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Should be happening shortly, and then he'll make his way underway over to the Tuscaloosa campus to deliver this commencement address. And as I just talked about with Jackson, you can see that the scene has been set, and there he is coming out right now of Air Force One with his signature fist pump, waving to the crowd and landing there in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where he'll be giving that commencement address. It sounds like there's a lot of excitement on the ground. There's a lot of young people that want to hear him speak. By the way, this is quite a contrast to Harvard, to Columbia, to other elite universities where you're seeing pro-Gaza, pro-Hamas protest. And earlier, as I was talking to Jackson, I mentioned the various podcasts that his son Barron recommended that he go on, things like Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn and Nelk Boys. These were things that presidents typically don't go on, and let's be honest, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris couldn't have gone on them, and when she did go on them, she failed miserably. Let's play a clip of Joe Rogan when Trump went on his podcast.
The rebels are Republicans now. They're like, you want to be a rebel, you want to be punk rock, you want to buck the system, you're a conservative now. That's how crazy. And then the liberals are now pro silencing criticism. They're pro censorship online. They're talking about regulating free speech, and they're regulating the First Amendment. It's bananas to watch.
Joe, they come after their political opponent.
Well, they
I
do.
got more guys. I always say, I kid, but I'm not kidding. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the meanest of them all.
So you see, conservatives are the new rebels. They're the new renegades. He's absolutely right about that, and that's why he connects with Gen Z. Also want to get Senator John Fetterman talking about Gen Z. Let's take a look.
And now whether it's bros or the manosphere and all these, these clearly those are negative kinds of terms. And if you talk down with them or you make them part of the problem, or it's all because of you and your fault, then of course they're going to find an alternative, and that's what they've done that. And, I believe in having a conversation on anyone that's playing it straight. I think we should be talking to as many people as possible. And it's undeniable that Democrats have lost a lot with men. And I'm not sure where we're able to bring that back without a long-term kind of a strategy.
I think Fetterman's right. I think the Democratic Party became anti-man because they supported men and women's sports. I think the party became anti-female for the very same reason. What is a man? What is a woman? The lines have blurred. And that's why they lost them. And here comes Donald Trump speaking truth to these people and becoming a true alpha male. Well, we'll keep an eye out on President Trump, as you just saw him get off Air Force One, and he's on his way to speak at the University of Alabama. Coming up on the show, a Trump-appointed judge has halted the president from invoking the Alien Enemies Act. We get into it next. Stay back to Stinchfield Tonight. I'm Bo Davidson, filling in for Grant tonight. In a first-of-its-kind ruling, a Trump-appointed judge in Texas has ruled that the president unlawfully invoked the Alien Enemies Act and stopped the deportation of some alleged members of a Venezuelan gang. The judge is U.S. District Judge Fernando Rodriguez of the Southern District of Texas. He wrote that Trump does, quote, not possess the lawful authority under the AEA and based on the proclamation to detain Venezuelan aliens, transfer them within the United States, or remove them from the country. The president cannot summarily declare that a foreign nation or government has threatened or perpetrated an invasion or predatory incursion of the United States, followed by the identification of the alien enemies subject to detention or removal. Joining me now to break all of this down is J.J. Carell. J.J. recently retired from the U.S. Border Patrol after a 24-year career as a deputy patrol agent in charge of the San Diego sector. He has authored the book Invaded, the Intentional Destruction of the American Immigration System. Thanks so much for joining me, JJ, and thank you for your service in Border Patrol.
You're welcome. Thank you. And what crazy times we're living in. I believe that we are in a constitutional crisis right now. And I believe Donald Trump is going to have to pull an Andrew Jackson and tell the Supreme Court and the judiciary to go pound sand. And if they don't like it, then try to enforce it against me. And I believe that's what's left. I think we're about a month or two away from him having to pull that card and throw it down.
Are you surprised, JJ, that this Trump-appointed judge ruled against him regarding the 1798 law?
No, I'm not. Because the judiciary has usurped power they don't have, and they think that they can override the executive branch of our government. It's insane. Some dude in a black robe has more power than the president of the United States. It's absurd. The hoops that Donald Trump is having to jump through are insane. That's why I believe he's going to get his back pushed up against the wall, and he's going to have to announce we're in a constitutional crisis. I need to get these 50 million illegal aliens out of our country as they're killing, murdering 40 American citizens every single day, not to include the rapes, the child sex trafficking, and everything else that these illegal alien savages have done to our country. We are either going to get them out of our nation, or we are going to feel pain for years and decades to come.
I agree with you. It seems that the ruling says that, okay, we're not in wartime, so the president can't just say it's wartime in order to use the Alien Enemies Act. But if he designated Tren de Aragua as a foreign terrorist organization, then aren't we at war with them to some degree?
Well, not only that, you're absolutely correct. Stephen Miller came out and said, look, all the intel agencies have already come out and said, yes, Maduro emptied his prisons and jails and sent those savages into our country with specific orders to cause chaos and destruction. Act as if Venezuela is our friend. It's like Mexico's our friend with the cartels, or the MS-13's our friend. We need to wake up and realize the Democrat Party and the left specifically hate America. And I always say this when I'm being interviewed. If you don't like that conclusion that I have, then tell me what the hell these people are doing. Why are they siding with MS-13? Why are they siding with all the criminal aliens? Why are they siding with the illegality of America and not with the American people and the citizens that are that believe in law and order? And the answer comes back. They hate us. They want to fundamentally transform the most racist nation on planet Earth. Their words, not mine.
JJ, to be honest, this seems to me like a victory for illegal immigrants, and to me it raises questions about what rights they have. I know that we are a country of laws, but after you break the law by coming into this country and you are now affiliated with a deadly gang that is now a terrorist organization, shouldn't that be sufficient to be deported? Where am I going wrong?
Of course it is. No, you're right. And then you bring up something that's rarely, if ever, discussed because people don't know this. Even legal immigrants do not have the full protection of the Constitution of the United States of America. Illegal aliens have none except when they commit a crime. Then they get due process like a regular American would. Let me give you an example. If you come in a student visa, you come in as a business visa, or you come in as a legal resident, do you know that you cannot protest against the United States of America? You cannot ask or demand change within our government. What protection do we get to do that? The First Amendment. Legal and illegal aliens do not have the protection of the Constitution, as the left likes to pontificate. And as a Border Patrol agent, I don't need arrest warrants. to go get you. All I have to determine is mere suspicion that you're an illegal alien. I go up there and talk to you, and I determine that you are an illegal alien. You're under arrest, and I put you into detention camps. That's it. And then in camp, you wait to see the judge. Or if I'm able to arrest you within 100 miles, within 14 days, I can do what's called an expedited removal. I become the judge and jury. That is law.
JJ, in your time as a Border Patrol specialist, because you did it for a while, give me the reality of what happens there. I have to presume that MS-13 and Transgender gangs don't come into America peacefully to assimilate or to contribute to our economy, do they?
No, they don't. And I'm not some guy that's been on TV and I kind of looked at the border from afar in some think tank. No, I lived it. I did it. I took down narco smugglers from Sinaloa cartel. I fought MS-13 scumbags in the middle of the Tijuana River Valley. I've been there, done it. I know what they look like, smell like. I know what they taste like from fighting them and having their sweat and blood in my face and my mouth. I know who they are, and they are savages. And any politician that sides with the savages hate America and hate Americans. Period. The border right now is almost 100% closed. And I want your audience to understand, from the very first day Joe Biden took office to the very single last day he took office, 5,000 to 20,000 people crossed that border every single day and was released into the United States of America. And that is treason. And I'm quoting Donald Trump when he said that. It is treason what they've done to us.
JJ, why is the ACLU so giddy over this? Why do they think it's a civil rights victory? And why don't they care about the rights of Jocelyn Ngari and Rachel Marin? They have rights, too. They lost their lives.
Yeah, they don't have any rights. They don't. In their eyes, they don't. Look at Van Hollen. He travels all the way to El Salvador to help and have a cocktail with an MS-13 member that would carve him up with a machete and literally eat his heart. They would eat his heart. But he says nothing about the beautiful young woman that's a mother of 5, and her life was snuffed out by a violent rape, throwing down into a gully 150 feet down the hillside. We are living in an alternative universe, but I also believe we are in the middle, and I don't believe America truly understands this. We are in a middle of a war for the soul of the United States of America, because if we do not engage in this fight, this battle, this war with the left, America is forever changed.
Yeah, and look, honestly, I think you're 100% right. Look at Canada. Look at what just happened in Canada. A country without borders that allows unfettered immigration goes down the tubes, and they still elected the Liberal government. It blows your mind, but that's what can happen here. I completely agree with you, JJ. If you let that happen here, your country is done. So you have to have a president like Donald Trump who takes it seriously, and someone like Tom Homan. JJ, we're out of time, but thank you so much for your words, my friend, and thank you for your service on the border.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too. Coming up, Bill Maher and Jon Stewart go off on President Trump, and Kamala Harris returns to the scene. We'll have a look at that when we come back. Stay with us. back to Stinchfield Tonight. I'm Bo Davidson, filling in for the great Grant Stinchfield. You may remember that Bill Maher attended a dinner with Donald Trump, brokered by the musician Kid Rock, and it was notable for a lot of reasons, but most notable for Bill Maher's honest recollection of how it unfolded. He said that the crazy man that he's been railing against all these years was not there, at least not on that particular night. And surely this had to have enraged some liberals, but he said he didn't care. He was just wanting to give you honesty, especially those liberals who got Bill to be where he is today. That's how he made such a following. So as we might have expected and anticipated, he turned around and jabbed Trump in his latest rant in a Free Press article. Take a look at this. He says, in a word, show. Can't say it on air. This is a family show. I said, after he won the election, I'm not going to pre-hate anything. But after 100 days, there are probably 100 things to legitimately hate. And he goes on to say this in the article, starting with disappearing people, the inefficiency of DOJ, yeah, right, ignoring the Supreme Court, killing people overseas with drastic aid cuts, firing the guy in charge of his election integrity office because he won't say 2020 was rigged, tariff-related market collapse, America no longer being seen as a safe place, the third term talk, suing the media, Andrew Tate. I mean, I could just keep on going. Interesting, Bill. But don't forget that Bill Maher was very honest about his time with Trump. Remember this?
He's much more self-aware than he lets on in public. Look, I get it. It doesn't matter who he is at a private dinner with a comedian. It matters who he is on the world stage. I'm just taking as a positive that this person exists, because everything I've ever not liked about him was, I swear to God, absent, at least on this night with this guy. Bob, Kid Rock, told me the night before, he said, if you want to get a word in edgewise, you're going to have to cut him off. He'll just go on. Not at all.
Now, this is all fun material for Maher, but he can't honestly think that Trump is a dictator or even wants to be. What's interesting is that Maher admitted in that meeting with Trump, he saw a different man. He saw a sensible, rational guy. So he knows in his heart of hearts, Trump is not a dictator, nor does he want to be. What Maher wants is for Trump's supporters to admit that there is some turbulence. And okay, sure, there is. That's going to happen anytime. It's never smooth sailing when you fight with China. But if he doesn't do it, if Trump doesn't take China to the mat, who's going to do it? Kamala Harris? Chuck Schumer? Nancy Pelosi? The ChatGPT action figures have more of a spine than the politicians that they represent. And Maher wasn't the only one to go scorched earth on Trump. Host Jon Stewart also went on a tirade. Let's have a look at that.
Donald Trump's ratings are 11 points underwater. He doesn't care. He's not afraid of being underwater because he's equipped with a flotation unit protective accessory, or FUPA. He has a FUPA.
Beep. He went dark for 10 minutes. That's a bit odd, is it not? Why? Because he was going off on Trump? I don't know. Just seems odd to me. So that's another guy that went off on Trump. But alas, everyone, what you've been waiting for, really. Kamala Harris has returned to the scene in a very cringeworthy way. Just when you thought she was done cackling and laughing and serving up that good word salad, Chef Kamala came back for more. Let's have a look.
You have a special role to play. Organizing is as important as ever. Mobilizing is as important as ever. Running for office is as important as ever.
Running for president is as important as ever. Did you get anything from that? She's still doing the same routine. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Kamala Harris, your former nominee for the President of the United States. Well, there you have it. And when we come back, we'll have a little more of some interesting choice words from Ilhan Omar when we come back. Stay with us.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to rebels or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Welcome back to Stinchfield Tonight. Representative Ilhan Omar has been a divisive figure and certainly a Gaza and Hamas sympathist. But recently, she had some choice words for a reporter from the Daily Caller about visiting El Salvador. Let's have a look at that.
Congresswoman Omar, I'm Miles Morrell with the Daily Caller News Foundation. Do you think more of your Democratic colleagues should be traveling to El Salvador to advocate on behalf of Federico Garcia?
I think you should. Yeah, that's
I'm sorry, what? Congress should?
You.
Why me?
We're not taking any questions right now, but here you go.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, I have some news for you, Miss Omar. You should go to El Salvador. For everyone out there that sympathizes with Hamas, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, and other areas and groups that hate us, why don't you just go on a vacation there? Try it out. Give it a shot. When these telemarketers call you and say you've won a vacation, let's give some R&R to Ilhan Omar for a vacation for two to El Salvador and Gaza. It's at that point that I don't think she'd be the one telling anyone to F off. In fact, I think it would be the residents of that area telling her to F off. You know, women's rights are not too championed over there in the Arab world, nor are they too championed in the ranks of Latin American gangs. See, this is the unfortunate barb of free speech. You can say anything you want, but you better be careful what you say, lest you look like a fool. And sadly, Ilhan Omar continues to look like a fool. She's like what Senator John Kennedy said about AOC. It's Operation Let Her Talk. So let her.
Live from Studio 6B on a Thursday night, 24 hours removed from when you, the Live from Studio 6B audience, joins us right here, live at the America First Warehouse, Long Island, New York. Glad you're in. That's Vinnie Mac sitting right there. He'll be here tomorrow night. Vinnie Mac right there. Yep. Rick Delgado sitting right across from me. He'll be here tomorrow night. Slick Rick's going to be here to do sports. He'll be here tomorrow night. No Kevin Downey Jr., Paul Nolan tonight. But the gang all be here tomorrow night, Friday night, live at the America First Warehouse. We are looking forward to it. Can't wait to see you here. Vinnie Mac, how are you?
I'm doing great, Big D. Thank you very much. Had a big day today. The dog took me for a walk again today.
Yeah.
And then when I saw a neighbor, the dog proceeded to walk on his lawn and let one go.
Really?
Yeah, let a big one go. It was pretty entertaining. While I stood there watching and the neighbor was looking at me like, you're going to clean that up, right? And I had no bags. So it was an interesting day. I made good friends.
Yeah.
Good friends with my neighbor.
I'll bet you did.
Yeah. And when this 156-pound dog lets one go.
I'll bet it was not like grab a leaf and just try to...
I needed to take like an entire branch off of a tree, cut it up, and then get it in there. Yeah, so it was good. It was good. I'm glad that I could annoy somebody.
Okay. You know? Everything worked out, though?
Yeah, everything.
or picked up, or what?
He's still there doing a poop.
Everything came out okay. As a matter of fact, I think Vin's dog is so big, I think he actually took a newspaper and sat down and the dog started, reading the newspaper while he was taking his dump.
Yeah. Takes him a good 4 or 5 minutes.
Taking his dump is a little strong, Delgado. I mean, taking his dump, is that how we're going to describe it?
Yeah, that's
I don't want to say the bad word.
Well, no, I don't want you to say that either.
You want to say poo? He's making a dookie? What do you want?
Well, no, nothing. I guess that's fine.
Keep working on it.
Yeah.
Keep working on it.
What's your dog? What's your dog's name again?
Winston.
Winston. What's the guy?
Yeah.
Winston would say dump.
Yes, you're probably
if Whitson spoke English, that's what he would say. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes, you're probably right. Okay.
And then he'd say, Vin, come clean this.
That's exactly right.
How was the rest of your day?
My day was good. It was filled with not sneezing and rubbing my eyes constantly with all the pollen out there.
Yeah.
I guess we got a little bit of a break today, which is nice. And then, of course, coming across my favorite video clip of the day, which happens to be, once again, I think all of our favorites, Stephen Miller, bashing on the media.
Love that guy.
Love that guy.
Where was he today?
He was in the White House press briefing room, just annihilating the press.
He's one of the best I've ever seen. Out of anybody, just articulate a point with a dagger, but also just so straight. You know, he's not trying to be mean. He's just factually straight, but it's a dagger. You know, he lets it go.
And he's honest. And he's honest to the point where it's painful to hear. You know, if you were on the other end, if you were getting reprimanded by this guy, you'd be like Vin's dog. It'd be like, I'm just going to sit here and
exactly.
I don't know what to do with myself. No, it's great.
Obviously, immigration, but anything specific? He was. I didn't see it, so
he was railing them over, of course, the immigration stuff.
Yeah.
MS-13, gang members. We'll play in a little while, and you'll get the gist of it. And he nails them right in the face.
News coverage, really, right?
And it's basically like he's just holding their face up, and he just keeps punching them with facts, and they don't do anything about it because they can't.
There's nowhere to go when he's laying it out there. And he was going off the whole fake news thing too, in a sense. Why are you reporting things like this? That's not true. And then he goes through his explanation of it. So. Guy's great.
And I didn't realize where he kind of made his name. Do you remember where we first kind of got a taste of Stephen Miller?
Well, he came over from. Wasn't he part of the Heritage Foundation?
Before that, he was the student spokesperson.
Yes, I remember the early days
for the Duke Lacrosse.
Duke Lacrosse.
Boys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow, those guys that got railroaded.
Yeah, they got
Big
railroaded,
and he was the only one.
Yep, and he was as good as he was back then as a student.
Yep.
So now, 20 years later, you can imagine he's got a little extra stuff in his repertoire to be dealing out.
That's amazing. We got to find some of those old clips. I'd love to hear him back then.
I mean, he was absolutely dead on accurate when he described why doesn't everybody wait and so let's just see what happens here before everybody jumps. I mean, it's the same thing that happens today with things.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it's exactly the same stuff that happens. I mean, it's different subject matter, but it's the same idea. You don't know anything right now.
Right.
You only know like one little small tip of the spear of this story.
Yeah.
Why don't we relax? And he was obviously looking back now. You go, man. Pretty much had it nailed.
Yeah, pretty much had it nailed then. Has it nailed now? And I don't. You know what? It's one of those things. I don't think anybody wants to get in his crosshairs.
I look at George Floyd, the lacrosse thing with Duke, and this MS-13 guy in El Salvador as three stories that just got hijacked within the first 30 seconds and the narrative went out. And a guy like Stephen Miller is the guy you want. Clarifying this
what
stuff.
Also gets hijacked, and I thought we brought some clarity to it. I think I read that old, remember the Supreme Court case I brought up that had I'll have to go back and look at it, but the due process thing is what's getting hijacked now. I saw Ro Khanna on with Dave, what's his name, over at The Blaze, and they're all just caught up on the due process. Like, just because you have feet here, I mean, it just means that, oh, no, you've got all this due process coming to you. And that's just simply not true.
No, it's definitely not true.
And and they just keep harping on it and harping on it and harping on it. And I know that's one of the things that Stephen Miller keeps trying to go over. Like, do you guys not understand what we're talking about here?
Yeah.
The designation that the president has laid on these terrorist organizations and what that means.
Yeah. It's amazing. And then there's that story of that judge who now has cleared the way for, I guess, every gang member and illegal. Now they can jump in and do a whole, what do you call it, class action lawsuit against the president for exercising
outrageous.
The law,
the Aliens Enemies Act.
That's outrageous.
It's stupefying how stupid some judges are. Well, they're not being stupid. They're purposely doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
Because this is their job.
They're paid, and that's their intent.
Right.
Yeah. But if you're a U.S.
It's a Trump-appointed judge, is it not?
I don't know.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Agree.
Everybody's got taken care of in some way, shape, or form where they're against anything Trump does. But if you're a U.S. citizen, you're entitled to due process. You're here illegally, you've committed a crime and so on. I don't know how much due process you really are due. Well, I mean, I don't think the Constitution was written for due process for people who aren't citizens of this country. It was written to protect citizens of this country.
Right. Yeah, the process you're due is the process of you being removed. They have to get you. They have to fill out certain paperwork and have you removed legally, and that's the way it works. You don't get nothing about due process includes you going to court, having a court-appointed lawyer, having rights, having this, having that. None of that is included in due process for anybody who sneaks over the border illegally. But that just seems to be the thing where once they segued away from Maryland, man, it became due process because they can't say gang member. Yeah. Somehow, gang member, they don't want people to know about.
This doesn't upset me too much because, like most things the left does, or that most things that come out of AOC's mouth and all of these type of people that are out there speaking ridiculous stuff, it just helps us because they're not going to get reelected with this type of leadership and this type of comments. I mean, we get annoyed by it, right? Because it's on the mainstream media and you hear people following it. But at the end of the day, most people, not these far left progressives, most people get this. And they're like, these are gang members, these are illegals, they're doing these things. Why are you protecting them? I mean, most people see that.
Vin, most of these people keep getting elected. One of them we played last night, Hank Johnson, probably the stupidest human who occupies a body and is being paid by the American people to be a part of Congress. And he's been there, I don't know how long, but he keeps getting this stupid bozo thought you could tip over an island if there's too many service members on it.
That guy, yeah.
He thought Guam would tip over.
Yeah, well, Guam's been known to tip over.
Last night's video might be worse. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I got so many reactions to that video from people who could not believe it and then got it and shared it and just kept watching it going, I cannot believe this video. This guy is, I mean, it was really just unbelievable. But to your point about, I saw something today someone posted on, I'll get your guys' reaction to it. Someone said, and I don't agree with obviously two parts of this statement, but to the broader idea, they said Trump 1.0 gave us Biden gave us Biden 1.0. Biden 1.0 gave us Trump 2.0. Trump 2.0 is going to give us some lunatic like AOC or someone worse, and the cycle is going to continue until we start electing better people. And now, again, I don't agree that Trump 1.0 gave us Biden because I think the election was rigged, but Biden certainly gave us Trump 2.0, and I don't believe Trump is going to give us AOC.
No.
But to the broader point of electing people once Trump is not on the ballot anymore, do you agree with that? Oh boy, I understand how the extremes, which is literally what they're talking about, Jimmy Carter, to Ronald Reagan. Okay, there's an extreme. And then you had pretty much of a steady run till Bill Clinton, who governed in the middle, by the way. He wasn't a lunatic. And I agree with you that the Biden election was not one of those events because the election was rigged. But I do understand the extremes. If the country gets overwhelmed with just being too conservative, they probably will flock to someone way more progressive. Unfortunately, what the country should be doing, or what the left should be doing, is finding someone in the middle and getting back there if we had to have a change, which I hope we don't have a change.
Yeah, the way I see it, though, I'm you're talking about somebody in the middle. Right now, Trump is in the middle. Think about it.
Ironically.
Most of the policies that people are freaking out on the left over, deporting gang members, trans in every form, but being allowed to do every single thing in and invade women's spaces, all that crazy stuff is like a 10. You get 10, maybe 10%. 90% of the country, 85% of the country is right down the middle saying, yeah, I think I do like lower energy costs. I do think we're getting shafted by all these countries. I do think the illegals belong out of this country. By the way, a girl is a girl and a boy can't be a girl. I think most of the country is right down the middle. It's the common sense.
Yeah, that's right.
And what they're fighting over is they're fighting over the messenger. They just don't like him. Right? Because he's got an R next to his name. If it was if Trump ran as a Democrat, If there was no Hillary Clinton running for president, and back in 2016, and it was Trump as a Democrat, they would have flocked like crazy. Oh my goodness, he's the second coming. Oh my, it would have been all over. And you know what? We'd probably be doing the same exact stuff right now. And I don't know if you'd have. At least I know myself. I'd be like, yeah, illegals don't belong here. I'm fine with that. I'm good. Yeah, keep going. Keep attacking our enemies over tariffs and stuff. Sure, level the playing field, make it better. Of course, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
That's right.
And it's not because he's a Democrat, a staunch Democrat. I don't think he'd be up there going, "Hey, let's have all the boys in girl sports," because that's not common sense. That's not the way he thinks. He's not going to be bought. That's the whole thing. It's these wackos on the left. They're paid.
Yeah.
They're grifters.
If it wasn't the Trump name,
yeah,
after years of turning him into a villain,
yeah,
they wouldn't have any problem.
All right, live from Studio 6B, just getting started on a Thursday night at the America First Warehouse. We're back right after this. Slick's here. We're going to do some sports. President Trump speaking at University of Alabama tonight. We'll cover his speech as well. All coming up on a busy Thursday night.
Introducing the Ungun, the non-lethal self-defense platform. Lightweight and simple to use. It uses an easy-to-load 5-round magazine and is powered by an 8-gram CO2 cartridge. Byrna launchers fire a 68 caliber chemical-filled projectile using a patented pull-pierce technology where the CO2 canister is only punctured on the first trigger pull, meaning your launcher is always at the ready. It's capable of incapacitating an attacker for over 30 minutes and is accurate and effective at over 60 feet. It requires no permits, no background checks, and is interstate travel friendly. With Byrna, you will be prepared to defend.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new pocket hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The pocket hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot pocket hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
speaking tonight?
All right, live from Studio 6B on a Thursday night, the America First Warehouse. Vinnie Max here is going to do some news. Slick Rick's now here. He's going to do some sports. Slicks, they're looking good. How are you?
How you doing, Big D?
What'd you have tonight?
I had my own chamber meeting tonight. Ran a little bit late. We had the librarian speaking and a couple of elected officials, or good Patriot elected officials. So I'm sorry I ran a little bit late.
Did you speak?
Man, I speak, ad nauseum. I speak quite a while, yes. I did a lot of speaking tonight.
I bet you were sparkling when you were speaking.
Yes, I was. Sparkling and shimmering.
I like those the boots tonight.
No, purple boots.
Yeah. Very reflective today.
Prince Purple.
Yes, sir.
Very shiny.
Yeah.
Have you picked out what you're wearing tomorrow night?
I have a struggle. I have a toss-up. I actually, one of my friends who watches the show.
Would you like me to help you?
Yeah, Damon's really good at picking out shoes.
Well, yes, yeah, you're great at it.
I'll try these.
Somebody asked, is Damon going to wear sandals on that live show? One of my friends says he'll wear whatever he wants.
He'll either pick out sandals or flip-flops.
Maybe he's going to clog.
Nice.
Good at clog.
Would you like me to help you pick out your outfit for tomorrow night?
No, I don't want you to help me pick out my outfit for tomorrow night. I'll be in trouble with that.
That's fine. All right.
Come on, Big D.
No offense taken.
What do you want, black sequins or leopard sequins?
Ooh.
That's what you got.
I'll leave it to the audience, not to me. Leave it to the audience. All right, well, let's settle in here and get ready to do some sports. Let's do some news because President Trump's going to speak tonight. So let's get some stuff in while we can here. Rick Delgado's got the news, headlines of the day. Mr. Delgado, what's going on?
All right. Well, since we were talking about Stephen Miller, why don't we just get right to it? Because, again, he did a phenomenal job today as he shamed the pro-MS-13 media, and he just did it straight to their faces. You couldn't do it any better than him. Here he is. This is cut number 8. Stephen Miller, like I said, really holding court and putting it to the press. Cut number 8. Check this out. It's a little long, but I think it's worth it.
You talk about due process. The Biden administration made the decision to give extensive due process to 2 Transgender terrorists that were apprehended at the border just a couple years ago. They were 2 gentlemen. They were from Venezuela. They were members of Transgender. The Biden administration Border Patrol apprehended them and made the decision to provide them with extensive due process, put them onto a program known as supervised release, and put them on ankle monitors so that they could go through a lengthy legal judicial determination as to whether these legal aliens who had just set foot on U.S. soil might want to live in the United States for the rest of their lives. What was the result of that decision? What was the result of that choice that was made? Those 2 men kidnapped a young girl named Jocelyn Ungary from her family. They beat her, they sexually assaulted her, they tortured her, they stripped her, they murdered her, and they dumped her body. That is what the Biden administration's policy was. Most of your papers never covered her story when it happened. To the extent that you covered it at all, it was because President Trump forced you to cover it by highlighting it repeatedly over and over again. He had to shame you into covering it. And each and every one of you that sides over and over again with these MS-13 terrorists, to the extent that you have the financial means to do so, you all choose to live in condos or homes or houses as far away from these kinds of gangbangers as you possibly can. If I offered any one of you a rent-free home with no taxes to pay in any of these gang neighborhoods, and I said your neighbors are MS-13 terrorists or Mexican mafia or Sinaloa cartel or Transgender, I couldn't pay you to live there. But yet you, with your coverage, are trying to force innocent Americans to have these people as their neighbors, and that one day their daughter may be abducted from their home and raped and murdered. So you're not going to get an ounce of sympathy from this administration or President Trump for the terrorists who've invaded our homes and our country.
Yeah. It's so, it's such a masterclass, and it's so right on the money, and it reminds me of my one of the great interviews I've ever done doing this show, and that was with the great Walter E. Williams, and we talked about this, not this specifically, but the idea that these leftists, they champion these causes in public, but yet none of them ever would live in the neighborhoods they champion for, go to the schools they champion for. None of them. LeBron James all the way down. All of these sports figures, all these entertainment figures, all of them, they champion all these causes. Not one of them would go live in any of these neighborhoods, raise money for them, have Thanksgiving dinner with them. None of them. They don't go home where they grew up. None of them want to be there. It's the same idea.
That's so true.
They want nothing to do with it. But it looks good. If they get out there, go out there for a few minutes, throw a couple throw a couple bucks their way, shake some hands, and then of course they're using the cleaners to kind of get out of there as quickly as possible so they can get home and shower and get all that regular people or lower class people off of them, because that's the way they think, that they think they're above everyone. And that's probably, you know what, when you talk about, because you mentioned Trump 2.0, I think that's another great benefit of Trump 2.0. We're at this point, and I think we reported a couple weeks ago, where Trump is at the I don't give a flying S part of his presidency, because he's not going to run again. He's going to try and do everything he wanted to do in the first administration, but wasn't able to because he got so much backbiting from his own people, that people said, the Chris Christies of the world, hire this guy who's gonna undermine you, hire this guy who's gonna undermine you. So now he's kind of cleared the field, I think, of a lot of them. There's still a bunch in there, of course, but I think he's at that point where he's just saying, you know what, I'm gonna lay waste to all this, because these are the people that are ruining it for everybody.
You see that in the cabinet meetings.
Yeah.
And one of the things that's been driving me completely bananas through his whole presidency so far is there's a level of transparency here that's beyond unprecedented. But then when you see the cabinet speaking in a forum where they're giving their updates, like we would be doing that in a board meeting for any business or any organization in any kind of a meeting. Sure. We would be doing that. I mean, we've had to do that, I think, each of us in one way or another in our lives. So they each present. But what you see is incredible unity. To your point, incredible unity and just really good people. They know what they're doing in there, and you can feel they know what they're doing. Yeah. It's not Pete Buttigieg, or how do you even pronounce Pete?
Beetlejuice.
Pete Beetlejuice had no idea what he was doing about highways and any of this stuff. But there he is. I couldn't imagine what he had to say in some of these meetings, right? And that's why they didn't.
Well, they didn't have meetings.
They didn't have meetings,
right? They didn't have cabinet. I think they had two cabinet meetings in the entire 4 years.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It's amazing, though, all the things that have come together, and then the transparency that is so it's not even over the top. It's just like what we'd want and expect.
Right.
And yet the criticisms are at a level of 92%. I think we talked about that a couple of nights ago, 100% and so on. That's what's unprecedented.
Yeah. It's crazy.
All right. Did I hear that Nick Saban is speaking right now at this Alabama commencement?
Is he?
Do we have a little bit of the old ball coach? I'd love to hear what the old coach is saying, if we can pump it up there, Aaron, if we have it. Let's hear what the coach is saying.
Affleck.
Hello, Nick.
Affleck. No sound. Okay.
It's not all it's quacked up to be.
Hey, I want to make one more comment on something we were talking about.
Just don't go to an Airbnb at his house.
Yeah, for sure.
And
he likes to lay in the jacuzzi.
It's not about beating the other guy. It's not about being better than somebody else. It's about you being the best that you can be. We won 26 games when I played Pop Warner football in a row. Then we won 30-some in high school in a row, and it was never good enough. And I could never understand that. But my dad said, it's not about beating the other guy. It's about you being the best that you can be at whatever you choose to do. And I'm going to leave you with this. The first speech that I gave in 17 straight years here was I used to get the players to understand how important it was for them to be their best, as I paraphrased Martin Luther King's old street sweeper sermon. And he started out saying, there's only one guy in the green stamp store at Montgomery, Alabama that I'll let shine my shoes. Because the pride that guy has in shining shoes and the smile he gets on his face when you told him he did a good job. Then he goes on to say, if you're going to be a street sweeper, be the best street sweeper in the world. Sweep the streets like Michelangelo painted a Sistine Chapel, like Shakespeare wrote literature. Let him put a sign up that says the best street sweeper in the world lives right here. And if you do that, you accomplish the best there is in life, knowing you did your best to be the best you be, no matter what you choose to do. So, from Terry and myself,
all right, there you go.
There's
the old
coach.
ball coach. That's a good message right there.
Yeah, he's the best.
Gold Tide roll.
He's the best. That's right. All right, we're back. We're waiting for President Trump. We'll do some news with Vinnie Mac. Maybe we'll get some sports in with Slick here when we get back. Live from Studio 6B from the America First Warehouse on a Thursday night.
Hey guys, you got carpet stains like this? Well, you need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new carpet stain remover and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and the odor goes away. Why bend over and scrub? That's back-breaking work. Stand up to stains and odors and let Bullshot do the hard work of carpet and upholstery cleaning for you. You love your pets, but when Fido has an accident, you better have Bullshot. This black light shows every drop of that urine stain, but Bullshot quickly eliminates that stain. The secret is an advanced foam action formula that penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors, lifting them from the fiber, with a formula safe for kids and pets. And it's made in the USA. Ever accidentally spill red wine on your carpet? I can shoot from the hip with pinpoint accuracy. Bullshot is like spraying an eraser on your floor. That stain is gone for good. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Just point and shoot. It instantly and easily erases these blood stains, makeup, fruit juice, coffee, and more. This sticky juice stain is deep into this couch. Bullshot, it gets right down into those crevices and has the couch looking like new again. Still skeptical? Watch this. I'm staining this carpet with burnt bacon grease. We've got a 4K Ultra HD camera capturing the action up close. This stain is obliterated, all without bending or scrubbing. To have a stain professionally removed, you could spend hundreds. Or you could get Horsepower Bullshot, the no-nonsense stain remover for only $19.99. Bullshot comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you're not completely satisfied, send it back for a full refund, even if the can is empty. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order your Bullshot now.
To order, call 1-800-691-9531 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-691-9531 or visit buybullshot.com. Order now.
Cooking rice just isn't nice.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is Perfect Cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. And with a ceramic ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. Order now.
1-800-575-5956.
When they happened. As a student at Alabama, you'll always remember where you were when your head coach, Nick Saban, retired. Remember that? Because he's done such a fantastic job. The last time I was here, and that's true with Nick, what a great coach. Let's bring him back. No, you have a good coach right now, though. You have a good coach right now. He was great. But the last time I was here, the Crimson Tide beat the Georgia Bulldogs 41-34. I was here. I got to watch it. That was some game. Today it's my pleasure to return to this campus as the first president ever to deliver the keynote commencement address to this truly great American university. It's a great school. And there's nowhere I'd rather be than right here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Titletown, USA. That's what it's become. And I love this place. Maybe it's because I won Alabama by 45 points. Could that be the reason? 45? You know, the way they say, the polls have closed in Alabama. Trump has won Alabama immediately. It was very quick. It was very, very quick and nasty. That's what we like. They put all 7 of your commencement ceremonies, I don't know if you know this, but they put them all together, first time ever, so I better do well, or I'm in big trouble. But I want to thank President Bell for his 10 years of distinguished service, highly respected gentleman, but 10 years of service to this great university, overseeing the education of 100,000 proud Alabama graduates. That's something to have on your record. I also want to thank Alabama Governor Kay Ivey, who's here with us, and she's a fantastic. Where is she? She's around here someplace. She's here. I just took a picture. I said, you're doing a great job, along with the very wonderful man, a friend of mine, Senator Tommy Tuberville. Where's Tommy? Tommy's great. When he wanted to run for the Senate, I said, well, you beat Alabama 6 times in a row. How can you run for the Senate? He said, well, I just look at him and I say, well, I was responsible for them getting Nick Saban. I said, that's a good reason. And he won very easily. He won. But I'll never forget that. Thanks also to a wonderful person, Representative Lisa McLean, a great person, great, highly respected. Gary Palmer, Robert Adderholt, Dale Strong, Ronnie Jackson, Ralph Norman, along with Lieutenant Governor Will Ainsworth, Alabama Attorney General Steve Marshall, Alabama Secretary of State Wes Allen, great people, Alabama Senate President Pro Tem Garland Gudger, Chancellor Sid Trant, and members of the University of Alabama Board of Trustees. But most importantly, and they would agree with this, let's give a big round of applause to your incredible parents, grandparents, and family members. Because they made this wonderful day possible. Oh, you're great. Without them, it doesn't happen. Without them, you probably aren't here, and you wouldn't have that big, beautiful smile on your faces. This year, the graduating Alabama class of 2025 has over 6,600 graduates. You're the largest class in school history. Among your ranks are among the 800 first-generation college students and nearly 3,000 students from right here in the great state of Alabama. Amazing. And this class also includes many Rhodes Scholars, Goldwater Scholars, 213 Merit Scholars, and over 1,500 students graduating with red caps. You know what that signifies? 4.0 GPA. That's a lot of students. That's a lot of students. That's pretty good. I know who I'd pick. I'd look for a red cap. I say, I want you to work for the beautiful Trump administration, this lovely administration. In addition, the class of 2025 has nearly 130 active duty service members, veterans, and members of the University of Alabama, ROTC. Thank you very much. Thank you. Everywhere you look, you can see the fierce spirit of this school, but nowhere more clearly than in your world-class athletics. There's nothing like it. Probably there's no school like it. That's why I would like to recognize the 11 graduating seniors on the University of Alabama football team. Where may they be? Where are they? You just have to look, and they're about a foot taller than everybody else. Oh, great. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Great season. Thank you. Thank you. Great season. There's something truly special about the players, coaches, and the fans who pack the stands at Bryant-Denny Stadium and proudly sing Dixieland Delight. We like that. Alabama has changed college football forever and inscribed into the history books the names of Bear Bryant, Joe Namath, 4 Heisman Trophy winners, and of course, the great Nick Saban. This place is truly where legends are made. It really is. It's a special place. When your president called, we talked about it. It took me about 2 seconds to say, I'll go. I wasn't looking to do it, and we are busy. You know, we're winning a lot of battles right now. We love winning, don't we? Love winning. We're winning a lot of battles. But I wanted to do this. For the University of Alabama, good isn't good enough, tough isn't tough enough, and great isn't great enough. The Crimson Tide does not rest, does not quit, and does not stop winning until It's all time. You know, it's all time. You're always winning, and you're going to keep winning. That's why the University of Alabama football team has won more games in the last decade than any college football team in America. That's not bad. And it's why last fall you beat Auburn for the 5th year in a row. That's not bad. That's not bad. The University of Alabama has a brand, and that brand is winning. That brand is winning. Great school. Last year, the Crimson Chaos watched the Tide Hoops make it to the Final Four for the first time ever. And this year, you built on your incredible record and returned to the Elite Eight. So not only is Alabama a great football school, it's now one of the nation's best basketball schools, and congratulations. And I love sports, and I think I should have come here. I think I should have come here. Congratulations as well to the women's track and field team for winning 2 SEC titles this year. That's something. As long as I'm president, we will always protect women's sports. Men will not play in women's sports. No way. They say that's an 80-20 issue. No, it's a 97-3 issue, I think. No, men will not be playing in women's sports. I said that, and I classified it with a very powerful executive order. As you know, it's done. The class of 2025 was the first to enter the halls of this university in the aftermath of COVID-19. Following a difficult senior year of high school, many of you came here to Tuscaloosa from around the country, and for the very first time, you experienced something called freedom. You had freedom. So let's give a big round of applause to the leaders of this state who chose liberty over lockdowns. They did. They did a good job. Did a good job. As you know, there are a few campuses in the world more beautiful than this one, and there are a few memories sweeter than the ones you have formed really at this capstone and at the capstone. You'll miss the beautiful sounds of Denny chimes, the excitement of lining the Walk of Champions, the Saturday tailgates at the Quad. As you graduate, it's natural to reflect on 4 years of happy memories, and you've really had happy memories here. You've done a lot of winning. Winning is a good thing to do. But today I'm also asking you to look forward to really something very, very bright and more promising, and it's going to be an even more promising tomorrow, I promise you that. You're the first graduating class of the golden age of America. We're in the golden age. You watch. This is the golden age. This is the golden age. We've done things that nobody thought possible. 100 days yesterday, 100 days, and we've done things that nobody thought even possible. Like many generations before you, you're graduating at an exciting time for our nation, a period of both extraordinary change and incredible potential and what will be unbelievable growth. You're going to see that very soon. You're going to see it starting very, very soon. The whole world is talking about it. Our country has always been defined by its ability to reform and reinvent itself to meet the challenges of the next era. The last 4 years were not good for our country, but don't let that scare you. It was an aberration. We're run by people who truly at that time, 4 years, we were run by people that didn't have a clue. They didn't have a clue. I'm trying to be nice when I say it that way. They allowed our beautiful USA to be laughed at, scorned, and taken advantage of by everybody. We were ripped off on trade by nations all over the world, both friend and foe, and oftentimes a friend was far worse on trade than the foe. But those days are over. You're at the start of something very, very big. You're going to see that very soon. Now, exactly 250 years after the first patriots stood and fought at Lexington and Concord, we're in the midst of another kind of revolution, a revolution of winning and a revolution of common sense. Common sense. Everywhere you look, broken systems, corrupt institutions, and tired dogmas are being swept away by the tide of history. Ancient wisdom is being rediscovered, and the best and strongest traits of America are coming back for all to see, bigger, better, and greater than ever. Coming back, and they're coming back fast. The spirit of our age is one of boldness, vigor, ambition, and adventure, and it's exciting to be you and young. Oh, I'd pay you a lot of money to have your age. You have a great future. The people have rejected the voices of a failed establishment. You saw that in the election. We've turned the page on endless wars, crippling debt, open borders, ruinous inflation, and the lack of respect for our country and for its leaders. But we're turning that all around, and we're turning it around very fast. We will very quickly make America great again. This week, we're celebrating the most successful first 100 days of any presidential administration in the history of our country, and we've been given a lot of credit for that, but 100 days does not a full term make. But we're going to do even better as we move along. In a matter of weeks, we've achieved the lowest number of illegal border crossings ever recorded. And you've seen it, hundreds of thousands of people pouring into our country from prisons, from mental institutions, from gangs, and all over the world, not just in South America. You'd see hundreds of thousands of people pour across in one day. You know what we had just recently? Three. And we slashed the number of illegal aliens released into the United States by 99.999%. And you know, if that number is wrong, the fake news, which is all over the place today, is going to be correcting me before I get to the next sentence. Now, 99.999%, how about that? Nobody thought that was possible. They said you needed legislation. No, you just needed a new president. That's what you needed. But despite the tremendous success, as you've been reading, the courts are trying to stop me from doing the job that I was elected to do. We won by millions of votes. We won all 7 swing states, 7 out of 7. We won 312 electoral college votes. They said, 270 would be great. We won 312, and 2,750 counties versus 525 counties throughout the nation. That's why when you look at a map, it's all red. It's all red. Every inch of it is red, a little couple of blue dots. But they have to let us do the job that the voters want us to do. Judges are interfering, supposedly based on due process, but how can you give due process to people who came into our country illegally? They want to give them due process. I don't know. We've created 350,000 new jobs and brought core inflation down to its lowest level in many, many years. Energy is down. Look at your cost of energy, way down. Groceries are down. Even eggs are down. Remember I came in? Remember I was here a week and they started screaming at me, the fake news. Egg prices have doubled. I said, I just got here. I've been here for 4 days. I said, tell me about egg prices. They've doubled. Well, they didn't double under me. I just got there, and we did a great job. We brought down the cost of eggs. In fact, they said you won't have eggs for Easter. They wanted to we have a big Easter egg hunt at the White House. You saw it just take place. And they thought we should order thousands of plastic eggs. Plastic. I said, no, we'll do it. And we straightened out the egg situation very quickly. Our great Secretary of Agriculture did a fantastic job, and we had so many eggs we didn't know what the hell to do with them. And prices of eggs have gone down 87% since I took office. That's something, right? But the price of food has gone down, and mortgage rates are down, and gasoline prices just hit $1.88 a gallon in 3 states. Can you believe it? It was at $3.50. It was at $4. We're drilling. Oh, we're drilling. You know, drill, baby, drill, right? We drill, baby, drill. We do that. We got it down. We have it going good. And, you know, when energy drops that much, you don't have much inflation. It's hard to have inflation. It was just announced that in the first quarter, investments in the United States are up 22%, that we're leading the whole world in investment. Everybody's pouring into our country with big dollars. And it's all about November 5th, the November 5th election, and tariffs and incentives that we've given that are going to make this country so much richer. We have $36 trillion in debt. That's going to start to come off. It's going to come off rapidly, but we'll be over $8 trillion in investment, with Apple and others investing $500 billion each. We've never had a period of time in 2 months, because we're here for 3 months, a little bit more, but give me a break for the first month. You know, had to get a little acclimated, had to see where the enemy lies, because they're already looking to impeach Trump. You know, these crazy people. Let's impeach him. For what? We don't know exactly, but we'll try. These people are crazy. So we had to, you know, get our bearings for the first couple of weeks. So in 2 months, we had over $8 trillion, think of it, committed. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. There's never been anything like it in any country at any time, and it's all because they want to avoid the tariffs. We want to get here fast. And I said, you know, a number of times, tariff is the most beautiful word in the world, and I got absolutely decimated by the fake news. They said, what about love? What about your wife? What about your parents? What about religion and God? So I said, all right, it's the 5th nicest word I've ever seen. And since I've done that, I've been in good shape. Nobody's bothered me. They've been very nice. So it's the 5th most beautiful word I've ever heard. But it's making us very rich, and you'll be seeing the results pretty soon, sooner than most people think, because that's what other countries have been doing to us, just so you understand. They were tariffing the hell out of us. We couldn't sell cars in Europe. We couldn't sell cars in China. We couldn't sell cars in Japan or anywhere else. We couldn't do anything. And all we're doing is we're doing it to them, but we're doing it much better. And the U.S. military is suddenly seeing its best recruiting numbers ever. We've never had numbers like that. We now have waiting lists because there is such incredible spirit in our country. There's a great spirit. And just think, 6 months ago, and you remember, and it was embarrassing, before the election, 6 months ago, we were hearing and reading that numbers of those joining our military were at the worst levels ever. We've never had anything like it, right? You remember that? And now they're at the best levels ever. We have waiting lists to get into the military. We couldn't fill the positions, and that included in our police forces, our fire departments. We love our fire departments also. We can never forget our fire departments. But our police forces were begging for help. And now they're brimming over with people and applicants, and they're getting great ones. It's amazing what's taken place, and that's really the spirit. Each of the graduates in this arena will soon have the chance to help lead this project of national renewal. And that's what it is. It's a national renewal. We suffered so badly for 4 years. We had one of the greatest economies. We actually had the greatest economy in the history of our country during the first term of Trump. And then we got hit hard with inflation. During the Biden economy, it was horrible. We were hit so hard. The worst probably ever. They say 48 years. We'll accept that. But I would say ever. You'll embrace this moment, and you'll step forward with strength and grit, faith and patriotism to put America on a new trajectory for your children. And then you'll take your place among the greatest generations in the history of our country. I think you have a chance to be the greatest generation in the history of our country, because we're turning it around, and you happen to be available. You're available. That's a good time to be available. There are some times when it's not so good to be available, but this is a great time. I'm absolutely confident that the Alabama class of 2025 is up to the task. Are you up to the task? You learned a lot about winning here at Alabama, and now we need you to help win for America. For the business majors here today, I challenge you not merely to use your talents for financial speculation, but to apply your great skills that you've learned and had to forging the steel and pouring the concrete of new American factories, plants, shipyards, and even cities which are going up all over our country. Don't just build a strong portfolio, build a very, very strong America, and you're going to do that. To the engineers, brilliant you are, technicians, scientists, and math majors, we need your Alabama spirit and competition to keep our country at the forefront of every single domain. America should have the world's tallest buildings, design the fastest airplanes, build the greatest cars, do everything the absolute best, better than any other nation in the world, and you can do it. And we will soon land American astronauts on Mars. That will happen. That will happen. In every field you have studied, there are problems to be solved and breakthroughs to be made. To the journalism majors, of which I've had a lot of problems with. I must be honest. I'm not sure I like them. No, I do. But you're really leading of everything, because we need a great and free press. We need a brilliant press. They're like a watchkeeper. They're very important, and you can go out and take it down a new track, help save the country. So important. Your task is so important, and it's to build a media that Americans can trust. And remember, the people of this country, they know the truth when they hear it. That's why the ratings, the approval numbers of the media are so low. We need those ratings to be 100%. We have to be able to trust our media. I say you have to have that. You need strong borders, and you need really free, fair, clean elections. You need those things, but the media is a big part of it. In the world of health and medicine, there is an exciting new movement to get poisons out of our food supply, keep toxins out of our government. Clean out our environment and make America healthy again. And I think Bobby's going to do a great job, don't you? I think so. I think he's the guy we needed. And in government, it is the task of your generation to replace bureaucracy, graft, and waste with a new system that defends American freedom. These are big tasks before you, but the reward for your hard work will be the United States of America is stronger, prouder, better, and more unified than ever before. It's going to be. As you embark on this great adventure, let me share some of the biggest lessons I've learned from a lifetime spent building dreams and beating the odds. I beat a lot of odds. A lot of odds. A lot of people said, I don't know. But it worked out okay. Where are we? Oh, gee, I'm president. How did that happen? Now, you're going to be in the same position. But some of the, would you like to hear some of the ideas, or should I just skip over that part, huh? That's going to be more interesting than all the other stuff, which was slightly political, right? I'm going to give it to you, though, just as I see it and as I've learned it, the hard way and the easy way. First, if you're here today and think that you're too young to do something great, let me tell you that you are wrong. You're not too young. You can have great success at a very young age. You're all very young. In America, with drive and ambition, young people can do anything. I was 28 when I took my first big gamble to develop a hotel in Midtown Manhattan, the Grand Hyatt, and it worked out incredibly well. But I was very young at the time. I was like a very young person in sort of an old person business. Steve Jobs was 21 when he founded Apple. Walt Disney was 21 when he founded Disney. James Madison, James Monroe, Alexander Hamilton, Thomas Jefferson. They were no older than 25 when they began the journeys that etched their names into the history books for all time. So to everyone here today, don't waste your youth. Go out and fight right from the beginning, from the day you leave this incredible university. Go out and fight tough, fight fair, but go out and fight. You're going to be very successful, because now is the time to work harder than you have ever worked before. Push yourself further than you have ever pushed yourself before. Find your limits and then smash through everything. Go and smash through. You've watched that football team smash through. You're going to do the same thing. You're at the age when you have the time and vitality to do really incredible things. If you just give it your all, you'll look back, and a decade from now, you'll be astounded by what you've achieved. You'll remember this day. You'll remember when the guy named Trump was giving the commencement address and he said I could do it, and guess what? I did. I think you're going to remember that very fondly. I hope so. Second of all, and very importantly, you have to love what you do. Okay? You have to. I rarely see somebody that's successful that doesn't love what he or she does. That's way you really like. Work isn't work. It's fun. I find it fun. I work all the time and I find it fun. If I didn't find it fun, I wouldn't be successful, whether it was real estate or in showbiz. I had a lot of different careers, but I loved real estate so much, and I was very successful in real estate because I loved it. I learned a lot from my father because I watched him work. He worked he was a workaholic. He loved to work. He's a good man. He was a tough guy, tough as hell, actually. Now that I think back, I don't know if you could even get away with that nowadays. He was tough, but he was a good man, I'll tell you. And he worked 7 days a week. He worked Saturdays, Sundays, it didn't matter. And I learned by watching him, he loved his life. He loved what he was doing. He had a great long-term marriage, a long, many years. He beat me on that one. No, mine are very successful, but they haven't lasted quite as long. It was close to 70 years. That was a long time. I said, Pop, you beat me on that one. But you know what I learned from him? That he loved life, and all he did was work. I see people that don't work hard and they're miserable. So go out and find. But he loved what he was doing, and you have to find something that you love, and you have to follow your own instincts. Listen to your parents; they're very wise, but you have to follow your instincts and your heart, your soul, and you want to be the very, very best you can be. Treat every day like a home game against Auburn. Fight like hell and enjoy doing it, and your coach can tell you all about that. Third thing is to think big. You know, you're going to do something, you might as well think big, because it's just as tough. You can think small. I know a lot of people, they thought small. They're very smart. I know others that weren't nearly as smart, but they had a better picture of the big picture, because it's just as hard to solve a small problem as a big problem, and it's just as much energy and everything else, except the result is going to be a smaller one. So love what you do, but think big if it's possible. Now, if it's not possible, that's okay too. You do something, you have to do something that you love. You will have all the same headaches and challenges, all the same delays and setbacks, so you might as well do something that's just amazing. America doesn't aim small, Alabama doesn't aim small, and neither do you. So think big when possible, think big. Fourth is work hard. Work hard. Never, ever stop. An example is a great athlete, actually, Gary Player, golfer, great golfer. He wasn't as big as other men. He was actually on the small side. Don't tell him that. Friend of mine, don't tell him that, because he doesn't understand that. But he worked very, very hard. He made up for it. He never stopped. He won 168 golf tournaments. Think of that, 100. I said, Gary, you're winning like every weekend. Do you ever choke or anything? I don't know what choke means. And he made a statement years ago that I read, and I thought it was sort of an incredible statement. He said, it's funny, the harder I work, the luckier I get, right? Think of that. The harder I work, the luckier I get. So you really have to work hard, and you're going to be successful because you have the talent. To get into this school is not easy. To get through it is even more difficult. You have a lot of talent. Fifth is don't lose your momentum. You just want to keep it going, and you have to know if you are losing it. You have to know when you're losing it, so maybe you stop, and maybe it's time to stop. Listen to the feedback, think through your plan very carefully, and keep moving fast. The word momentum is very important. I mean, I'll just tell you a little story about a great real estate developer named William Levitt. He built Levittown. Some of you might live in a Levittown. He was the biggest developer in the whole country in the 1940s and so. And he built these jobs. He started with one house, then 2 houses, then 20 houses, then thousands and thousands of houses. And a company, Gulf and Western, came along and they said, we're going to make you an offer to buy your company. And they offered him a lot of money, more money than he ever thought he could make. And he retired, lost his momentum. He retired. And he led a beautiful life. He had a wife, I must tell you, it was a second wife. It was a trophy wife. What can I say? I don't like telling you everything, but we're all friends, right? Can we talk? We're all friends. He had a trophy wife. And he lived a different life. He moved to the south of France, but he it was a life of tremendous luxury. He had so many millions of dollars. He was given a fortune for the company. And 10 years went by, and then 15 years went by, and he got a call from this big conglomerate, Gulf and Western, and they said, we're not doing well with the purchase, because he used to pick up every nail, every piece of sawdust, every piece of wood, every chip, everything, and he'd sell it. He'd make a couple of bucks. Everything was perfect. They can't do that. You know, these big companies, they don't do that. You see it a lot when an entrepreneur sells to a big company and then he ends up buying the company back for peanuts later on. Happens a lot. But he was the best at what he did. But 15 years went by and he was so excited, and they sold him back his company. And he started, and he was going to tear apart the world because he got bored with a life of luxury. And he started building and building and building, and the markets turned on him, and he went bad. He lost everything, and he went bankrupt, absolutely bankrupt. And it was a sad story to read. It was such an amazing story because he was so rich, but he paid them, and he bought it for the right price, bought it low, but he went wild. But he lost his momentum. He wasn't good at it anymore. And he was at a party on Fifth Avenue, I'll never forget. And it was a party of a very, very powerful man who was having the party in a magnificent apartment overlooking the park. And I walked in, and there were 50 or so people. I recognized most of them, all the biggest business people in the world, actually. Very glamorous. I was doing well. I was young, and I was doing well. And I was invited to parties like that. And I looked in the corner, and there was Mr. William Levitt sitting all by himself on a chair, looking very glum. Nobody was talking to him, because you'll find that when you're not successful, you lose a lot of friends. It's not a good situation. But there was nobody talking to him, but I wanted to talk to him because I was in the real estate business, and he was, and most of these people were in different businesses. And I went over and talked to him, and I said, how are you, Mr. Levitt? He goes, Donald, he knew who I was. Not well. I'm not well. I said, so can you come back? He said, no, son, I lost my momentum. I shouldn't have done it. I lost my momentum. And I never forgot that expression. He lost his momentum. If he would have kept going, instead of selling and relaxing and going into a different life, he probably would have been 3 times bigger than he was, but he lost his momentum. And you have to know when it's your time. I mean, there'll be a time when you do lose. You see it with fighters. You see it with a lot of people. They have a great record and they retire, and then 4 years later they say, I'm going back. I can beat that guy, and they get knocked to hell. And it's not good. It's not good. So he lost his momentum. You have to know when your momentum time is up. I call it momentum time. But follow your momentum. It's a very important word. You don't hear it from too many, but I've seen it. I've seen it a lot. Number 6, if you want to change the world, you have to have the courage to be an outsider. In other words, you have to take certain risks and do things a little bit differently. Otherwise, if that weren't the case, everybody would be successful. It doesn't work that way. Progress never comes from those satisfied with the failures of a broken system. It comes from those who want to fix the broken system. And you'll make the bigger money, you'll make the more success by acting that way. The other way may be more secure, but if you want to go to the top, you're just never going to do it unless you break the system. Change is never easy, and the closer you get to success, the more ferociously those with a vested interest in the past will resist you. They want to resist. So I just say, trust me on that, because I know you really do. You have to break the system a little bit and follow your own instincts. But if your vision is right, nothing will hold you down. Nothing. You have to have the right vision. If you look at some of these internet people, I know so many of them. Elon is so terrific, but I know now all of them, they all hated me in my first term, and now they're kissing my ass, Jenner? It's true. All of them. It's true. It's amazing. It's nicer this way. Now, in the first, they didn't know what happened because I won an election that, there was never a businessman that won a presidential election. Out of 100%, 8% were generals and 92% were politicians. Not even admirals, not even just generals. There are 8 generals: General Washington, General Grant, General Eisenhower. But 8% were generals and 92% were politicians. And when I ran, everyone said, well, he can't win. He's a businessman. That's not going to work. And, but you have a natural instinct for things. I guess I had a natural instinct. I said to somebody, was I a better businessman or politician? And they said, well, there are a lot of guys that made a lot of money, but there's only one guy that became president that was a businessman, so I guess you're a better politician. But I don't think of myself as a politician. I think of myself as a businessman, and I'm proud of that. And I've applied business instinct, and that's why I think you're seeing us doing so well. So number 7 is to trust your instincts, common sense. You can go very far in life with common sense, and I applied that to politics because some of these things, like they had open borders, let everybody in the whole world flow into our country. That's not common sense. They had transgender for everybody. We ended that, if you noticed, okay? But they had transgender for everybody. They said, I said, this is not working. This is not going to work. As I said before, so simple. Men playing in women's sports. Did you ever see some of the records? Did you ever see some of these boxing matches? We have to protect. These women are great athletes, but we have to protect. If you looked at the Olympics where they had transitioned people going into the boxing, where the women had boxing, and they had a great champion, a female boxer. I mean, after one punch, she walked back to the corner and said, I can't get hit like that. I've never been hit like that before. You look at all the volleyball players that have been hurt so badly with balls that are hit at levels that they've never seen before. But the greatest is like weightlifting. You ever see the weightlifting? Where they have a record that wasn't broken in 18 years? And they have, should I imitate it? My wife gets very upset when I do this. She said, darling, it's not presidential. I said, yeah, but people like it. Should I do it or not? All right, I'm in trouble when I get home, but that's okay. What the hell? I've been in lots of trouble before. But no, you look at the weightlifting where 18 years it stands, and they have this young woman, and her parents are right where you are in the front row, and they're so proud of her, and it's like 209 pounds, and she's going to lift that. The record stood for 18, think of it, 18 years, and they put 1/8 of an ounce here, and 1/8 of an ounce here, little bit, and she's going to do it. Mom, I love you. I'm going to do it for you, Mom. And she goes, and she lifts, and she gets it, and Mom, I'm going to do it, Mom. Can't do it. And then a guy comes along, or a gal, or whatever. A transitioned person comes along, And he was a failed weightlifter as a man. But he comes along, 206 pounds. They put the little thing on, and he goes, boom, boom. And breaks a record like by 119 pounds. That's not right. The other one is the swimming. You've heard me talk about it. Great swimmers, and you know, they rose to the top. Women swimmers, and they grew up together. And they're Olympic class swimmers, and they're qualifying for some big tournament. And now the race is getting ready to start, the big race, and one young lady, she was going to set the record. She fought all her life to set the record. She has to win it by one ninth of a second. Think of that, 1/9. I don't like those odds, 1/9 of a second, right? But she looks to the left and she sees all the friends that she grew up with down in California, from all over the country. They're all the best swimmers. Then she looks to the right and she sees the same thing, but there's a person next to her who's a giant. Then she looks and she, oh my God, who is that? I don't recognize that person. That was a person that transitioned, and he had the wingspan of Wilt the Stilt Chamberlain, if anybody knows what. And as you know what happened, she was very, very badly injured in that meet, because he went by her so fast that she was windburned. They had to take her out. She got serious windburn. He flew back and forth, and she didn't know what, but she got the hell knocked out of her. Knowing that, I'm only kidding. She wasn't windburned. She was just beaten by a lot. Or the race, did you see the race where they had the best female runners, and they had a guy who was a decent runner, a long-distance race? And he won by 5 hours and 19 seconds. You know, normally you win by like 12 seconds, 2 seconds, a quarter of a second. He won by 5 hours and 19 seconds. It's crazy. And you know, honestly, it's demeaning for women, very demeaning. These are great athletes. It's very demeaning, and we're going to protect women. We're going to protect women. We're going to protect everybody. So now that I'm in trouble with my wife, I'm going to blame the University of Alabama for asking me to go through with that stuff. But it's pretty descriptive, isn't it, really? It helps when you know that borders are not racist, speech is not violence, America is good, terrorists are bad, men can never become women, police are not criminals, and criminals are not victims. Eighth, everybody should believe. Thank you. Thank you very much. Everybody should believe in the American dream. It's real, it's there, and it's right before you. We're coming back to the American dream. Ninth, think of yourself as a winner. The power of positive thinking. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, from many years ago, wrote a book, The Power of Positive Thinking, and there is a lot to it. The power of positive thinking. Don't consider yourself a victim. Consider yourself a winner. In recent years, too many of our young people have really been taught to think of themselves as victims and blame people and be angry. Don't be angry. But in America, we reject that idea that anyone is born a victim. Our heroes are the ones who take charge of their own destiny, make their own luck, and determine their own fate despite the odds, despite all odds. That's what happens. They're given a little chance in many cases, very little chance of success, and they become the most successful people in the world. Whether you were born rich or poor, black or white, male or female in America, anyone can be a winner. And our whole country will be cheering you on, and I'll be at the front of the line cheering you on, especially because you come from this incredible university. And next is to be an original. The old-time greats were people who had the confidence to be a little different. Teddy Roosevelt, Douglas MacArthur, George Patton, Amelia Earhart, Annie Oakley, Muhammad Ali, and so many others, far too many to name, lived their lives with pride, personality, and flair. God only created one of you. Remember that. God created one of you. You're all different. Some are close, but nobody is the same. You're one of a kind. So don't try to be someone else. Just be yourself. And finally, and most importantly, never, ever give up. Never give up. Never give up. And I've learned anything in life, and it's so true. One of the most important things you can learn, if you just went a little bit longer, if you just held out a little bit longer, you would have been successful. Well, the stories of that are legend. But I've learned that perseverance is everything. So whatever happens, no matter where you are in life, stay optimistic and just keep pushing forward. Just don't stop. Never, ever give up. Victory is right around the corner. I've watched Coach Saban win games that really were virtually over. You've seen it. You've been in the stands. You won a couple of games. I said, Coach, you got lucky as hell. He said, I didn't get lucky. I'm a talented guy. You know, those little touchdowns that come out of nothing. He's amazing. But he's a guy that doesn't quit and doesn't know what the word quit even means. He couldn't define it. He took victory out of the jaws of defeat, and you can do that too at every stage in my career. My enemies, of which there were many and probably are right now, I can think of a couple of people that don't like me too much right now. But they said that they have to do everything they can to keep me from winning, to keep me from making it. And I'm representing you, so I have to make it. I have big shoulders, but these are big shoulders. I have to win for you. I'm not winning for myself. I'm winning for you. Do you remember when they said that Donald Trump will never become president of the United States? Remember Barack Hussein Obama said that? Barack Hussein Obama. Donald Trump will never be president. Like 50 other politicians said that. Where are they now? Oh, let me see. Oh, there they are. Where are they now? But here I am standing before you as the 45th and 47th president. You heard that a lot. But against all odds, I did great in 2016. 2016, how great was that? And then I did much better in 2020. Sorry, the election was rigged. But it was a rigged election. And then in 2024, I made it too big to rig. I said, we got to do this again. We got to do this again. And we made it too big to rig. We made it. That was a great expression. I said, you got to go and vote. Even though I was leading big in the polls, I said, it doesn't matter. You got to make it too big to rig. And they did. They went out and they voted and voted and voted. And we won the whole thing. And it was so good. And it's such a great mandate for our country. That's the important thing. So never let anyone tell you that something is impossible. Ever, ever, ever. In America, the impossible is what we all do best. There is nothing you cannot do if you are willing to fight for it. You got to fight, fight, fight. Oh, I've heard that expression. Funny. That's not here. That's not here on the actually, most of what I've said tonight is not on the teleprompter. That's all right. Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't need a teleprompter and can sort of have a little fun? Because I feel that this is home. You know, it's been such a great state for me. I feel it's home. When they said Alabama, I said, that has a good ring to me. But it's something nice about somebody that doesn't need a teleprompter, isn't it? Huh? But for the past 4 years, you've lived in a state known for its fighters, its champions, and its warriors, and you've lived in the great state of Alabama, one of the greatest of them all, from Huntsville to Birmingham, from Montgomery to Mobile, and from right here in Tuscaloosa. To the gleaming shores of the Gulf of America. That's a nice thing. Everybody loves it. I wouldn't say Mexico's thrilled, but you can't have them all. They're not thrilled. You continue the legacy of Alabama legends who blazed the trails, won the games, tilled the fields, forged the steels, built the ships, and gave us the victories that built America and changed the world. The entire world was changed by our victories. This is the state that gave us the might of the Iron City, the power of the Saturn V rocket, and the roaring engines of Talladega. Talladega. We love Talladega. We love Talladega. This is the state that gave us nothing but victory, the state of some of the greatest heroes in history, like Willie Mays, Jesse Owens, Joe Louis, your coach, Nick Saban, Hank Williams, and many others. Some of you will leave here today and travel the world, but you will always know that this state as this is really sweet home Alabama, right? It's always going to be your place. I sort of feel that way myself because from a political standpoint, it's just been, we connected from day one. From the first day I set my foot on this beautiful soil, I connected with Alabama. And here in Alabama, we believe that the men and women who built this country are heroes and that America's destiny is to be the single greatest nation on the face of the earth. And we're bringing it back at a speed that nobody thought was possible. We believe in freedom and family, God and country. We cherish our Constitution. We revere our Bible. And we salute our great American flag. We honor our police, we respect our veterans, and we always stand for our one and only national anthem. We love our national anthem. We believe in strong parents, strong values, strong communities, and very strong borders. And we believe that the United States military is the greatest force for peace and justice the world has ever known. We have a great military. We just had people that didn't know how to lead it. We believe the South is beautiful, Alabama is great, and America is our home. We believe in the SEC and the USA. Graduates of the Alabama class of 2025 standing here before you in this magnificent arena, it is clear to see the next chapter of the American story will not be written by the Harvard Crimson. It will be written by you, the Crimson Tide. That's true. That's true. That's true. I thought that was rather clever. If you look at what's going on, they get their $5 billion a year. That is not going to be so forthcoming. Now, wasn't that a clever one, though? Huh? Who would think of that? Because this is Alabama. And at Alabama, you fight, and you win. That's what you know how to do. Congratulations to you all. Congratulations to this great class of champions. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
All right, President Trump. Speaking to the University of Alabama class of 2025 commencement address tonight, and that was a long and winding road of a commencement address. There.
It was.
We got to a lot of topics.
Yeah.
But a couple great messages in there from the president. If you want to change the world, you have to have the courage to be an outsider. Progress never comes from those satisfied with the failures of a broken system. It comes from those who want to fix the broken system. And someone with a lot of an experience there on that quote, I thought that was pretty strong.
I think he's an expert in that area for everything he's done, by the way. Everybody says, he was given all this money by his father. But you know what? He did something great about that, and he changed the paradigm. He went into Manhattan. His father was building affordable housing. He went into Manhattan, changed the whole city, went into TV, became a TV star, bought an airline, had a pro football team and a league. He's taken a lot of chances, and you fail.
Yeah,
You know, when you take a lot of chances.
It looks like is he going to? Oh no, okay.
Is he hanging out? Is he dancing?
He's going to hang out and shake the hand of every person who walks across that stage.
He's going to give out the diplomas.
Okay.
I believe it.
Is he going to towel dance while he's at it? Just,
Abby Adelson, come on down.
No YMCA tonight, so the president couldn't do his dance, but there he goes.
Oh, he's the best. I mean, come on.
You know, they do have the school marching band there. I'm surprised they didn't learn YMCA. I think that would have been a great. That would have been a great way for him to exit out.
I like that idea.
We'll just take it in here a little bit. The president going over to some people there in the stands.
They did a nice rendition of Hail to the Chief, though.
Secret Service has got to be really happy with that.
Oh, my God.
As they rush over there to make
We
sure.
have an heart attack right now. Look at the people, how they love him.
I mean, there's very few that have a connection like he has.
He's incredible.
With these people.
Oh, what did he say? What did I win Alabama by 45 points? So it's a very, very friendly crowd, I'd say.
What a gift to those kids. I'll never forget that moment, boy. You had the President of the United States.
Yeah, and he was a little bit long-winded and kind of went off and did a little campaign, not commencement speech kind of stuff.
Topics,
but you could tell the kids were into it and they were laughing. And
election fraud.
You know, they were listening to the whole message. You know, I think he made some great points too. Of course, you know.
Yeah. Maybe he felt he needed to educate them. Yeah. You know, a little bit on
talking
things.
about some of the things that he's seen. You know, talking about momentum. You know, to kind of keep moving forward, that kind of thing.
I mean, I love that quote. Progress never comes from those satisfied with the failures of a broken system.
Yeah.
That's some quote.
That's true in just about everything that's really happened. And momentum. Momentum is everything. You know, we talk about that a lot, you and I, about different things we're working on. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, it's momentum, man. When 1 or 2 fall, 3 or 4 fall, 5 or 6 fall, but you got to get 1 or 2. And the momentum does take you through. I'm a big believer in that.
Yeah. Well, that was a big part of that. He had a long section there on momentum and the Levitts and that whole section. It was very interesting. So, all right, live from Studio 6B at the America First Warehouse on a Thursday night, 28 past the hour. Aaron, we're good on the clock, right? We're going to go right to 40 whatever here. Okay. All right. Well, let's try to get to everybody here. We did some news. Let's do some sports, Slickster, and then we'll do some news with Vinnie Max. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. Use code LFS6B at checkout. It'll give you a great savings on all the great stuff from Mike Lindell. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D. Well, NBA action to the scoreboard we go. Knicks looking to close out the series in Detroit tonight, up 3-2. Game 6, they lead the Pistons 91-79. 2:13 to go there in the third quarter. Just enough time. Actually, check that. 91-80. So Pistons trailing by 11. And again, they're playing for their playoff lives. Nuggets and Clippers, 10 p.m. That series is Game 6. 3-2, Denver leading. Denver looking to close it out on the road. And the Lakers got closed out last night, Big D. I know you were mourning about that, right?
I didn't even know what happened.
LeBron, he's all mad now. He was calling out the front office. Typical crybaby. Our favorite player.
And I think my favorite play of that whole game, because it was all over social media this morning, on X especially, is LeBron James running into Dante DiVincenzo, a guy he outweighs by about 50 pounds and is about 3 inches taller, and he hits the deck and starts rolling around and writhing in pain.
I saw
like he just ran into Shaquille O'Neal at full speed.
It's like those soccer players you see where they don't even get kicked and they fall down and writhing in pain.
The part that really made my heart so burst with joy was watching his teammates just meander about like it didn't even happen. It's like, not this again.
And the Emmy goes to LeBron James.
Oh my God, it was so pathetic. He is such a pathetic athlete. When you think about the talent he has, that he has to resort to this kind of nonsense.
He's so petty. He's very petty.
It's just garbage.
It's true. The guy's got so much talent.
Right. Garbage.
It just diminishes his whole thing.
All right, to the ice we go. NHL action now. A couple of series is getting ready. Good stuff. Maple Leafs right now, 3-2 over the Senators. Game 6, Toronto looking to close that series out and move on as they're up 3-2. 38 seconds to go in the third. And that's pretty close there. We'll see. I'm sure they got the empty net there in Ottawa. Golden Knights 2-1 over the Wild. Another great series. Vegas leading that series 3-2, looking to close it out in Minnesota tonight. That's at the end of 2. And at 9:30, the Stars are taking on the Colorado Avalanche, and that's a Game 6. that series. Also 3-2, Dallas looking to close that out on the road. Well, his nickname may be Lefty, but we know he's not a lefty. Phil Mickelson rips traitor Chuck Schumer over SAVE Act criticisms. He is not representing America. The SAVE Act passed the House earlier this month. Paulina Dadaj of Fox News. Golfing great Phil Mickelson fired off on Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer from New York on social media Wednesday over the Democratic leader's criticisms of the Safeguarding American Voter Eligibility SAFE Act. Schumer on Wednesday criticized the Republican-backed legislation which passed in the House earlier this month. The bill will require voters to obtain proof of citizenship in person before they register for a federal election. It would also remove non-citizens from the voter rolls. Not a bad idea. Schumer criticized the Trump administration and the SAFE Act, calling it the antithesis of democracy. Donald Trump and Republicans are putting our elections in a vice grip. Executive orders from the president on one end and dangerous legislation from Congress on the other, he said during his speech. They don't understand the sacredness of elections and keeping them fair. The kind of legislation, the kind of executive orders which are so jaundiced, so slanted on the side of one party are the antithesis of democracy. Antithesis. All right, Delgado.
Thank you.
In a clip of the speech.
You want to buy a vowel or we're good?
That is a word, guys, I never see. I never see.
Well, you nailed it right there.
Yeah, you had it there.
I picked up on it.
Solve the problem now.
You picked up on Delgado laughing at you.
Yeah, well, of course.
Mr. Perfect over there.
We'll take
perfect, absolutely. Right down to his rip in his left thigh jean there.
Antithesis for 500, Bob.
So Mickelson, of course, after that long-winded windbag speech from Schumer, he fired back, calling Schumer a traitor. He says, how is this fighting for Americans? How is letting non-citizens vote in American elections a good thing? Not to mention the antithesis. No.
Very antithesis.
It is not his post. He is not representing America, its citizens, nor their best interests. He's a traitor.
Yeah.
In response to pushback on his post, the Live Golf Pro doubled down. The SAFE Act passed in the House, passed 220 to 208 early this month. It moved to the Senate, where it will need the support of Democrats to meet the 60-vote threshold for advancement. Schumer suggested Wednesday that this will likely not happen. Let me be clear. I will not let this noxious bill, the SAFE Act, become law. Every single Democrat is united against it. They need 60 votes. The SAFE Act is dead on arrival, he said. So there's Schumer. But good to see Lefty come out. Golfer, getting the word out there. So we love Phil. And that's a wrap in sports and everything antithesis.
I'm pro-thesis instead of antithesis. Yes.
If these people show up tomorrow night, antithesis, I'm out of here.
How are you going to graduate if you're antithesis?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I didn't write my thesis, so I guess I was antithesis. Antithesis it is.
Oh, God.
Well done, though. Well done.
All right, Slick. Sports are brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Vinnie Mac is here.
This is antithesis.
Vinnie Mac,
follow that.
You're the antithesis of Delgado, so why don't we we'll go to you.
Hey, what does that mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It sounded good.
What's on your mind?
Speaking of antithesis, well, I had mentioned this a while ago regarding the deal that Trump was making on minerals and stuff with the Ukraine, and I'm going to make a Goodfellas analogy here. You remember in Goodfellas where Joe Pesci owed the guy who owned the restaurant a lot of money, and they made Paulie a partner. Paulie was the big mafia guy, because if Paulie's a partner, he's got to pay and he's got to take care of all these problems, right? Well, the restaurant owner is a Ukraine, and we're Paulie. And this is why I thought this was the most important thing to happen in the entire conflict, because now we have a vested interest of protecting Ukraine. We have a vested interest in protecting those minerals, which are extremely valuable. They leverage China because they control that. This is a nice piece of the pie for us. Russia responded to this, sort of proving my point by saying, hey, this is a major problem. Ukraine might not even exist because of this, a real threat. But when you see an extreme response like this, like China responded, recently to some of the stuff that Trump is doing with the tariffs, they responded in a ridiculous nature. You see a ridiculous response like this, you've done something that's actually going to change things. And for the Ukrainian people and so on, this is the smartest thing they could have done. They should have signed this 2 months ago. They should have signed this, 1 month ago. But now that it's signed, we have, in my view, a major swing in that entire conflict. I want to stay on foreign policy because a couple of things, caught my attention.
Can I just ask you something on the Ukraine thing? Like, how much money have we given Ukraine? Why do just
over $100 billion, I believe.
Right. So
a couple of $100 billion.
Why is it we shouldn't just be taking whatever the hell we want?
Right.
Why do we have to have this deal? I'm just curious on that.
The deal represents security for Ukraine against Russia. That's what it represents. It's not a monetary. It's going to be a monetary thing, but the symbolism of this deal represents we now have a vested interest in this country. More than a vested interest politically, we have a material financial vested interest, and we're going to protect it. And Trump looking at this mineral thing as a way to pay us back, as a way to extract money out of Ukraine. Could we have done what you just said? Yeah, we easily could have done that. Maybe we should have done that in the very beginning instead of just giving them money willy-nilly, which is what the Biden administration did, and we're obviously not doing that. We're doing a completely different thing. We're going to say, hey, do this, you're going to pay us back. But now that we have a vested interest, it changes the dynamic. We never had a vested interest there. Politically, we had a vested interest.
Well, yeah, because, we didn't go to war with them, right? We didn't destroy their cities. Like, why are we enacting like this? I don't know. Almost seems like a Marshall Plan there when we're not the one. How about send us back the hundreds of billions of dollars we gave you? We don't need a deal for you telling us what belongs to us or what not. How about that?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Hopefully this deal, kind of gets us that money back, but also guarantees that money back, right? Because they could say, "Oh yeah, we're going to pay you back," and then, of course, in a few years after Trump leaves office, some other stooge comes in who's paid off and goes, "You know what? We're gonna. It'll be you don't have to pay back that loan." Kind of thing.
Right.
It'll be like a student loan. You never have to pay it off.
This is the equivalent of getting an oil well.
Right.
In a Middle Eastern country that we have a conflict with. It's the equivalent of that in terms of how valuable these minerals ultimately are going to be. But for me, this is a major inflection point, and we're going to see the result of that. And we did today. When the Kremlin goes bananas, which they did, and made extremely strong threats, you got somewhere big. And the last thing Putin wanted, by the way, all the stooges out there on the left, that Trump's in Putin's pocket, and I may have mentioned this a couple of months ago when this was first coming around. This is the last thing that Vladimir Putin wants, is the United States to have their hand in Ukraine. He wants to take over the whole country. And now we have this major vested interest there. Boy, this is a big deal.
Right.
The other big deal is the announcement that Trump made about Iranian oil. We're supposed to meet with the Iranians again over the weekend. They canceled that meeting. We did. We canceled that meeting. We also have been bombing every day these Houthis and just destroying them. It's 45 days straight. And we're supposed to sit down with the Iranians again. Trump comes out and says, hey, anyone buying Iranian oil, you're no partner of the United States, and we're not going to trade with you, et cetera, et cetera. A major, major threat. The reason I think he did that is the Iranians probably are doing the same nonsense that they do with every negotiation, which is basically a bad deal for us and a bad deal for the world because they're still going to have nuclear something. This is typical of how, say, Obama administration would handle it or the Clinton administration would handle it by cutting some weak-ass deal. Trump's basically drawing a line in the sand right now because something's not going right. And he's doing exactly what he needs to do, which is leverage all of our assets, which are all the international players that do business with us. And so you want to do business with us? You can't buy Iranian oil. We have had negotiations with Iran and Russia where both times we've allowed them both to sell oil all over the world. What are we, crazy? Like that's filling the coffers. The Chinese are buying oil from the Russians and the Chinese, and we're putting sanctions on Russia. They mean nothing. Now you've got to draw a line in the sand, and doing this, I think, is a major deal. So from a foreign policy standpoint, where we've not seen a lot of things happen, these are major things. So that's what's got my eye these days. And anytime I can bring a Goodfellas reference in,
oh yeah,
I feel like it's worthy to do.
Because now Paulie or the U.S. us,
yes.
we have to get our beak wet.
Yeah,
we got to
get our beak wet.
The point in Iran, I think, is an important one. Obviously, what President Trump did there, I think, is important because he's basically saying you're going to choose between the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism or in the U.S. markets. You're going to decide which one you're going to support because you're not going to do one and the other.
Yeah.
That's right.
So which one are you going to support? Are you going to support the people that continue to give the Houthis these weapons that are attacking our guys? Or are you going to do business with us? Because if you're going to do business with us, you're not doing business with them. Which is why, when we talked about in 16 to 20, he had his proverbial hands around their necks.
That's right.
And they were broke and ready to make a deal. And then Biden and Blinken and Rice and all of them came in and they opened the coffers. And that's why we're back to where we are, and now he's going to do it again.
One thing I would add to that, so what you just said, 100%, but we've never had the cooperation of the world. You know, we've never had Europeans fully cooperating. There's been all these backdoor deals for Iranian oil. All of this stuff's been happening. We haven't been able to stop them from doing this fully. Trump just laid it out. Now, he said what you have inferred, but for the first time, I think, really, he's made it pretty clear. You're with them, you're not with us. Simple as that. We have tried things like that, but we haven't gotten the real cooperation because they need oil. So buy it from us.
You know, I've seen people who are talking about this, and actually it brings me to the New York Post, because the New York Post had an op-ed. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's entitled, "A Bad Iran Deal is Worse Than No Deal."
That's right.
Mr. President.
I saw that.
And I've seen a lot of this. What do you make of that? What do you make of those kind of...
Because every deal with Iran in general has been a bad deal.
I mean, I've heard people say any deal with Iran's a bad deal for our nation. It's a loss for our nation.
I think there's a lot of truth to that, because every deal anytime a deal is made with Iran, it enables them to have something like nuclear weapons or a path or whatever. Everything that's happened at every turn, when we've discussed anything with them and negotiated with them, they've had a path. And that's what they mean by that. Like, there's no deal that's a good deal unless you just eliminate their nuclear weapon or ability to have it. Simple as that. And that's where that's coming from.
Yeah. All right, let's hit the break. Come back and wrap it up on a Thursday night, live from Studio 6B from the America First Warehouse right after this.
Being able to have something to always protect myself, this Byrna allows me to have that peace of mind no matter where we're really at.
It provides you with peace of mind. Not only that you can thwart the threat, but that you don't have to take a life in order to do so.
With the Byrna, you have the situation where now you're able to make yourself prepared for what might actually happen once you get there.
Of all the materials I use as a realtor, Byrna just fits in with all of that, and it's something that I don't think I'll ever need, but I'll be really glad that I have.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, live from Studio 6B on a Thursday night. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. We took President Trump's commencement speech from the University of Alabama tonight. Of course, we're here live at the America First Warehouse, where tomorrow night you will be here live. At least some of you will be here live as we kick off our Friday night lives here at the America First Warehouse. And if you're interested in coming, whether it's tomorrow night or any other Friday, right there, scan the QR code. You can go to theamericafirstwarehouse.com and check out all the situation for tickets. Reserve any of the Fridays coming up. And we would love to see you here on a Friday night. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be fun to do it. It's going to be fun to have people right here all around us.
Yeah, can't wait.
All around us.
Oh, can't wait. It's awesome.
We're going to get out into the crowd. We'll have you'll be part of the show as well.
We're getting on the road.
Yeah.
Finally on the road.
We know how much Damon loves crowds.
Yes. He's already talking about his exit strategy tomorrow night. Damon has left the building.
I may do the show tomorrow night from my house remote. You guys let me know how
that could actually work well.
Just kidding, Aaron.
I came down with the flu.
Well, yeah, if I get the flu, there's nothing I can do. So
that's true.
But we are looking forward to. The guys are looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow night. Just kidding. I'm going to be here. I'm more excited than all you guys. What are you guys talking about?
Of course you are. Yes, of course. We could tell.
Come on.
Look at him. He's so excited.
I can't wait.
He's got all his 8x10 glossies ready.
Yeah.
Well, I've had it. Stop.
He's
He's got a whole box of Sharpies ready to go.
And closed-toed shoes.
Think about that. Slick, you're going to have to probably sign some stuff.
I'm bringing a purple Sharpie down.
Oh, man. Okay. I didn't think about that.
Sign some kids.
Oh, well, we're just looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a good time. Kevin Downey Jr. is going to be out there in the crowd with all of you, so you'll have a chance to talk to Kevin Downey Jr. if you want. Harry on the Highway is going to be the master of ceremonies.
Oh, he's going to get them all lathered up.
Oh, no. Get batteries in that pacemaker, baby. Because,
man.
Harry will get him fired up.
If Harry could just make it through his opening speech, I'll be happy. And that's before we even get to air, so that's just for the people in the house.
If he's not busy getting phone numbers.
Harry, get off the couch, Harry.
If Harry can get off the couch and get through his opening speech, I'll be ecstatic to hit the
hang on,
stage.
there's a cocktail waitress over here. I'll be right.
Hey, you still seeing that guy?
You guys are vicious to Harry. I got Harry's back.
Oh, yeah, you got Harry's back.
I love Harry.
So.
He's got a hairy back, what?
No.
And Kevin will be steaming clams in the back, too.
Kevin will be steaming clams.
He'll be broiling his brisket.
Yes, and Slick will be handing out steak sandwiches.
Oh, man. Slick, did you pay the bill and clear the card for tomorrow?
No, I got Super Chat. I got a Super Chat account now. LFS6B Super Chat. Steak sandwiches?
Super steaks.
I can't say for the house. That's too many people.
Do we even know if Joe has? I mean, we keep talking about it, but we don't even know if he's here.
I don't know. Well, then it's got to be pizza.
Oh,
Aaron's on it. Aaron's on it.
Aaron's
That's
on
my
it.
girl. She knows.
All right, steak truck is here. All right, so if you're here tomorrow night, we should do it.
We'll be covered in steak grease.
We should all go to the steak truck together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we rib each other all the time anyways. How's the difference?
All right, let's do some more news. What are we talking about here? Nothing. All right, let's do some news, Delgado. What else is going on?
All right, well, our favorite former Democrat presidential candidate was out and about. I don't know if you saw it. Tough to avoid the elephant in the room. We're talking about, of course, Kamala Harris.
Come on.
As she was making her first speech, attacking President Trump's vision for America after the first 100 days.
It was inspired by what's his name from Georgia?
Yes, exactly. Former VP Harris emerged from her political hibernation, it says here in the New York Post, to deliver a sternly worded rebuke of President Trump, soon descending into one of her trademark word salads, of course. This time, bizarrely, bizarrely focusing on a viral video of elephants during an earthquake. I don't know if you guys heard this.
What?
Here's the part that got everybody basically laughing even harder at the former vice president. Cut number 1. Here's Kamala with her strange story. I don't know where she's going with this, but here it is, cut 1.
Well, that's nothing new.
In fact, please allow me, friends, to digress for a moment. Okay.
Oh, my God.
It's kind of dark in here, but I'm asking for a show of hands. Who saw that video from a couple of weeks ago? The one of the elephants at the San Diego Zoo during the earthquake? Google it if you've not seen it.
Google it.
She hasn't lost a touch.
So that scene has
Man,
been
did we
on my
dodge
mind.
a bullet? Holy.
Everybody's asking me, what you been thinking about these days? Well...
Not much.
Wonderful. Yeah, so we were all now...
I've never been so happy to see the bomb go off ever without even calling for it. Oh, my God.
I think it's, 102 days now safe without Kamala Harris as president. So I think we're doing well.
Well done.
Could you imagine?
No.
No. Not at all.
It's a nightmare to even think. It's a nightmare.
But don't worry, because Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt had some words of encouragement for Kamala. Here she is, cut number 7, giving the former VP a little nudge and a little, oomph to keep it up. Cut 7.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, everyone. And just to add on the Kamala Harris point, I think I speak for everyone at the White House. We encourage Kamala Harris to continue going out and do speaking engagements. You'll hear from the president at 11 o'clock. See you guys later.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
I mean, you got to love that little bomb tossed over. There you go.
Yeah.
I love it.
Bernie, AOC, Hearst, Jasmine, What Crockett. Send them all out there.
Send them all out.
Send them all out.
Keep them talking.
Keep them talking.
Exactly. And, that's all I got. We'll turn it over to whoever wants to grab some time next.
All right, Slick, is there anything else in sports?
Toronto's moving on. They won their series against the Senators in the NHL 4-2. So there you go. And the Kings are taking on the Oilers at 10 p.m. And Knicks right now trying to close it out. 103-97. Getting a little tight there, guy.
I thought you said it was 2 minutes left, like 9 minutes ago.
No, that was in the third quarter. We're now in the fourth quarter, Mr. D.
They play 4 quarters.
Yeah, 7:04. So Knicks really want to close that one out. And, of course, we're getting ready for the Kentucky Derby now on Saturday, rather. Let's not forget that.
At gunpoint, I couldn't name you one horse that's running.
Well, journalism is the favorite, and then followed by fake news at 5-1.
And antithesis is in the running as well.
Antithesis as well. But Bob Baffert horse suddenly scratched from the Kentucky Derby just about 2 hours ago. So apparently Rodriguez, a colt trained by Bob Baffert, had entered into Saturday's Kentucky Derby, was officially scratched from the late race.
Is Johnny Velasquez riding any horses? Is he still jockeying? If he's riding, I'm picking that horse to win.
I would say yes, he would be. I don't know what horse, but I'll have a full update tomorrow night. We'll do a little derby talking tomorrow night with some bourbon and cigars. Big D, we'll get that going on. But
cigars. That's the one thing about here. We got to get Joe the Box's guy. We got to be able to, I don't know.
No, we got it. Come on.
Got to puff up some cigars. Come on. Joe the Box will get smoke some cigars.
We're gonna, Big D. He's going to be in the green room puffing away. That's a wrap, Big D. Back to you.
All right, Slick. Very good.
Yeah.
Vinnie Mac, anything else on this Thursday night? I know you're looking forward to tomorrow night.
Yeah.
I am really looking forward to just feeling the vibe, just the energy of everyone here.
It's packed the house.
But two things that caught my attention that are not huge stories, but interesting stories. One, Scott Jennings. How much do we love Scott Jennings?
Yeah.
That guy, he's just so good, especially...
Whatever's on the check, the zeros aren't enough for what he deals with over there.
I agree. And he's always spot on, and he's got a hostile audience on a regular basis. And he mentioned that he's mulling a career move, possibly running for Mitch McConnell's seat. And getting the Senate based on if Donald Trump, wants him to do it. And I loved hearing that. He's exactly the kind of guy you want in there. Especially in a powerful position.
I mean, obviously, anybody who breathes is an upgrade from McConnell, but that would be what an upgrade.
Yeah, it'd be a huge upgrade, and the fact that he's even thinking. But he said an incredible, respectful thing. He's like, "But I'm awaiting Donald Trump's approval." He wants the support of the president to do this, and you just don't hear that every day.
Well, because he wants to win.
Well, he wants to win, but I think it goes a little deeper than that, frankly, because he's showing a lot of respect for where Trump's whole vision is for the country, and Scott shares.
As always, we salute our military, active and inactive, police, firefighters, first responders, all emergency personnel. Thanks, guys, on the show. Thanks, everybody at the America First Warehouse, Joe the Box, Martin, the whole team here. Aaron, Fran, great job as always. We will see you tomorrow night, not only here on Real America's Voice, but we will see you live at the America First Warehouse tomorrow night, 8 p.m. right here, Real America's Voice, 103.9 LI News Radio. We'll see you tomorrow night, everybody.
Poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them.
Former Vice President Kamala Harris gave her first major speech since leaving the vice presidency, and it was about what you'd expect. Also, Starbucks has a new dress code for their baristas, and they are not happy about it. Lastly, the guy who's filing impeachment articles against President Trump now has a pretty interesting past that you're probably going to want to hear about. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Now, before we get into any of those stories, which I think are all fascinating, we have to talk about this weird ethical, moral AI online thing that is happening. Just to set this story up before we have a discussion with our panel, the University of Zurich had a team that decided to infiltrate a Reddit subreddit. And if you don't know what that is, the online forum with AI models in order to try and convince people of differing opinions. The subreddit was Change My View. So people that are supposedly open to changing their views, this university put a bunch of bots in to make different arguments about different points to try and get people to change their mind. Now, according to the Reddit moderators, the community online moderators, the group out of Zurich said, well, we ran this by our ethics board and they said it's okay for us to do. So the moderator's like, oh, okay, that's fine, I guess. Well, turns out they changed a bunch of their things, never went back to the ethics board, and now they're sitting on a ton of data on whether or not they were able to change the minds of people online or not. Now, obviously, this is potentially very problematic, so much so that the Reddit community is considering legal action to make sure that the report doesn't get released, which is a weird ethical quandary to be in. As a free speech absolutist, I am all about anybody saying anything at any point, and that really is the only rule that I have. You can't make violent threats, and other than that, yeah, that's free speech. And also, I'm very concerned about AI, as a lot of people should be, especially because it depends almost entirely on who's creating the AI, in which direction the AI goes. So it's a really interesting question of whether or not conservatives or just people in general should be okay with AI doing various things online that people could do and maybe even claim that they are doing, but they're computers. Again, I know, kind of convoluted and complicated, but to help break it down, we have an awesome panel today. Kevin Ferris is the host of Speechless, and Matt Riggle is a comedian, commentator, improver, among other things. Guys, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Joe Bob.
I want to start with you. You're in law school, so you're basically an attorney, probably smarter than several of the attorneys out there that I'm aware of. Kind of what is your thought about this? Because like I said, I am a free speech absolutist, and who's to say that somebody who agrees with something that AI wrote and puts it out as themselves is not, that's not okay. But at the same time, I don't even know how you would moderate it, if you could moderate it. I know there's a lot there, but what are your thoughts?
Well, this is a deep, deep hole that we do not have enough time to talk about in this entire show for, Joe Bob, but you bring up some really good questions, and this study itself brings up a lot of questions. At the very surface level, we can ask ourselves, what truly is humanism? You know, there's a lot of people that discuss the idea of post-humanism, what happens after we evolve potentially, or maybe even devolve past the traditional idea of experiencing the world. And when it comes to everything that's questioned with AI, we ask the questions such as, what does it even mean to hold an opinion anymore? And is there a legal right of AI to its own ideas, thoughts, and expressions? And are we even living in a world in which anybody needs think for themselves anymore? Now, I would say absolutely yes. There's a necessity for human evolution to continue thinking for ourselves. But some might say that, hey, AI can do it all for us. You don't need to have your own opinion, because the best opinion can be found out through an algorithm. And I think that's a really, really deep and dark and scary place to think about.
Yeah, I would happen to agree. Personally, again, on my side, I think, humans should do what humans do, and to the best of your ability, ignore all of the stuff that the AI models are doing, because you're better off thinking for yourself, and you're going to live a more fulfilling life doing so. The problem is, how do you even regulate this, if we were going to regulate it? Matt, I realize this is a somewhat complex moral quandary that we're posing right now, but I don't know, what are your thoughts? Should the university be allowed to release this study? Because honestly, I'm curious, did AI change people's minds? Did it have an effect? And if so, what effect is that? How are we going to deal with it as a human species? Your thoughts?
Well, to your question, should they release it? Sure. In terms of what they're going to find, I mean, I hope they didn't spend a lot of money on this study, because I feel like the Russians kind of already did this quite some time ago. And they found out, yes, indeed, people can absolutely be influenced maybe not change their minds, but their opinions can be heightened or altered in many ways by bots or people pretending to be of a certain persuasion and opinion. That's very possible. We've seen that. And I hope that James Cameron's watching, because now for the next Terminator movie, he can spare the part where Skynet does the missiles to end the world. Now they can just disagree, make everyone disagree. And that's how all the movies can start now. Much simpler and cheaper beginnings to the movies.
Yeah. Again, like the ability that exists here, potentially at the very least, is honestly very, very scary. And I would hope that humanity overcomes it somehow. It's the way in which we figure out to overcome is where I think is, I'm very curious to see how this works. Speaking of very curious of how things work, Kamala Harris's, I love that transition there. Kamala Harris's political career is what everybody is wondering how that's going to work in the future going forward. And by everybody, I mean pretty much nobody. However, the former vice president gave an 18-minute keynote address at an event last night in which she sounded not awesome, but did hint at her political future, including running for governor of California. Watch this clip really quick and we'll get your guys' thoughts on Kamala and the overall, I don't know, likability or trajectory of her political future.
Please allow me, friends, to digress for a moment. Okay. It's kind of dark in here, but I'm asking for a show of hands. Who saw that video from a couple of weeks ago? The one of the elephants at the San Diego Zoo during the earthquake? Google it if you've not seen it. So that scene has been on my mind. Everybody's asking me what you've been thinking about these days. Well,
now, I'm not making any accusations here. However, if somebody told me that my drunk aunt at a birthday party would act exactly like that and say pretty much those exact same things, I wouldn't be super shocked and surprised about it in any way, shape, or form. Kevin, what is Kamala Harris's political future in your eyes? And a lot of us will probably say it's dead, but you come from Illinois, where Democrats have been able to resurrect their political futures. And I don't know, have you seen something like this? Should we be concerned?
Look, nothing is off the table. And here's the thing. I mean, Rod Blagojevich, who would have ever thought Rod Blagojevich, former governor of Illinois, would now be on Trump's side, pardoned for crimes and out of jail? Crazy thought. So Kamala Harris, she wants to talk about elephants. Here's the thing. An elephant never forgets, but the American people, honestly, their brains can be a little bit like a goldfish sometimes, in the fact that they'll forget this disastrous campaign she ran in 2024. And I think she actually could come back as a presidential contender for 2028. I think she's going to start ramping up for that starting now with keynote addresses like this. She's going to probably put out a memoir sometime in the next year and a half, 2 years, about her time as the vice president, and really try to hone in some of those skills that she failed at in 2024. And so a lot of people would say dead in the water. I got to say, I think she's going to be one of the top 5 contenders for 2028 for the Democrat ticket.
Kevin, everything you're saying both scares me immensely and also amuses me to no end. I would love to see Kamala Harris v. J.D. Vance or whoever else the Republicans put up in 2028. I think that would be fantastic, and I think she would lose 48 states. Matt, yesterday I saw a meme. You know those when people there's a natural disaster in an area and people say, they mark themselves safe on Facebook. I saw somebody said, I'm marked safe from Kamala Harris's first 100 days in office as president. I thought that was pretty funny. Well, first of all, you live in California. I live in California. Do you think she's actually going to run for the governor of California? And two, is it a good thing if she runs for president? Because in my opinion, she'd lose disastrously.
Well, first of all, I don't know what video you guys were watching. I thought that was one of her best speeches I'd seen. She had a clear, concise subject, elephants. I'm going to talk about, she it's California. So if she does, it's California. And I know a lot of Californians are leaving, but the ones that are staying just may, vote strong enough to put her into office. That speech, though, as a comedian, I feel a unique opportunity to add real commentary on some of these. I'm watching and I go, boy, I hope I have something intelligent to say. On that video, I'm like, okay, I know exactly what I just saw. Any comedian can tell you that what we watch in that speech is when the comedian realizes, or speaker or whatever, it's the moment where they realize, I didn't write enough things. And so that's exactly what we were seeing. Either that, or I can't remember where she was speaking. I think you mentioned it, but she might be following in the Obama's footsteps, where they would actually charge by the word. And maybe this place just didn't buy a whole lot of words from Kamala. They were trying to play it cheap. But, to answer your question, it's California. You never know.
Yeah, maybe they were playing with Scrabble. Again, I don't know if that was the point that you were trying to make, but what it sounded to me like you were saying is, her political future is dead, but it's California. Who knows? These people are sometimes a little bit nuts, and anything goes in the state that is where sanity goes to die. Kevin Ferris and Matt Riggle will be back after the break to talk more about the news of the day, including Starbucks. The baristas are big mad because, well, they have to have a dress code, in my opinion, which is thoroughly reasonable. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break. to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Monica Page isn't live with us today from the White House, but she did put together a package of President Trump's first 100 days in office rally of talking to voters on the ground. And what I thought they had to say was fascinating. Take a look.
We're here in Macomb County, Michigan, a very windy day as President Trump holds his first 100 days rally. And we're on the ground here speaking to rally goers about what they think about the first 100 days, what more they'd like to see over the next 3.5 years, and how this term compares to President Trump's first term back in 2016. Let's go. What do you think has been his greatest accomplishment so far?
First thing, he's the man of his word. He made some promises during running his campaigning for the second term, and almost those promises are getting fulfilled.
Well, comparison to the 100 days that we've had in the past is just beyond comparison. The first 100 days of Donald Trump's administration has been overwhelmingly, the press can't even keep up with it.
Well, definitely when it comes to enforcing the southern border, all borders in particular, but particularly the southern border, I like the fact that he has deported about 100,000 illegal criminals, including murderers and rapists and child predators.
I think his greatest accomplishment has to be the border. Crossings have gone way, way, way down along with the deportations that have been taking place.
Everything. Yeah, I like that he moved fast.
What do you hope to see more of over the next 3.5 years?
Lower gas prices, better economy. That's mainly the two big ones that I can think of now.
He promises that I will make America safe, I will make America healthy. He said I will make America rich, and he said that I will make America great again.
I would love to see this woke ideology out of our institutions. We talk about DEI and these woke ideologies. What that has become is exploiting these groups of people as a talking point. They've used them for a political agenda.
So far, he's stuck to his word, so I'd like to see him continue that. Whatever he says, he follows through with. There's a lot of politicians and people in office that have said something that they're going to do and then they don't end up doing it.
Now, how does this term compare to President Trump's first term back in 2016, do you think?
This is light years better. I think right now he's got a better handle on everything because he knows what's happened in the first 4 years. So he came right in and he's starting to go to work.
He can move a lot faster.
Exactly.
He has a much better team surrounding him, and then he kind of understands what to do a little bit more than his first term because he was a businessman. He wasn't a politician his entire life.
I feel like people have it out for him a lot, but a lot more than back in 2016.
You can give President Trump a grade so far. What would you give him?
A+. A+.
I'd love to say 100% A+, but I'll give him an A- just because there could be room for improvement for sure.
You guys will win this much win. You will say, President, enough, President, we don't want this many wins. We are done. No, you will get more, he said. Yeah. And he's going to do the same thing.
It doesn't seem like a lot of the voters on the ground there have a lot of buyer's remorse. Just waiting to see how things play out. It's been a fantastic first 100 days, especially on immigration, and looking forward to another fantastic next 100 days. There are a lot of things. There are a lot of things to be very upset about, just in general. A lot of hills to die on. Sometimes people pick some really interesting hills. Currently, the Democrats are picking a terrible hill to die on in this whole Kilmar Abrego Garcia, but we're not going to talk about that. Instead, we want to talk about the hill that the baristas at Starbucks are willing to just put their foot down on. We will not do this. And that is, well, there's a new dress code, and the dress code seems thoroughly reasonable. Let's bring our panel back. Kevin Ferris and Matt Riggle join us. Guys, Starbucks has been struggling over the last couple of years. They brought in a new CEO. I believe his name is Brian Nickel, and he's made some big changes. And by big changes, I mean reasonable changes. Hey, people have to come back to the office at the corporate area, and we're not going to let homeless people shower in our bathrooms. Again, very reasonable in my opinion. One of the new things that he's instituted is a dress code. Starting on May 12th, Starbucks is going to require its baristas to wear a solid black shirt and either khaki pants, black pants, or blue denim to work. Now, the black shirt can be a crew neck, it can be a collared shirt, it can be a button down, a lot of different variations here, but the Starbucks employees are big mad. Kevin, I guess, I don't know, of all of the things to make a big deal about. This theme seems thoroughly reasonable on Starbucks, and especially in their new attempt to reform themselves.
You know, Joe Bob, it is absolutely reasonable. And it's wild to me that you have all these people with gender studies degrees that are now serving me coffee. And now, and this is the hill they're going to die on, not the fact that, oh, maybe the gender transition thing, you're not going to go out and you don't have time to go out and protest for that. Now you're going to stay in and just protest your measly, honestly, easy dress code. I'm surprised that they're not making, I don't know, certain requirements of piercings and tattoos and things that are frankly a little gaudy of some of these people. So I think for these Starbucks workers, they're perpetual victims that are constantly looking to be oppressed by something. And in this case, it's the restrictions on their clothing.
Yeah, I guess I don't quite understand, especially given how difficult it's been over the last several years. Not to dig into like the history of the Starbucks business model in the last decade or so, but they hired this guy. He's a consultant. He never ran a business, and sales tanked. And so now they got this new guy in, the guy who ran Chipotle, and they're making reforms. Again, like I said, they don't let homeless people shower in the bathrooms, which I think is a fantastic thing, especially as a guy who goes to Starbucks. But it'll be interesting to see if it works. Matt, if I were to offer pushback to the new dress code, I will say personally, as myself, if I go into a coffee shop and they've got just all of the propaganda on the wall and their barista has a big old lip ring and a beanie and a bearded lady and it's just all craziness, the one thing that I do know is it's going to be pretty dang good coffee. So do you think the corporatization of the baristas might make less good coffee? If that question makes sense.
No, I mean, I seem to remember we touched on Starbucks last time I was on, which is interesting, but and we kind of talked about the coffee, and the point of it is, if they think that they're going to somehow rally support for something that they disagree with, at the end of the day, people are still going to drink that coffee. If there was ever an experiment to find out, what people would tolerate to drink coffee, Starbucks is the one. Like, if Starbucks really wanted to test the waters, they should just start committing slowly larger and larger atrocities and just see what they could get away with. And I bet it's a lot. Yeah.
I don't know if that's necessarily the best business recommendation, but I understand the point that you're driving at.
Yeah, and I also, I'm not recommending they do it. Also, hey, you know what? Those the employees may be right, man, because Starbucks, if they change that dress code, they could go the way of Hooters, like right behind it, right? That dress code could just bring them down, just like they did Hooters. If any business was deserving of a government bailout, that's a topic for another day.
Yeah. Okay. Well, sorry, I got to compose myself. I've never heard anybody correlate Starbucks and Hooters before, but maybe that's a good point. Speaking of people who aren't making good points, though, this congressman. Again, another fantastic transition here. This congressman who's issued a bunch of impeachment articles against President Trump, Shri Tandandanan, I don't even know how to pronounce his name, which I can do because I have an impronounceable name, so I'm allowed to make fun of other people with odd names. Guy from Michigan, congressman, has introduced a bunch of impeachment articles against President Trump. Pretty much everybody, including his own party, is like rolling their eyes. But this guy cast himself into the spotlight. Turns out, allegedly, he ran a drug testing facility, chemical testing facility that did some pretty nasty things to dogs. And then when the company went bankrupt, he just abandoned supposedly about 100 dogs. Now, he's denying this for the record, but the evidence seems pretty compelling, especially the fact that the denial is coming from a guy who's issuing all of these impeachment stuff. Hey, Kevin, just because the impeachment stuff is a political stunt, in your opinion, is it worth the political capital or the people digging into your past? Because, again, we would not be talking about this dude potentially allegedly abusing dogs. But since he's decided to cast himself into the limelight by issuing impeachment articles for political purposes entirely, Now we're talking about it. Is it worth the risk to you to drive home the political point, or do you probably, I don't know, maybe don't issue impeachment articles on something that won't ever pass?
Well, here's the thing, Joe Bob, is I think to him, there's probably some larger goal in mind. He probably maybe wants to run. He's in Michigan, which has been a swing state. Maybe he wants to try to set himself up for the Senate. He's also the representative of the area of Detroit. So it could easily be that he's doing a cost benefit analysis and sees that the cost of coming out and becoming the like Cruella de Vil in Congress and being figured out like that. He'll realize, hey, maybe this will be overall good for me. And if we look at the things that he was actually trying to impeach Trump for, let's look at it. It's deportation, unauthorized funding cuts, tariff policies, First Amendment violations, allegedly corruption claims, which, I mean, you can make a corruption claim on just about anybody in government. And so when you look at all that, what I want to remind everybody out there is not only is this congressman bad because of the Cruella de Vil stuff and abandoning these puppies, he's bad because of that, but that's icing on the cake. He's worse, and he's worse because of the abuse of government time, energy, and funding by filing bogus impeachment articles for political points. So this puppy stuff, terrible, but as a congressman, even worse.
Yeah, that's again using government capital and resources not great. Matt, I'm just going to quote him here. He told the Daily Mail, "These attacks are completely false and have been repeatedly litigated. When the lab closed, all of the animals were given happy homes." And then he goes on, which is up for debate because there's lots of video out there showing these dogs being released. But I thought this was really funny. He added this: "In Congress, I have made animal rights a top priority." Now, of all of the problems facing the American people at the moment, where does animal rights rank on the average American? You know what? I care about the cost of living and animal rights and all of these other things. I don't think it ranks very high. Is he just pandering here?
Well, it just goes to show you, the three of us may be old enough to remember the Democratic Party used to be the party of, inclusion, giving a voice to a certain group that may be disenfranchised. And over the last 10, 20 years, we've seen a lot of those groups use that voice they were given by the Democratic Party to call the Democratic Party morons. They lost the African American vote in this election, the Hispanic vote, they lost that during this election. And now it looks like the only group that they still had left was the dogs. And it looks like they don't even have them anymore. So I don't know.
Yeah, the black population and the Hispanic population went heavily towards Trump. I don't think they won specifically, but I get your point. They definitely are going to be losing the dog vote. Because in so many lib states, anybody can vote. You don't have to have an ID. You don't have to prove your citizenship. So yeah, dogs might as well be able to vote.
Well, and Joe Bob, they quite clearly didn't care about the dogs when Trump said they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. They didn't care about that. And I want to know, what does his furry constituency have to say about this? What do the furries have to say? Because I guarantee you they voted for him en masse. As I in their furry costumes, they ran to the polls on all fours to vote for Shri. What do they have to say about these poor dogs left in cages?
You guys are too much. I appreciate it. Yeah, Shri, hey, maybe don't submit dumb articles of impeachment and we won't be making fun of you endlessly on this show. Kevin Ferris, Matt Riggle, thank you guys so much for joining me. Really appreciate having you. We'll have you back soon.
Sounds good.
Coming up next on Turning Point Tonight, Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast and a fantastic clip from that. And later on, the Charlie Kirk Show, as well as more analysts and fun videos from myself, yours truly. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
that a misunderstanding between Christian female voters and what it truly means to be empathetic could possibly sway the election?
Absolutely. I think that toxic empathy is the primary tool that progressives use to manipulate women into being on the left. That's basically all it is. Not to say that those women are not smart, that they never critically think. I'm not trying to condemn them as dumb, but because women are naturally compassionate, we're naturally feelers, and not all emotions are bad. Because we have this natural caretaking instinct, even this mothering instinct, whether or not you're a biological mother, when we are presented with a victim, whether it's by the media, whether it's entertainment, whether it's by these politicians, our instinct is to take care of them. Our instinct is to defend them, to advocate for them. I think that a huge portion of the social justice movement is misplaced mothering, women channeling their natural mothering instincts into social justice causes, thinking that they are defending the illegal or undocumented migrant. They are defending the marginalized person that's been a victim of systemic racism. They are defending the woman who has to have an abortion because of her unfortunate circumstances. They're even defending the trans child who was born in the wrong body. Because of that, they not only feel very strongly about their causes, but they are convinced that their causes are righteous. It's almost a spiritual mission for a lot of women.
To play devil's advocate, are you saying that it is a sin to be empathetic to people who are different than you?
I'm saying that empathy is a poor leader. I was talking with Abigail Schreier, who wrote Bad Therapy. I know you've talked to Abigail, and we were talking about empathy because it's something that she writes about in her book. And actually, she's harsher about empathy even than I am in my book, but she kind of pushed me in her direction. Through her research, she found that the more you encourage empathy in kids, actually the meaner they can be, the nastier they can be, the more exclusive they can be. Because the thing about empathy is, if I put myself in your shoes, I'm firmly in your shoes, I can see Alex Clark's position. I know your perspective. I feel what you feel. That means anyone who is opposed to you, who disagrees with you, is now my enemy. That person has become an oppressor because they are opposed to Alex Clark. They don't just disagree with you. Because I am you, I have your feelings. Now that person, the person that you think opposes you, that person now opposes me too. And so you are no longer able to see objective reality or morality. You can only see what the person feels that you have decided is the victim. And so it's not always bad to feel what someone feels. I start the book with feeling empathy for this mom lugging her toddler and all of her stuff through the airport. Because,
wasn't that you?
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's not me, but I had been there.
Yes.
And before I had been there, I might not have noticed her. Or you hear the crying baby on the airplane, and because, I was a single woman, I'm thinking, gosh, that's such a distraction to me. That's annoying to me. But after I have kids, and now I understand, gosh, no one wants that baby to stop crying more than that mom. My instinct is now, how can I help? Not, gosh, how is that bothering me? And so empathy is not always bad. Feeling how someone feels, putting yourself in someone's position can be very good. The question is, what does it lead you to? Does it lead you to compassion, to serving them, to helping? Or does it lead you to affirm their sinful choice? Does it lead you to lie? Does it lead you to support policies that are ultimately destructive? And I think what Abigail Schreier would say, because I kind of went back and forth with her on that, like, isn't it good sometimes? She would say that, no, you really should be teaching people, and we all should be embodying ourselves, not empathy, but virtue. Because, see, I could have had compassion for that struggling mom before I had kids. It wasn't a requirement that I had to go through motherhood myself to have compassion for her and help her, because you can be a selfless, compassionate person without having gone through something that another person has gone through. And so it's actually more important to teach ourselves and our kids the virtue of selflessness and compassion, but also wisdom, impartiality, all of those things that go into being an objective, critically thinking, responsible person, more than it's important to teach them empathy, because our feelings can really blind us to what's good, right, and true.
Why is it the American church seems to have become like the biggest sitting duck for progressive leftists on this? Like, why are they setting their sights on, you know what, it's the church who's really going to listen and be susceptible to this kind of manipulation?
Yeah, that's a great question, because Christians are led by love. And that's what makes Jesus different, is that he has claimed dominion. He has created this kingdom, this people, these evangelistic followers, not through force, not through manipulation, but through love. Like when we look at the devastation of the hurricanes that have ripped through a huge part of the United States, we've seen a dereliction of duty by the government. And in that vacuum, we've seen a fearless church. We've seen a church step up, have compassion, do the right thing, meet the needs of the most vulnerable, what the church has been doing really well for the past 2,000 years. Christians are rightly compelled to love. We are supposed to create a refuge for the most vulnerable. We are supposed to meet these material needs. We are supposed to see the undignified, the ones on the margins of society, those that society sees as unclean or less than or subhuman. We're supposed to take care of those people. But there is a difference between love and empathy. Empathy feels how someone feels. That can only get you so far. It can lead you to lies. It can maybe lead you towards virtue, but it is not love in itself, because love, according to the God who is love, is inextricably intertwined with the truth. Love never rejoices with evil, but rejoices with the truth. That's 1 Corinthians 13:6. Empathy, because it's about emotions, doesn't really care about what's true. It only cares about what someone feels. And I know we live in this culture that says all feelings are valid. But that's not true. Valid means rooted in truth, and all feelings may exist, but they're not all true. They're not all grounded in truth. And so that is the big problem with empathy, and especially toxic empathy that leads us to support the wrong causes. But love has to be rooted in truth for it to actually be biblical. And I think that's where the confusion lies within the church, the difference between true and the truth in love approach and this superficial empathy.
You talked about how women especially are vulnerable to this type of toxic empathy, but was there anything in particular that you found out about men? Like, is there any type of toxic empathy that gets men really easily?
I think anyone can be persuaded by toxic empathy, certainly. And in this age of convincing men that masculinity is toxic, that strength is toxic, that male leadership is toxic, trying to feminize men, like we see this, I think, really perfectly in Tim Walz. He's like the Phil Dunphy of politics. He's just this bumbling knucklehead. He's just so silly. He tells lies about where he's traveled, but it's fine because he's just sweet Tim Walz. Like, he is the picture of the sitcom dad that typifies the only masculinity that is acceptable nowadays. And so because a lot of men, I think, have been convinced that this feminized version of masculinity is the only one that's okay, I'm sure that there are men who have imbibed some of the doctrines of feminism and have said, well, you know, I've never been a woman. I can't control a woman's body because I don't know what it's like to be pregnant. Then I have to support a woman's right to choose, quote unquote, in order to be really loving or empathetic. And of course it affects men, because you're talking about churches being a hotbed of toxic empathy. Most churches are led by men.
So you know what I've seen on dating apps, guys, in order to appear friendlier to women, they are deliberately choosing moderate as their political view.
Oh yeah.
So instead of conservative.
I mean, I haven't seen that personally on dating apps.
You've heard about it?
I have heard about that from single friends.
So they're doing that, you know, I think to like kind of appeal. And then when a girl's like, okay, well, I'm super conservative, then he's like, okay, cool. Yeah, me too.
I don't know if that's toxic empathy as much as it's just what do the kids say? Riz. Maybe they're just trying to riz it up. Yeah. By lying about who they are. I mean, it's really crazy. Just the graphs that I've seen of conservative affiliation among men and liberal affiliation among women, I mean, they're going so far apart. It kind of makes me sad that the men are the ones who feel like they have to kind of compromise because women have imbibed this toxic empathy so much. Men are like, well, if I'm going to get married, I guess I got to bend a little bit.
Immediately, no BS, thought about you, who's just 24/7 flooding the zone, back to my 13-year-old, owning this space, every day getting a convert. And then I'm thinking about, we're going to stand back and watch you run circles around us.
He said it best at Turning Point USA. We're relentless. We're changing minds on campuses every semester, defending conservative values, and fighting for America's future. Your donation helps keep us on campus. Join the movement and donate to TPUSA today.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. That's a great idea. Make a donation to Turning Point today. Make sure that conservative values are alive and well on college campuses. Nobody's doing it better than Turning Point, and especially Charlie Kirk. Now, before we get into Throwdown Thursday, which is a great one, I want to address something from yesterday. We played a wheelchair video of a girl who was claiming to be an ambulatory wheelchair user. Now, a lot of people sent in emails saying, I'm an ambulatory wheelchair user. You shouldn't make fun of me. We're not. We are making fun of her because she was clearly lying. So that should be that. And speaking about somebody else who was clearly lying, that is what factors into our Throwdown Thursday today. It's Throwdown Thursday. That's aggressive and a lot. I don't know how much we need that. But watch this. This is Charlie Kirk at Texas A&M. It's a Throwdown Thursday clip.
There's nothing holding black people back. In fact, the opposite. You could say things that white people can't say and not be fired for it.
People say that to me all the time, and they just walk around like it doesn't mean anything around here.
Say what? Say the what?
The N-word. I'm not going to say it on this public platform, but people say it to me all the time.
Derogatorily.
Yes.
Did you report it to student services?
I'm not. I have too much on my plate to worry about this.
So you're going to indict the moral character of Texas A&M.
I'm not indicting the moral character of Texas A&M.
You're saying that.
I'm indicting the moral character of one person.
Oh, well, now it's one. So you heard it all the time, and now it's one. Got it. I don't believe you, because now you resort back to a race hoax to make it seem as if the white kids on this campus are like racist and terrible.
Kids.
Oh, so was it a black guy that said it to you?
I'm not.
It matters a lot, because this is how lies are able to grow. Jussie Smollett.
You think I'm lying when I say that people say the N-word around here?
If I think a white person comes up to you derogatorily and says, "Shut up, N-word," I'm
not saying they said it.
I said, are they saying it derogatorily?
But that doesn't mean it's word for word like that.
But okay, so then it's not an insult then. So then don't bring it up as if it's evidence of racism.
You brought the N-word up first. I didn't.
No, I didn't.
You specifically said, name me an instance of the N-word.
No, I said black people can say things that white people can't say. Of course that's true. For example, black people can come up and say that there's a baby mama problem in black America, and white people are not allowed to say that. Oh, I just did. So what are you going to do, cancel me? So black individuals have much more intellectual public freedom than white people do.
Fascinating clip. We're out of time. Got to go. See you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Charlie's going to take us out. God bless America.
How have you been treated by the trans jihadists, Riley?
Oh gosh, we could spend the rest of our allotted time talking about this. I will say it's remarkable the shift that we have seen, again, when you compare now to 3 years ago. And that's across every realm of society, right? Even on watching the football field, you've got people like Nick Bosa out there doing the little Trump dance. That couldn't have happened 3 years ago. He was fined over $11,000 for wearing a MAGA hat. They asked him, do you regret this? He said, no, I would do it again. The next day he gets out there and does that little dance. And while that dance might seem silly, it might seem like it's, just a silly little movement celebration. No, that dance represents a whole lot. It represents free speech. It represents how cancel culture is losing its grip. It represents patriotism that I believe people have been desperate for. But to answer your question, all that to attest to the shift that we have seen, and certainly since November 5th, and even more so since January 20th, I compare that to 3 years ago. Let me just tell you actually what my university did to me. Take you back to 2021, 2022. I will never forget when we learned of who Will Thomas was, when we learned he was going to be competing in the pool with us, when we learned he was going to be sharing a locker room with us. My whole team opposed this, right? My team of 40 girls, none of us thought this was fair or safe or righteous or moral or just by any means. But our university, they sat us down in a room. We had to do restorative justice circles. We had to go to verbatim these educational meetings where we weren't allowed to leave until verbatim they felt like we had been properly re-educated. We were told, you're going to lose all of your friends if you speak out about this. Lifelong friends you've had for forever. They're not going to want to talk to you anymore. They said, Riley, your plan is dental school after college. Well, you'll never get in. No dental school will ever even look at your application if you speak up about this, because they're going to see that you're a transphobe. And if you want a job after college, forget it. It's standard practice for an employer to look up their candidates for their job, and they will never hire you. Riley, you signed that scholarship and you did it willingly. And when you did, you gave away your rights to speak in your own personal capacity. Remember who you represent, whose name is across your chest and across your cap, because it's not yours. It's ours. And understand, we have already taken your stance for you. I will never forget when they sat us down as a team. They brought in an outside professional, whatever that means. I don't know what qualifications you need for this job, but she sat us down and she said, what it sounds like you're advocating for is segregation. And do you remember how America treated African Americans? Is that the side of history you want to be on? You know who else advocated for segregation? The KKK. That is who you are linking yourself to if you oppose undressing next to a man. They told us point blank outright that we would be equivalent to murderers because we would have blood on our hands. And they would follow it with, and you don't want that. You don't want to be a murderer, do you? No, so I suggest you be kind. And I suggest you be inclusive. And believe it or not, that is effective. That works. Telling girls they're going to be racist murderers if they defend themselves, or God forbid, they're people like my younger sister. It's emotional blackmail. But when you're talking to 18, 19, 20-year-old girls, they knew what they were doing. But to speak more specifically to the trans activists, it was actually at a Turning Point event at San Francisco State University, where I went there to share my message. Again, nothing even really opinionated. It was at that point, I pretty much only spoke to my lived experience. And it was a classroom setting, so, a podium at the front, seats out in the audience, like a whiteboard behind me. And upon delivering my message, a group of protesters rush in. They turn off the lights, hundreds of them. They turn off the lights to the room, so it's pitch black. And they ambush me, like I'm fully accosted. I'm being pushed, I'm being shoved, I'm being punched in the face by these men wearing dresses, which fortunately for me, their punches don't hurt that bad. But nonetheless, these protesters ended up barricading me in a room and holding me for ransom for for almost 5 hours, demanding that if I wanted to make it back home to see my family safely again, I had to pay them money. You might be wondering, where were the police? We were in San Francisco, so the police were being held for ransom with me. Hour 3 in this room, right? I'm looking at them. Can't you do something? Isn't it actually your job to do something? To which they outright said, no, we can't do anything. We're not allowed to do anything because we're not allowed to be seen as anything other than an ally to that community, or else we'll lose our jobs. Again, the same community who's on the other side of the door calling these officers racist pigs for protecting a white girl like me. Anyways, it's about midnight at this point, the middle of the night, and the dean of students shows up and starts negotiating with the students how much I owe each of them to be able to leave, which the price they agreed upon was $10 each, which makes me mad because I think I'm worth more than $10. Eventually, we were able to get out of that room, but not because the protesters dispersed or were letting up, decided to go home. No, however many officers had to form a diamond around me, we pushed out. But the most remarkable part about this story is what happened the next day, when the vice president of student affairs at the university sent out a university-wide email. So to all faculty, all staff, the entire student body. And in this email, she said, "We are so proud of our brave students for handling Riley Gaines in the manner that they did. We know how deeply traumatic her presence is on this campus, and so here's some counseling resources for you all. Take the day off of school. Just know that we see you, we love you, we hear you, and we stand with you." No mention of course, the condemnation of violence against women for that matter. No mention of the value in upholding free speech. No, of course not. I could tell story after story after story of being spit on, of people throwing glass bottles at me, pouring drinks on me for hours. But again, that shift that we've seen, and to be very clear, from the beginning, the support has been tenfold compared to the negative. But you compare 3 years ago to now, a lot of the support at the beginning was in privacy, or in secrecy, or in direct messages, or done through winks or whispers. That has totally shifted now. People are so much more bold in saying men cannot become women.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
All right, there's a breaking news that happened in the commercial break. So what you're looking at photographs right now of Michael Waltz. He is the president's national security advisor, except for we just got news that he is going to be leaving the administration along with his deputy, Alex Wong. Of course, if you might remember the story of Signalgate. I don't know if that's for a particular reason, but there was some consternation among some people about Mike Waltz, who you might remember was a congressman, Green Beret, a long history and career in foreign policy. And I believe
we have breaking news. All right, the U.S. and Ukraine have just reached a minerals deal. It will grant the U.S. privileged access to new investment projects to develop Ukraine's natural resources, including aluminum, graphite, oil, and natural gas.
Right now, Congress House and Senate are working collegially together to move towards a bill that everybody agrees on. And so I think we're making an enormous amount of progress. And the idea that we get a bill passed by, say, early July at the latest is very, very, very likely.
It is child abuse to change a child's gender. Castration surgeries, castration drugs, sterilization treatments of children are barbaric. They violate all sound medical ethics. They are completely unwarranted. They harm children for life, irreversibly. The U.S. auto industry used to control the entire world. And now, of course, we've become a tiny fraction of the global market. And the reason for that is because the United States opened its markets to every single foreign cheater and every single foreign nation that subsidized its goods on the face of the earth. And their markets have been closed to ours. And the only thing Americans want to hear from Kamala Harris is an apology for joining Joe Biden. Remember, she was the border czar. Joining Joe Biden in aiding and abetting the invasion of our country. And we're never going to stop talking about this because what they did to this country is unforgivable. It is an eternal stain on the Democrat Party.
Who would be doing a better job as president? Guess who comes out on top? Within the margin of error, but comes on top. This looks a lot like the election result, right? Trump 45%, 2 points ahead of Harris at 43%. 12% say they'd be doing about the same. But this is the key nugget here. It's not just about regretting that vote. It's literally saying who would be doing the better job right now. And Trump continues to score a higher percentage of the vote than Kamala Harris. This looks a heck of a lot like the election result. We have just seen this in poll after poll after poll.
It's a big deal, and I have two words for the President Trump's agenda: peace and prosperity. And this moves both America and Ukraine in that direction.
I think when your signature move is jazz hands, you're not as up on the white guy code maybe as you think you are. I mean, everything about this guy, from the choice, which was made, I think Shermichael's correct, which was made out of weakness all through his campaign appearances, and now in the aftermath, I just don't think there's ever been anybody in recent political history in over their head more than Tim Walz. It is amazing to me that Democrats elevated this guy and that he continues to believe that he is going to be a leader of this party in 2028. The problems that the Democrats have with middle America, white men, working class men, if this is the road we're going down, the code talker Tim Walz are only going to get worse for Democrats.
President Trump has ended across the entire federal government all hiring, recruiting, retention, promotion, and training based on race and sex. It's going to be merit-based across the whole federal government. This administration is also fighting to get critical race theory out of our school districts. Children will be taught to love America. Children will be taught to be patriots. Children will be taught civic values for schools that want federal taxpayer funding. When you look at the sweep of the first 100 days, every single crisis that has afflicted America for years, sometimes decades, sometimes generations, this president has fought head on. He has taken on every entrenched power structure and system all across this government, this swamp, this town.
The Charlie Kirk Show.
The national observance of the National Prayer Service is getting underway at the White House. Let's go there right now.
Well, good morning. This is a beautiful day. We could not have asked for a more beautiful day than this. And maybe that means something. That brings us a little luck. But it's a great honor, and I'm delighted to welcome you to this very special place, the White House, to celebrate the annual National Day of Prayer. And we're doing it up big. This is the first time they've done it this way, and you deserve it. We all deserve the White House. The White House is special. We're bringing back religion in our country, and we're bringing it back quickly and strongly. Because for America to be a great nation, we must always be one nation under God, a phrase that they would like to get rid of, the radical left. But Ben, I don't think we're going to let them get rid of that, right? We're not letting them get rid of that. I want to thank a man of incredible faith who's with us, Speaker Mike Johnson, for being here. He's done an incredible job. Thank you, Mike, very much. We're working very hard on a great, big, beautiful bill, and we're trying to come up with a name. And I said, why don't we just call it the Great, Big, Beautiful Bill? That's what everyone, so we're going to probably do that because everyone knows what it means. But later today, I'll be going to the University of Alabama to deliver the keynote commencement address to a record crowd. They have a big crowd. I guess they have 7 ceremonies. And they said, well, if you're doing it, we're putting them all together. I said, that's a lot of people. So we're going to put them all together. It's the first time they've done that. And I'll give it a shot. All right? I hope we can entertain. I will give it a shot. But before we begin, I want to let you know what I was just doing in a really great meeting with Speaker Johnson. We heard also Majority Leader Steve Scalise, Chairman Brett Guthrie, who's a fantastic guy, and Chairman Smith. Everybody knows Chairman Smith. He's the most knowledgeable person on taxes and finances there is, to be updated on the progress of the one big, beautiful bill. We love that bill. I won't like it if it doesn't pass, neither will you. If it doesn't pass, your taxes are going to go up 68%. So think of it, 68, and this is a religious ceremony to me, but that's part of the religion, because if your taxes go up 68%, you might give up your religion. You might have no choice. You'll be working too hard to try and make it. And that's the Democrats. That's what they'll give you. They'll vote against it. It's not even believable. It's called Trump derangement syndrome, because honestly, everything in there is good for Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else. These will be the biggest tax cuts in American history, with 100% expensing, which is something that people cannot believe they're getting. We did it in the last one, and we had the most successful economy in my first 4 years that we've ever had, the history of our country. And expensing was one of the things that led to that. But it's 100% expensing for companies investing in America, and increasing take-home pay for the typical family by thousands of dollars a year. And to show you how middle income this is, there'll be no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax for the great seniors in Social Security. So you have no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we have full deduction for interest. If you buy a car that's made in America, you get an interest rate deduction. That's going to be it's got to be made in America. If it's not made in America, we really don't care if you buy it or not. But if it's made in America, we want you to buy it. We make the best cars anyway. Things are moving along very well, and I just wanted to say the final details are coming together, and they're coming together rapidly, and I think we're right on schedule, Mike and everyone. And I want to thank you and this group and all of the people that are over there right now, not in the sun. They're working on the bill. It will be the biggest bill ever passed in the history of our Congress, our Senate, and Congress. That's a big achievement. One of the things that's very important will be saving Medicaid for Americans in need. We will not let the Democrats destroy it and all the waste, fraud, and abuse that they seem to love. And they will decimate Medicaid if they get the chance. We're not going to give them that chance. So just remember, we will be saving Medicaid and strengthening it. It'll be actually very strengthened. And they are going to decimate it. We can't let it happen. And very simply, to finish that, we will make America rich and healthy again. And why don't we say rich, healthy, and religious again? Okay, shall I add that for this group? Right, Dan Patrick? Thanks as well to the great people that are here. Pete Hegseth, who's doing a fantastic job. Pete, thank you. Marco Rubio, unbelievable. Unbelievable, Marco. When I have a problem, I call up Marco. He gets it solved. Scott Bessent, he's got a very easy job now. He's negotiating with about 200 countries. Can you handle it? Do you get to sleep at all? He's got phone calls coming in. I was with him before. I had like 30 phone calls. I said, just see me later. They're all calling. Scott Turner, who's doing wonderful work. Recommendation of Ben. Ben, when Ben, recommends you, I have no choice, right? But you're doing great. You're doing great. Attorney General Pam Bondi, she's slightly busy. She's on the busy side. With all of you have a big assortment of everything when you think of it. She's got every form of crime known to mankind and womankind too. You always have to say that as a politician. But she's doing incredible work. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi, thank you. Good job. A man that I can't talk about because he goes undercover most of the time. His whole life is now undercover, but he's central casting when you get to see him, I tell you. He's a handsome guy. If I was casting a movie for the CIA, I'd put this guy in it. Director of the CIA, John Ratcliffe. Where's John? John? See? He's undercover. He's here, but he's undercover. He's perfect. U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer, another busy one, huh? Jameson, good. And another one who's negotiating along with Scott and Jameson. He's negotiating all the time. He doesn't want to talk about it. He has no life. Howard Lutnick, Commerce. He has no life. And a very special person, friend of mine for a long time, and she's doing an unbelievable job at small business, which is really big business. You know, when you add up all that small business, it's probably the biggest bank in the world. But she is really capable and doing a fantastic job. We're working with Linda McMahon also on the student loans, getting them paid up. Administrator Kelly Loeffler. Kelly, thank you very much. And we're also joined by some special senators. Roger Marshall. Roger, you are a great guy. Whenever I have a problem, he's calling, sir, don't worry about it. I said, thanks, Roger. It's easy for you to say, Roger. But he always is so good. He's a good man. James Lankford. James, I saw you on television. You were fantastic on television. James was defending me on television, something that's not easy to do, but he did a good job. Thank you, James. And Mark Wayne Mullen. Mark Wayne, where are you? Don't ever fight Mark Wayne. Yep, thank you, Mark Wayne. Don't ever fight him. He was a fighter. And Cindy Hyde-Smith is here. Cindy, hi, Cindy. Wow. And we have thanks, Cindy, you're doing great. I looked at your numbers. You're very popular. You don't need me to go out and campaign with you this year, huh? Isn't that good? Representatives Mark Harris, Mary Miller, Gary Palmer, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Robert Adderholt, Jason Smith, Chris Smith, Tim Wahlberg, and Josh Brenkein. Thank you all for being here. And we have some others, but I can't see them. I just cannot see him, so I'm going to get myself in trouble. They'll never vote for me again, Ben. That's the problem. You know, if you don't mention, hi, Mary, but Mary will. Thank you also to Senior Advisor Pastor Paula White, who's been so incredible. She's been right from the beginning, Paula, right? And we've had like a 94% poll number, and I think Paula got it more than I got it. She's saying, no, I'm telling you, he's a good person. Well, we don't like him. We don't like him. I'm telling you, he's done more for us than anybody. Oh, okay. And she got us up to about 94%. And my old friends, they couldn't believe that I got that kind of a number with you, understand? But you have done a great job, and Jenny Korn has done an unbelievable job. Jenny? And, you know, they work right out of the White House. They've never done that. That's never been done before. No other president allowed that. I think, you know, they say separation. They say separation between church and state, they told me. I said, all right, let's forget about that for one time. We said, really? Separation? I don't know. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not sure. But whether there's separation or not, you guys are in the White House where you should be, and you're representing our country. And we're bringing religion back to our country, and it's a big deal. And I want to say hello, John, the most talented man standing here today. He's one of the most successful artists, and his song is one of the most favored by people of religion. That I can tell you, John. You've done a great job. I always say he's the husband of Paula White, but actually he's very successful. That's always tough to live with, right, John? But not really, because you have an incredible wife that you're proud of, right? Well, that's good. Oh, he just gave her a kiss. That's the first time they've kissed in years. I'm only kidding. Great job, actually. The person that's been with me maybe the longest, and she's been just an incredible person, never asks for anything, never wants favors, or, gee, could I use your helicopter to get here or there, is named Alveda King, and she's here someplace. Is that? Hi, Alveda. She was here before it was popular, before I had record numbers with the black vote. She was here long before I had record numbers, right? Alveda saw something, and yeah, she was here at the very, very beginning when we were polling on the low side with the black population. Now we're setting records with the black population. We got criminal justice reform done. We got the black colleges and universities, you know. I got that financed for. It was a very interesting story because for 2-3 years, I'd see these really great people, like 50 of them, or maybe a little more. They'd come up to Washington looking for money for historically black colleges and universities, and they'd come up, and the first time was okay. I helped them get it. I got it for them, and that was it. Then the next year they came up, and I said, why are you up here? We took care of you. They said, no, they make us come up every year. I said, you got to be kidding. So we took care of them, Speaker. We got them long-term 10-year financing, more money than they were asking for. And I would say, I think I'm the most popular with those 50 people. They like me. They couldn't believe it because they were forced to come out. This is for 40 years. Every year they'd come up. You know that, Ben. They'd come up, and some of them became friends of mine because they'd come up looking for money all the time. And I said, we got to get you like some long-term money. And I said to them, the only bad thing is I'll probably never see you again. And largely, but I see a couple of them here, largely that happened, but I took care of them, but they never had to come up. So it was a big thing. It was talked about last night, actually, on television. Today, as the American people turn to God in prayer, we continue a tradition older than our independence itself. Nearly 250 years ago, on June 12th, 1775, the Continental Congress appointed a day of fasting and prayer so that Americans fighting for their liberty could seek the help of the Almighty. And when you look at that, June 12th, 1775, so we have a very, very special day coming up. You know, we have a lot of them during this term. And interestingly, I had none of them had I not had a rigged election. Had the election not been rigged, I would have been out of here. I would have been gone. The radical left would have said, we got rid of him finally. But no, now they have me for another 4 years. We talk about that. And in the other 4 years, you know, I sort of said, I got the Olympics to come in, and I got the World Cup to come in. And I said, you know, the sad part is it's going to be in the, would be the third term. None of it came in during the, what would be the normal, you know, the more normal way of doing it, like counting the proper votes, et cetera, and just going on. I wouldn't have been president. But now we end up with 4 years later, and we have the 250-year anniversary, and that will be June 12th, 250 years. And you have Flag Day, so there's something happening on Flag Day. It's my birthday. But so you have 250 years in this term. You have the Olympics in this term. We have the Olympics going to Los Angeles. And we have the World Cup. And I was very instrumental in all three of them. They said, would you do it? Because another president refused to call. They needed for the Olympics and the World Cup, they needed the support of the president. And that particular president refused to talk to them. He didn't want to talk to them. I don't know why exactly, but he didn't want to talk. So they said, could you talk? And so I talked, and I talked them into it. And we got those two, and we have 250 years. So this is going to be really 4 years of celebration. So get ready. And we're going to always bring God with us. We're going to bring God to those celebrations. We're not going to forget about God. In a letter to wife Abigail, John Adams wrote of his first National Day of Prayer, millions will be upon their knees at once before their great Creator, imploring his forgiveness and blessing and asking for his favor on the American cause. Beautiful. Today, more than 2.5 centuries later, in the heart of a free and proud America, we rejoice that God answered those prayers. And I think God answered other prayers because he's put in an administration to run this country that's going to make you proud again. It's going to make you believe and believe more again. And we're going to have a country that's very strong. We're already in just 100 days. We're respected all over the world. Every leader's calling, want to have a meeting, appointments. They weren't calling so much last few years. They had no respect for our country. Our country was doing very, very poorly, as you know. Millions and millions of people pouring into our borders from jails and mental institutions and gang members. It was a terrible situation. And yesterday, I don't know if Kristi Noem is here or Tom Homan, but yesterday we had the lowest, safest border in history, 99.999. In other words, 3 people got in, 3. And in the previous, it was hundreds of thousands of people were coming in. We had 3 people. And we have it locked down, but we are allowing people in, but they have to come in legally. So it's a big thing. So I think it's a very big thing. It's just so appropriate that here we are. So many things are happening, so many great things, and we won't let countries rip us off anymore. You know, a lot of people like to talk about tariffs. Well, tariffs is exactly what they were doing for us. You know, when you want to defend that, they're a beautiful thing for us if you can use them, if you can get away with using them. It's going to make us very rich. We'll be paying off debt. We'll be lowering your taxes very substantially because so much money will be taken in that we'll be able to lower your taxes even beyond the tax cut that you're going to be getting, hopefully, with the big, beautiful bill. And so it's one of those things which I think it's just a really amazing time. The spirit that we have in this country is greater than I've ever seen it before. And it started on November 5th when we won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions. We won every district. Think of this: the districts. It was 2,750 versus 505, and we got 312 electoral votes. Everyone said maybe he can get 270. We got 312. It was a great election, and it has just revitalized the country. And I think I can say one other thing that's to me really incredible, that it can go so quickly. If you remember 6 months ago, prior to the election, we were unable to get people to join our military. We had a waiting list that was a mile long of empty spaces, and we couldn't get anybody to join. We didn't know actually what to do. Now, I wasn't in the administration, but they didn't know what to do. And it was embarrassing to them, frankly, and it should be. And that included police and firemen. You couldn't get people to join anything having to do with any of the military groups, any of the law enforcement groups, first responder groups. You couldn't get anybody to join. And as of yesterday, we had the largest number of recruits in the history of our country. Think of that. And the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, all of it, Coast Guard, all of them, they're full. And we have a waiting list, and we're actually picking the ones we want. And we're trying to take care of everybody, but you're picking the ones you want, and it's been amazing. And to think just 6 months ago, you were hearing that people weren't signing up, and that includes now our police force. Our police forces were really starving for people, and this includes our police forces. They're all full up, and they're in great shape. It's amazing the turn, and mostly that spirit. You know, they have spirit. It's nothing else. They have spirit. They love our country again. And we're making our country great. We're making our country greater than ever before. I created a historic White House faith office in the West Wing, and that's going to be an office that's been very well. I see already you have a lot of people going back and forth, and that's good. That's what we want, to defend and represent people of all faiths and their religious freedoms at home and abroad. But they're coming it's probably doubled the action in the White House. It's been amazing to watch and beautiful to watch. The White House can handle it. This important office will work to protect vulnerable women and children, strengthen the American family, promote the dignity of work and choice in education. And people that are in trouble can come in and they take care of them. Sometimes they'll send them to a doctor. Sometimes Paula does this, and Jenny, others that are in the office. They're doing an amazing job. And I wanted them to have that office. Never happened before. I don't think that's ever happened before, right? The people of faith have never been allowed in the White House. We'll probably be sued tomorrow because they're going to say church, separation of church and state. Can't do that, right? But we'll win. Pam will win that suit. She wins him. She ultimately wins them. She gets them. Sometimes they get a judge that's not so good, but she ultimately wins. That's what it's all about, right, Pam? I pardoned Americans of faith thrown in jail for praying in peaceful protest. We reinstated service members thrown out of the military over religious objections to Biden's vaccine mandate. We did a vaccine, but we didn't do a mandate. He did a mandate, threw them out if they didn't take it. Can't do that. I signed an executive order to combat anti-Semitism and set up a DOJ task force to eradicate the anti-Christian bias. We've taken away a lot of, you know what? Just sit down, please. I didn't even know you were standing. What an honor that you stood so long. Wow, that's a great honor. Thank you. Because I know if Biden were up here, you would have been seated. You might have never stood up. No, that's a great honor. I didn't realize it. I signed an executive order to combat anti-Semitism. It's a big thing. A big thing. And I set up a DOJ task force, which is really a big thing, and Dan, you're going to be involved in it, to eradicate anti-Christian bias. You haven't heard that, but there's anti-Christian bias also. And in just a few moments, I'll also be signing an executive order creating a presidential commission on religious liberty, which is really why we're here, more than any other reason. Many of the new commissioners are here with us, including people that have been with me from the beginning. The chairman is Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, whose idea this was. And stand up, Dan. What a great guy. What a great political person. He's an amazing politician, Lieutenant Governor, and he's a man of great religion. Thank you very much, Dan. As well as Dr. Ben Carson. Ben, I don't have to say much about Ben. I don't have to say much. He's been with me from the beginning. You know, he was campaigning against me originally. Can I tell that story, Ben? You mind? Are you sure you don't mind? Because he was campaigning, and he was very effective, and he was going up in the polls, and he looked at me about 3 or 4 debates in, and he said, you know, you're going to win by a lot, don't you? This was during 2016. And I said, what do you mean, Ben? What do you mean? You're campaigning. Don't say that, Ben. You're campaigning. You have a shot. He was a little bit behind, pretty far enough. But he said, you know you're going to win. These people can't beat you. Nobody's going to be able to beat you. I said, why? He said, because God is with you. I said, that's nice. Then he said it once again in the church. Remember that, Ben? He pulled me over. He said, remember what I told you. God is with you. And we went on to win 3 times. We won. We won the first time. We did great the second time. We won the second time. Everybody knows it. But we made it too big to rig the third time. Too big to rig. They tried. They tried. So I want to thank Ben, who has been with me right from the beginning. You're an amazing person, and you gave us a great recommendation in this young gentleman who's doing a fantastic job at HUD. Thank you very much. Really good. Also, we have Dr. Phil McGraw. Where's Dr. Phil? Oh, you are so big. Come here, Phil. Come here. This guy. He came up, he wanted to do an interview, and I knew him as everybody sort of knows him, right? But he said, you know, they don't really understand the real Trump. I want to do it. And he did the nicest interview, talked about things that nobody ever asked me. And a lot of people watched it. I was a little surprised. He's got his own network, and he's become seriously rich. He said, I'll put it on Merit. And I said, what the hell is Merit? He said, that's my network. I said, well, I did it as a favor for him, but it turned out to be a favor for me because so many people, millions and millions of people watched it. Would you like to say a few words, or are you shy?
No, I'll speak.
Let's go.
Mr. President, I can't tell you, first off, how proud I am to see religion coming back to the White House. God bless you. God bless you for doing this. And let me tell you, it's not a popular thing to do in America right now. And Speaker Johnson is here, and you know he's a man of religion. But you know, I've sat with President Trump with no cameras around, nobody listening, nobody watching. And I'm telling you, this is a man of deep faith, a man of deep conviction. And this is a man that wants this country to have a heart and have religion. And God bless America for giving us President Donald Trump. And when nobody's listening and nobody's looking, this man cares about every single person in America, independent of race, color, creed, whatever. And it comes from the heart with him. And I am proud to call him my president. And God bless you, Mr. President. God bless you. God bless you. And don't be so surprised when millions of people watch my interviews.
No, I know. I'm very impressed.
When it's tens of millions. With me, it's millions. You're 10x whenever I talk to you.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you very much. Be careful.
And thank you for letting me be on this commission.
We love it. Be careful, Phil. I asked him, please be careful, Phil. We don't want you falling. Because when you fall, it doesn't work. That's been proven. That's been proven. But he doesn't fall. He doesn't know how to fall. I also want to look at Bishop Robert Barron, who's been so great. Bishop, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great job. Pastor Paula White, if you would stand up, Paula, please. Thank you very much. Rabbi Mayor Solovey-Check. Rabbi, how are you, Rabbi? Thank you very much, Rabbi. Good job. Kelly Shackelford. Good. Nice seeing you, Kelly. Ryan Anderson. Thank you, Ryan. These are great people. Carrie Bowler. Hi. Hi, Carrie. Attorney General Pam Bondi, star. This is a star. Thanks, Pam. That's great. Secretary Scott Turner. Scott, thank you. As well as a man, he has really an excuse. It's Cardinal Dolan, and Cardinal Dolan is in Rome. I just left Rome. It's a beautiful service. But he's in Rome having to vote for the next pope. I got extremely upset. I said, you can't do that. This is much more important. He was actually torn, if you want to know the truth, which is pretty good. But he's on the council too, and he's a great guy, and I've known him for a long time. I'd like to ask, if I might, to have Dan Patrick, one of the most highly respected men in politics. We worked on something having to do with your governor. We worked on something having to do with school choice, and we knocked it over the fences first to really, and that's the ultimate school choice in Texas. And he's been fighting for it for years, and we got it over the line pretty easily, as it turned out. So please come up and speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for making this happen. Thank you. Mr. President, thank you for establishing what I think will be one of the most important presidential commissions in history. It will be one of your great legacies, of which you will have many. We have in this country, we have a magnificent inheritance of religious liberty. And every believer today, no matter your faith, has a claim to that inheritance. We were a nation birthed by prayer, founded on the Judeo-Christian ethic, to ensure that people could worship as they wished without interference from government, but that is no longer the case. The last administration attacked people of faith for 4 years. There's a saying that no one should get between a doctor and a patient. I think we would say no one should get between God and a believer. No one should get between God and those seeking Him. There are so many people in this country, they may even have a family, they may have a job with a lot of employees, but they're alone, and the only person they can turn to is someone who's not listening, but they can turn to God because He is their refuge and He is their wellspring of hope. And no one, no government, no school district, at any level of government or in the private sector should say to someone, you can't pray here or where. That is our right. That is our right. And Mr. President, you have given us an incredible committee. I'm a little overwhelmed I feel like a pair of brown shoes in a room full of tuxedos, if you want to know. These are high caliber, the foremost faith leaders, scholars, thinkers that you've put together. So on this day, Mr. President, on this day, you are restoring the hopes and the prayers of millions upon millions of believers of all faiths. There's never been a president who has invoked the name of Jesus more than you. There's never been a president who says, yes, I love Jesus, but I love people of all faiths, as Dr. Phil said. You have a heart for every American, and you're showing that today. I'm proud to represent you as chair, proud to have Ben Carson as our vice chair and every member of this committee. We will serve you, we will serve the people, and most importantly, we will serve God. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Stan. Beautiful. You're going to do an incredible job. He came to me with this idea, called Paula, called Jenny, called all of us, and it just came together, and we'll be adding some incredible names, some of the people that are here right now that have been with me from the beginning. Some sitting right over there, my friends, my pastors and ministers and rabbis. We'll be adding quite a few. It's very important, and they'll be largely, when they can, we're going to be using the White House. We have plenty of room, so we'll be using the White House to have some of your meetings, and it's a real honor to have you, Dan. You've been so respected for so long. As we defend religious freedom in America, we're also standing up against religious persecution around the world. With us today are the parents of Eden Alexander, the last living American held hostage by Hamas. Thank you. Thank you. And we don't know how he's doing, really, do we? We don't know. We think we know, and hopefully positive. 2 months ago, we were pretty sure, and looked like he was getting out, but they've toughened up a little bit, and it's a terrible thing. I know what you're going through. A New Jersey boy, Eden, moved to Israel in 2022 and was taken hostage on the vicious October 7th attack on Jewish people. And now I will tell you that's an attack that would have never happened because the money was given by Iran to Hamas. Iran had no money when I was president. They were out of money. They were bust. They had no money. They weren't giving it to Hamas. They weren't giving it to Hezbollah. They weren't giving it to anybody because they didn't have any money. They were just about bust. And in fact, I put sanctions on last night. Any oil that anybody takes from Iran is not allowed to do business in the United States of America. Which is what I did the last time. That drove them into a very bad state, and they were ready to make a deal, except for the election didn't turn out the way it should have. It was a rigged election, and we might as well say it. But it was totally rigged. It was disgraceful. I think it's going to go down as one of the biggest. We wouldn't have, think of it, your son would be home. You wouldn't have had October 7th. You wouldn't have had the Ukraine-Russian horror show that's going on that we're trying to stop, where 5,000 young Russians, mostly Russians, and Ukrainian soldiers are being killed every single week, 5,000 a week. So think of those parents, you know, they're from Russia, they're from Ukraine for the most part, and other people, but for the most part. And that would have never happened. It was never going to happen. No chance of it happening. Putin and I talked all the time. He knew it wasn't going to happen. I told him it wasn't going to happen. And through gross incompetence, it did take place, and it's a horrible thing. And you wouldn't have had inflation. Think of it. You wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had the horror show at Afghanistan, which I think is what gave Putin the resolve to go in and do what he did, because he looked at how badly we got out. We lost 13 soldiers. 42 were horribly injured. Nobody ever talks about them. The legs, the arms, the face, horribly injured. That would have never happened. Not even possible to have happened. And we would have been out before he was out. I was the one that got it down to the 5,000, but we were going to keep Bagram, the big Air Force base, which is 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapon. That's what they do. They make their nuclear missiles, and 1 hour away from Bagram. And I said, you can't give up Bagram. They gave up Bagram, and right now China occupies Bagram. So sad, so crazy. One of the biggest air bases in the world, among the strongest and longest runways anywhere in the world. 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear missiles. It would have been great to have. Well, we were keeping it, but they ran out of there like nobody can believe. And I think Putin saw that and he said, wow, this is a great time I can go get, because it was the apple of his eye. I could always see that. I talked to him for hours. It was the apple of his eye, but I said, Vladimir, don't even think about it. And he wouldn't have thought about it. But when he saw that, I think that's the reason, actually, he gained some additional courage and he went in. Adi and Yael, cannot imagine your pain. I just can't. Adi and Yael. But we're all alongside of you. We stand by you, and we're going to do everything possible in a very short period of time. You know, as you know, things are heating up there. I've gotten a lot of hostages out. We were getting nobody out. A lot of them are out, but they want to do it as slowly as possible because they use them as pawns. It's a horrible thing, but we're working very, very hard to save your son. We have news coming out, both good and bad, but we're working very hard. And I have many parents seeing me. I was with hostages, 10 hostages that got out. They came about 3 weeks ago to the Oval Office right here. And they said to me, it was just terrible. And I said, interestingly, because, you know, you see there's always some heart in somebody, you think. I said, so you've seen like hundreds of Hamas, right? Yes, yes. They lived in a pipe. They didn't really live in a tunnel. They lived in a pipe that was this big. They could barely breathe. It's amazing when one was in for 305 days, one was in for over 500 days. But I got them out, and through very tough, the whole thing was very tough. I said, did you ever see any love or kindness? Like, did any of these people that were guarding you, the Hamas people, did they ever look at you and say, don't worry, you'll be all right? Or did they ever look at you and say, I'm going to sneak you a little extra bread or a little extra something for eating? Did they ever give you any hope? He says, no, not one. I said, you mean, so not one person looked at you during your 1.5 years in there? One was there longer than that. One was there a little shorter than that, different times. I said, not one. No, they used to give us a smack on the face. They would never do that. They not one. So there wasn't one person out of hundreds that said, I'm going to sneak you a little bread. I'm going to make sure you get home safely. Not one. And that amazed me, because in some really bad situations, you'd have some people like that. You'd have some people like that, but not one. And they were telling the truth. I mean, they were telling the absolute truth. And when I talked to them about the way they suffered, it was incredible. In fact, I'd say 4 or 5 looked very, very solid and normal, and 4 or 5 looked like they'd been through hell, but they were all through the same hell. And I looked at them, I said, I can't imagine what you've gone through, but we're going to do what we have to do. But I asked them a question. One was wearing 59, and I said, what does 59 represent? That's how many are left. I said, all right, well, get them out. I said, are they all living? No, 24 are living. I said, 24? He said, yeah, 24, only 24. So 24 out of the 59 are living, and they knew because they had just gotten out. And what are the others? The others are all dead. But I spoke to the parents of the others, and as much as you want your beautiful boy out, they want their beautiful boy, and for the most part, as you know, boys, young boys, for the most part, but they want him out so badly. I said, is he okay? No, he's dead. But they want him out so badly, almost as much as if he were alive. It was an amazingly sad thing to see, the level of love for the children. And they didn't even view them as dead. They needed the body of their son, and they knew they were dead. But think of that, out of 59, you had 24 that were living, and now I understand it's not even that number. And young people don't die. They're very resilient. You know, you don't have young people dying. Young people are killed. Old people die. They can't take it. They couldn't breathe in some cases. They had them in a pipe, closed at both ends. If you're claustrophobic, it's a big problem. And many people are claustrophobic. But young people live, old people die, but these were young people that were dying. So you know what took place. As we bow our heads this beautiful day in the Rose Garden on the National Day of Prayer, we once again trust our lives to our liberties and our happiness to the hands of the Creator who gave them to us and who loves us. Who loves us. Think of it, where you are now, and so beautiful. But it's so nice because here you are, this unbelievable setting. I think no setting like it in the world. When you add up the importance, I take people into the Oval Office, and the biggest people, foreign leaders, princes, kings, queens, and presidents, and prime ministers, and a couple of dictators, I guess. They don't say that. They say, no, I'm a prime minister or I'm a president. And I say, no, you're a dictator, but that's okay. But I bring them into the Oval Office, and they just want to look. They can't believe it. It's most important. And they all have beautiful offices. They are, in some cases, the wealthiest people in the world, in some cases, the most powerful people in the world. But they go into the Oval Office, and here you are right outside the Oval Office. And in one way, you're so lucky, but in another way, you're all fighting for people that you know are not so fortunate right now because of people like your beautiful son, people that are being really tortured because the level of anger and meanness thrown off by the human being. You know, they say the lions and the tigers aren't nearly as vicious as a human because they only kill for food. They kill for food. They don't kill. They kill for food. The human being kills for sport. They try and destroy people, killing or otherwise, for sport. And we've got some bad ones out there, really bad ones. We have some bad ones here. We have some bad ones in this government. But we picked good ones. But we had some bad ones in the last 4 years, the things that they did. And the things they didn't do, your son shouldn't have been there for long. That would have been so much easier to solve immediately instead of years later. And it should have never happened. October 7th, remember, would have never happened. So as we bow our heads in this beautiful day, once again, we have to trust our God because our God knows exactly where we're going, what we're doing, knows every inch of our life. And may He continue to hear our prayers, to guide our steps and build up our beloved nation to even greater heights. We're in the process of doing some great things. I get criticized no matter what, but I just go forward because everyone knows we're right. All we're doing is what they've done to us for 40 years, but we're doing it bigger and better. That's the only thing we're doing. And now I'd like to ask our faith leaders, including some of the ones that will be our faith leaders on the council, to come up, if you will. The ministers, rabbis, please come up. Imams, who I got to know in Michigan. I loved them. They were great, by the way. They said, we don't want to die. I said, you want to die? They said, we don't want to die. They said, what about the 38 virgins? They say, that's nonsense. We don't know anything about it. And we won the state of Michigan, Speaker, by and we had tremendous support. But we have some people in the audience. And Ralph, come on up. Get up here, Ralph. If you see anybody, just get them up here, because these are people that have been just unbelievable supporters of what we're doing and doing it right. And I'd like to start by asking Paula White to lead us in prayer to start off, and each person is going to say a few words in a prayer. Thank you.
Thank you, President Trump. You are truly the greatest champion of faith we've ever had. Can someone say amen? Just a few words. What a sacred and historic moment to stand in the Rose Garden in the People's House. And President Trump has graciously welcomed us in, surrounded by leaders of faith and government from every background and every tradition, to honor what anchors us all, and that is prayer. We are here because we understand the power of prayer. Today is not about symbolism. It is about substance. And we gather because we believe in this power of prayer to bring peace in the storm, clarity in chaos and confusion, unity in division, and strength in weakness. Prayer is not a religious act. It's a national necessity. And as senior advisor to President Trump of the newly created and historic White House Faith Office, I do carry a great responsibility to ensure that the voice of faith is not only heard, but also honored at the highest levels of government. And under President Donald Trump's leadership, faith has not been pushed aside. It has been brought back to where it always belongs, and that is center. We'd be here forever, but I can tell you a few things. In just the last 100 days, over 1,000 faith leaders have come into the White House. Think about that. We've had an iftar dinner, a Passover, an Easter, many briefings, listening sections, working sessions, and they're not here for ceremony, but they're here for collaboration, creating and crafting policy, and sharing their hearts. The President House of Faith Office, as he said, in the West Wing. That is historical, never been done. With centers of faith launched across every federal department and agency to work on 8 initiatives, many of which have already been highlighted. But our number one is to always defend religious liberty, combating anti-Semitic, anti-Christian, and any additional forms of religious bias, promoting foster care and adoption in partnership with faith-based entities. Then we have brain health and fostering minds and flourishing minds. The president has provided us with an incredible staff, and I've got to brag on them for 1 second. Jenny Korn, our faith director, please stand. Jackson Lane, our faith engagement, please stand. Martin Marks, our Jewish engagement, please stand. Cassie Doolin, our policy advisor, please stand. Dave Donaldson, our grants coordinator, please stand. And that is just here in the White House under the executive office of the president. He says faith matters, and he knows the heart of the American people. Executive orders were signed to end the weaponization of government against people of faith, including parents, traditional Catholics that were spied on by the FBI, pro-life advocates. Protections were restored for service members and healthcare workers that stood firm for their beliefs. And my iPad broke, so I'm making sure that I stick to everything and go over the notes. Sorry for the licking of the fingers. And America is once again seen as a moral and a spiritual leader on the global stage. This, I can say unequivocally, and I'm going to pray, is the fruit of a president who welcomes God into the very center of decision making. Now, let's pray. Father God, we come before you in the name of Jesus with open hearts and a surrendered spirit, humbled by your mercy and grateful for this moment. Thank you for the nation. Thank you for your hand upon America. And thank you for every faith leader and their voice that is gathered here today. We lift up President Donald Trump, our president and my friend. Cover him, keep him, surround him with divine supernatural protection. Let every assignment of the enemy roll off of him, and every purpose of heaven be fulfilled in him. Grant him wisdom beyond human understanding and capability, and give him divine dreams, visions. Show him. We call for a spiritual reset in our nation, a return to what is right, a reverence for what is sacred, a realignment with your divine purpose. Let your favor rest upon every righteous leader. Let justice flow through our government. Let healing go to every broken place. And we pray this boldly. We pray this strong. We pray this by faith, and I pray this in the name which is above every name, the name of Jesus. And everybody said, amen.
Great. Thank you, Paula. Great job. Could I ask Dan to come on up and John come up? Ben, come on up here, please. Got to be up here. Come on, Phil. Who knew Phil was a man of great religion? Who knew this? I watched him so long, I can't believe it. I would love to have you come up representing your religion right there, representing your so highly respected. Please come up. Mary, come on up. And I'd like to have this whole first row come up, if you would. We have plenty of room, even if we go back. Mike, come on up. Marco, Scott, Pete, Pam. Oh, look at Howard. Okay, that's great. That's great. Marco's doing such a good job. Get up here, please. Okay, somebody's keeping him. Somebody's helping him. Come on up. I want to thank you. Marjorie, come on up here, Marjorie.
Pastor Maldonado.
Where's Pastor Maldonado?
Right there.
Pastor, come on up. Come on up.
Pena.
Yes, come on. These are people that have been from the beginning.
Mark Burns.
Yes. Come on up, Mark. And anybody else feels that they should be here. Where is Gary? Gary Bauer? Is Gary here?
Yes.
Come on, Gary.
Gary Bauer. You got a lot of
Gary's won't take up too much room. I had Ohio State here, and I had yesterday the Philadelphia Eagles here. So they took up a little more room than Gary. I got very good at this. Good, Gary. Nice to see you. And all of you, I just really appreciate everything you've done. Yes, Jenny.
Rodney and Adana.
That would have been terrible.
Rodney and Adana.
I'm glad we saw that. Rodney, come on up. Come on up. This is built to hold a lot of people. Don't worry. Thank you.
Pastor Brad and Rachel Knight.
That's great. So I could ask, please, Rabbi Levi Shumtov to come up and say a few words. Rabbi, please.
Almighty one and only God, who was, is, and always will be, who created us all and everything that we see, we seek your grace and humbly ask for your blessing. Our nation and our world ache as disaster, conflicts, and division rage. We pray for the president as he works so hard, and we ask that you please help him succeed for the benefit of all our nation and the world. More than once, you shielded him from the scopes and designs of evil people intending to do him harm, and miraculously spared his very life, for which he has humbly and publicly offered you thanks, declaring his own strengthened faith in you, God. Please continue to give him and his family strength and safety, and once all counsel is offered, the wisdom to discern what is right, to follow that course, and encourage others to do the same. Please bless all the good people of the United States, especially our leaders, the Speaker of the House, cabinet officials, and congressional leaders, and specifically the military, who serve stateside and abroad, that they may defend our lives and values as they vigorously protect the world from emerging threats and sinister forces. Please keep them safe and favor them with courage and vigor. And please, we pray, watch over our fellow American, Idan Alexander, and the other hostages still languishing with him in Gaza at the hands of the savage Hamas terrorists, that they, and even those who have sadly not survived, be returned quickly and without further pain to the loving family and nation eagerly awaiting them. As a Jew, I say simply, thank you, Mr. President, for inviting me to offer a prayer on behalf of my people, the Jewish people, here in America, in our ancestral homeland, the Holy Land, Israel, and all over the world, in the religious manner and faith which I choose to practice.
Amen.
The real friendship shown by you toward Israel and the Jewish people, and though that might be lesser known by your father before you, will long be remembered as being of historic proportions. We are a resilient nation and wish no one ill, and we will, with your help, O God, endure and prevail once again. We have found great opportunity here in America, a country we love dearly and to which we continuously strive to contribute significantly. Hear the prayers of those waiting for your blessing, of children, and help the President and the leaders of our nation navigate efforts to help them.
Yes.
Light will always defeat darkness, even if it takes some time to realize. Allow us to counter anti-Semitism with an informed and robust Semitism, a renewed and strengthened sense of Jewish identity and purpose. For we are in the land of the free and the home of the brave. And finally, dear God, please help us find harmony here at home. Even as we vigorously debate the important issues and defend the rights of those who wish to speak in peace, to say their piece, let us remain mindful of those timeless words of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem M. Schneerson of sacred memory, who taught that the best way to bring together two feuding sides is to focus how they are actually all on the same side, as we are one society, one nation, living under you, God, in whom we trust, guided by your hand and your will, ultimately indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And may we usher in the long-awaited time your prophets have promised, of peace and understanding between peoples, kindness and grace, no more war or conflict, with the coming of Mashiach, our righteous Redeemer, soon in our day. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Mike, please.
Sure. Mr. President, it was in 1952 that the Reverend Billy Graham took 40,000 Americans to the east steps of the Capitol and petitioned Congress to establish this day, the National Day of Prayer. It didn't take long. It was 2 days later, a unanimous vote in the House of Representatives. Congress worked together well because they knew that priority. They knew we're a nation of faith. It's in our DNA. We are one nation under God, as the President said. Thank you for your leadership, sir. Let me pray. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for the friends and the faithful gathered here in the Rose Garden in this beautiful place. We thank you for your extraordinary blessings upon our nation, almost 250 years now as we near the great anniversary of this grand experiment in self-governance that you've given us. God, we are reminded of the admonitions of the Founding Fathers, our first president, George Washington, who reminded us that of all dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. They understood, God, that we had your favor because we understood our place before you, that our rights did not derive from government, but from you, and that those inalienable rights cannot be taken away. So, Father, we commit our nation to you. We ask you for wisdom, discernment, and stamina for the President, for the Vice President, J.D. Vance, for everyone in the Cabinet and all the leaders in Congress, and all these faith leaders here assembled in this garden, and all the Americans around the country who look to you for guidance, who trust you for your protection, and who humbly bow before you and ask for your guidance and your blessing as we continue to bless you. We ask and pray, and I believe this all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Bishop Robert Barron, please. Bishop. Good.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President, for the formation of this commission, which I think is of extraordinary significance for our country. And thank you to so many of the top leaders of our country who are here, which show the priority you give to this very important theme. And with that, let us pray. Heavenly Father, Sovereign King, we bless you, we praise you, and we thank you for all your benefits to our country. We know that the rights we enjoy to life, to liberty, to the pursuit of happiness are given not by government or popular consensus, but by you. We acknowledge, Lord, that since just law is grounded in moral law, and moral law in eternal law, we are indeed a nation under God. We praise you especially today for religious liberty, which has been reverenced from the very beginning of our republic as our first freedom. We ask that you might give us the grace to preserve it and strengthen it. O God, to whom every human power is subject, we beg you to bless our president as he exercises the prerogatives of his high office. May he strive always to please you in what he says and does, and may he govern under the direction of your providence. And may he, in his deliberations and decisions, always be particularly mindful of those who suffer and those who are most in need. Gracious Lord, look kindly too upon the people of our great nation, that we might be architects of justice and makers of peace, that we might indeed be prosperous and strong, but above all righteous and docile to your will. We make these prayers in the name of Jesus, whose resurrection from the dead we celebrate this Easter season, and who is Lord forever and ever. Amen.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Imam Habash to come up, please. Imam. Thank you.
Well, greetings, everyone, and happy Thursday. Let us pray. Today is a great day, made even more memorable by this event. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of God, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful. O God, the source of peace, the bestower of wisdom, the one who is near to all who call upon you with sincerity. We pause and turn to you with hearts of humble in gratitude and hope. Bless and guide our nation, our leaders, our service members and their families. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those whom you have blessed, not the path of those who incur anger, nor of those who go astray. Fill our hearts with hope that does not waver, faith that does not falter, and compassion that conquers fear. Bestow upon our leaders discerning minds, courageous hearts, and a commitment to justice, mercy, peace, and righteousness. Despair not of the mercy of God. Surely God is the most forgiving, the most merciful. Fill the hearts of the weary with your mercy. Heal the wounds of division among us. O God of justice and compassion, remember all who suffer from conflict and oppression. Strengthen the mothers who grieve, uplift the father who despair, and shelter the children who yearn for peace. O sustainer of the universe, grant us vision to see a globe freed from hatred and injustice, and grant us the strength to strive for it with humility and perseverance. Remind us, O God, that through patience and perseverance, with certainty of hope, your help is near. Verily, with hardship comes ease. Unite us as one nation, committed to serve one another with dignity, respect, and steadfast hope in your mercy. Truly, God, you are the listener of supplication, the one who responds to the call of the caller when they call upon you. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. Amen and amen.
That's fantastic. Thank you. That was fantastic. Bishop Kelvin Koberis, please.
Let's bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, eternal God, we gather in your majestic and presence today, grateful for the blessings and freedom and peace that you have bestowed upon each and every one of us and this great nation. We thank you that as we gather today in solitude in the serenity of this rose garden, we stand to lift up your name and pray, God, that as we lift our hearts and voices, we pray seeking your divine grace and guidance. And we humbly come before you today, acknowledging our shortcomings and asking you to forgive us of all our sins. We pray today for the United States of America. We pray for our President Donald John Trump. We thank you that while the enemy has used many attempts to threaten his life and his existence, that, Father, you saved him by your grace and for your purpose to stand, to represent, and to save America. I pray today that you put your arms around him and his family, that you lift them up and strengthen them. I pray for our Speaker of the House. I pray for every cabinet member, everyone that's involved with this administration, that, Father, despite the threats, despite the different things that come from the devices of the enemy, that they will stand fearless, that they will stand strong in fervor, knowing that if God is before us, he's more than the world against us. So, Father, I pray for these United States of America, that in the midst of division, in the midst of calamity, in the midst of confusion, that, Father, your love and your name would be lifted up, and that you would bind us together with cords that cannot be broken, and that once again we would be the United States of America. For it is united that we stand, and divided that we fall, and by your grace you will lift us up, and you will keep us strong. So we pray that thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory forever, and that your will would be done on earth as it is in heaven. And we pray all of these blessings in the magnanimous, matchless name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. God's people said amen. Amen.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. It was something, Bishop. You're something. So thank you all. This has been an incredible day. I'm going to now ask the musicians who are so wonderful and talented and loyal to our country to conclude the celebration by leading us in two more songs, and I will then simultaneously begin the process of signing the commission and signing the commissioners. To join me, everyone who's not on the stage, that's a part of it, please come up. And I just want to say this was a great honor. This was a great day. We could not have asked for more beautiful weather, that's for sure. And I want to thank you all for being here. We're bringing back religion in our country, and we're bringing it back, as I say, bigger and better and stronger than ever before. Thank you all very much. Musicians, please. Thank you.
Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy Great Are You, Lord, followed by Amazing Grace.
You give life, you are love, you bring light to the darkness, you give hope, you restore every heart that is broken. Great are you, Lord. It's your breath in our lungs, so we pour out our praise. We pour out our praise. It's your breath in our lungs, so we pour out our praise. We pour out our praise. It's your breath in our lungs, so we pour out our praise. We pour out our praise. It's your breath in our lungs, so we pour out our praise to you only. Great are you, Lord. Sing this, we sing. And all the earth will shout your praise. Our hearts will cry, these bones will sing. Great are you, Lord. Come on and sing it again. Say, all the earth will shout your praise. Our hearts will cry, these bones will sing. Great are you, Lord. It's your breath in our lungs. It's your breath in our lungs. So we pour out our praise. We pour out our praise. It's your breath in our lungs. So we pour out our praise to you found was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace that fear relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Sing it again, sing Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you.
If you want to all come back into the Oval, come back into the Oval, just walk off the stage. Can I have one first? That sounds like, thank you, that's pretty. Oh, that's what it sounded like. I love that voice. What a great speech. Bishop, thank you. So we'll come back. Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Paula, why don't you keep?
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Very much. Thank you, Mr.
President Trump signing the annual proclamation encouraging all Americans to pray. It is part of law, particularly on this National Day of Prayer. The National Day of Prayer, of course, being celebrated and observed there at the White House. You heard the president speak. You also heard members of various denominations speak as well and offer up prayers for this country. And President Trump then wrapping things up by signing that annual proclamation, which is laid out by law. We'll, of course, continue to cover the Day of prayer events happening throughout the day. President Trump also getting ready to head to Alabama later on this afternoon, where he'll be speaking at the University of Alabama for its graduation festivities. All of that going to be covered throughout the day here on Real America's Voice. For now, though, let's get you back to your programming already happening.
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
Haven't stopped yet. But so, yes, so this terrible demoralization, right? So, all right, now you're being called, you're advertising on social media. Let's go back and tell this whole story. So, because I'm very curious about it. So you had an intuition that you could go to campuses. Okay, so tell me where'd that idea come from? Do you think?
Well, I never went to college, first of all, which is...
Right, you've been to many colleges.
I've been to more colleges than most people. You might have me beat, but I've been to well over 200 campuses across.
No, you've got me beat.
Yeah, I mean, almost every college. Yeah, you can imagine. I can. I've either given a lecture, a speech, or started a chapter there.
Yeah. So my daughter doesn't have a university degree, so she started a university. So that's very
good.
comical.
Exactly.
I know, but this is good. Okay, so that means you do have a university education. You just got it a very different way.
That's right.
Okay, so you decided. That's interesting too, because it's like I asked you what your motivation for doing this was, and the first thing you said was that you didn't have a degree. So that's very interesting. So what, were you also curious about going to campuses? Like,
yes, and that's really a great point. So just as a little background, I wanted to go to West Point. I didn't get in. I told my parents I would take a gap year to kind of figure this out, because I saw some momentum of a local political group that was out of the cookie group, by the way, that kind of kept growing. I said, I want to keep this going and play this out, see where this can be.
This was after high school, after high school.
Yeah, that's correct. That was the summer I graduated high school.
Okay.
A really amazing mentor by the name of Bill Montgomery, may he rest in peace, was the only guy ever. He said, Charlie, you shouldn't go to college. I was like, that's the most radical thing someone could say. So that idea was planted in my head. And I said, okay, I'll just take a gap year. I'll kind of figure things out.
Why did he tell you that?
He thought, in his own words, he sensed an entrepreneurial gift and skill that I had.
Right.
And a drive. He was a kind of an entrepreneur himself.
So he could see the entrepreneurial part of you, and he didn't think that would work well in college.
Yeah, and he said, you have to go create, not just go.
Oh, good. Oh, that was good.
What he said.
I see. Okay.
You have to go build. He said, you have something in you. You have a drive. You have a passion. You have a relentless kind of spirit. And he says, you shouldn't go to college. And that was the most radical thing that a suburban kid in Chicago could hear, because everyone would go to college.
Of course.
It's a mark of failure not to go to college.
Yeah, right.
And so not getting into West Point was very demoralizing. However, it was the greatest gift ever from the Lord, because I took the gap year. And to your credit, which is no one's ever put this together, all my friends were in college. So I would start visiting my friends in colleges. So you think about it, because I would go to high school. I would graduate high school. I still am friends with all my high school friends. So I'd go to University of Iowa, University of Illinois to go visit them, Northwestern. And I realized as I was trying to get this political thing off the ground, this is where it all stemmed from. And I was trying to put pieces together that the academy was where the fight needed
definitely
to go towards.
Yeah.
And simultaneously, as I was trying to find funding and trying to get donors behind our effort, something that almost every wealthy person that I would encounter is they had a soft spot and a interest in trying to invest in college campuses, especially conservative-leaning philanthropists and business types in America. I think about 2012.
That's turned around to bite them pretty damn hard.
Oh, yeah, but it would get their attention, right? So here I would be at a cocktail party, and I'd be 18, 19 years old trying to get funding, trying to get someone's attention. They say, okay, what do you do? I said, well, I'm trying to bring conservatism to college campuses. Oh, really? And they would be sincere. They would lean in.
Right.
They'd say, well, what about my alma mater? Have you spoke there? And so I'd have a little connection. I'd say, well, maybe I could visit there if we have a little bit of money. And so it helped. So I had interest from the donor community.
Right. So you could see that there was an opening there, a door that was open.
And I had no idea how big that opening was. And the more that I learned, some of these donors, as you would say, they'd give hundreds of millions of dollars to these schools.
Yeah, right.
And so they had a lot of vested interest. They were very curious about a young guy that wants to go shake up these campuses. Because remember, that's when woke was really starting to come up. To listen to the full conversation with Dr. Jordan Peterson, you guys can go to his podcast, which is the Jordan Peterson Podcast, or if you want to listen to my annotated version, subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. We'll be right back with part of my conversation with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and some of our great Turning Point USA leaders.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. The White House is continuing to tout the work the administration has done during the first 100 days of President Trump's administration. This morning, it was White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller bringing common sense to the press briefing room. In fact, the title of today's briefing was Restoring Common Sense. While Miller talked about everything from deporting illegal immigrants to calling changing a child's gender child abuse, he also addressed the reasoning for the ongoing tariff war with China.
But the president's goals have been very clear on these points, which is that he is not going to allow China to continue to steal our intellectual property, to continue to illegally dump and subsidize their goods in our markets, to manipulate their currency, to rack up an unsustainable trade deficit. We need to have a trade relationship with China that does not do harm to our nation's economic and national security. And that has to be the guidepost of any objective.
Meantime, the tide is rolling at the University of Alabama, and today it's bringing in President Trump. This evening's remarks in Tuscaloosa will be the president's first college graduate since retaking the White House. During this graduation season, he'll also address graduating cadets at West Point. President Trump won the state of Alabama with a 64% margin back in November, en route to winning the presidency for a second time. While the White House is describing the president's speech as a commencement address, address, his remarks are actually a special event that was created before graduation ceremonies begin tomorrow. Following the stop in Tuscaloosa, the president will head to Florida for a long weekend at Mar-a-Lago. Senate Republicans back President Trump and barely vote down a resolution that would have blocked the president's global tariffs. The 49-49 vote failed thanks to Vice President J.D. Vance's tie-breaking vote and because two senators who appeared to support the idea were absent for the vote. By the way, 3 Republicans, Rand Paul of Kentucky, Susan Collins of Maine, and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, joined all Democrats in supporting the measure. The resolution was designed to end the national emergency under which President Trump is implementing his global tariffs. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Author of the MAGA Doctrine and president of Turning Point USA, here's Charlie Kirk.
I want to tell you guys about TikTok. Remember, President Trump is saving TikTok. It's amazing the more that you learn about it. We've been going viral on TikTok, but also let's talk about their economic impact. Across the United States, over 7.5 million businesses, from family-owned shops to entrepreneurs, are using TikTok to compete and grow. In fact, 74% of small businesses on TikTok say TikTok has allowed them to scale their operations, increasing sales and expanding to new locations. And that growth means jobs. And there are over 7.5 million U.S. businesses on TikTok employing more than 28 million people. And that number keeps growing. Small businesses thrive on TikTok. Learn more about TikTok's contribution to the U.S. economy at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. All right, my conversation with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and our remarkable Turning Point USA students. Enjoy. Okay, everybody, we have a very special, let's just say, conversation ahead of you tonight. We are going to be joined by the Treasury Secretary of the United States and a friend of mine, Scott Bessent, and over 1,000 Turning Point USA high school and college chapters across the country to discuss financial literacy. We know with all the economic pressures that are facing the next generation, as you can see, they're populating up on screen, all of our amazing Turning Point leaders. Hey, guys, great to see you. That's the future of America right there. I'll tell you what, with all of the financial pressures facing the next generation, inflation, cost of housing, it's more important than ever to teach financial literacy. How to save money, how to invest. What does it mean to have compound interest? What is debt? What is good debt versus bad debt? What is consumer debt? What is credit card debt? What is a mortgage? Should you take out 2 mortgages on your home? What is a reverse mortgage? This stuff needs to be taught in our schools, and we are trying to lead the charge here with our Turning Point USA students. Without any further ado, let me welcome the Secretary of Treasury of the United States, who's doing a phenomenal job in the first 100 days here, Scott Bessent. Mr. Secretary, great to see you. Thank you for taking the time.
Hey, Charlie, great to see you. And this is part of Financial Literacy Month. And I think that there's nothing more important.
Well, thank you. I agree. And what we have here is over 1,000 of our Turning Point USA chapters, high school and college chapters, that quite honestly, in the next half an hour to 45 minutes, they're going to learn more about financial literacy because it's not taught in our schools. It's not taught in high school. It's not taught in colleges. And let me just ask you before we go to our first question, which is Trey from University of South Carolina. Why is it, do you think, that financial literacy has not been in our curriculum, Mr. Secretary? Can you comment on that? Because it's a major failing.
Yeah, Charlie, I don't know, because somehow it got a bad name. I'm older than all of you. I'm 62, but when I was younger, it actually used to be taught. And everyone used to think home economics was like how to cook, how to keep a house, but it was also how to keep a budget. And somehow like home economics disappeared, shop disappeared, and all these other kind of strange transgender studies things showed up, and somehow they were more important than teaching people how to be self-sufficient.
I was on the last curve. It's funny. I went to MacArthur Middle School, and we had home ec, and they got rid of it a couple years later. And it was very helpful because it was all about how to balance a checkbook, what is saving, what is investing, as well as some of the more basic stuff, how to do laundry, how to iron your shirts. And quite honestly, one that I appreciated, young men, here's how to tie a tie. What a concept, right? It's amazing how many young men don't know how to tie ties. Let's get to our first question here. As I mentioned, we have over 1,000 chapters here on the Zoom call. It's an honor to be speaking to you, Mr. Secretary. The first question here is from Trey. He's a Turning Point USA chapter leader at the University of South Carolina in beautiful Columbia, South Carolina. I was just there for a great event that unfortunately got rained out about an hour into it. Trey, great to see you, my friend. What is your question for the Secretary?
Well, it's always good to see you, Charlie. We had a blast on April 7th, and Secretary Besson, it's a pleasure to be speaking with you tonight. And I have a question for you, Mr. Secretary. So, what practical changes is the Trump administration making that are going to be helping young people, such as number one, get married, two, own a home, number three, afford kids because this is really a big reason why President Trump won back in November. Young people were looking at being the first generation since Washington, where they weren't, expected to be as well off as their parents were. So, my question.
Trey, all three excellent points, and I don't know if you know it, I am from South Carolina, so go Gamecocks, at the Trump administration, we are trying to address this incredible affordability crisis that was created by the last administration, and it is a combination of the out-of-control prices, the out-of-control government debt, and we'll come back to that on why that's very important. If I was a young person, not fair for my generation to pass it down and then bring down interest rates, bring down the energy cost, and also create economic security, because one of my big sayings is that economic security is national security is economic security, and they're really tied together. So, I'll work backwards here, and I'll say that I think one of the few good things to come from COVID was it was a beta test that if we got into a kinetic war, could the U.S. be self-sufficient? And it turns out we're not. We couldn't supply our own medicine. We don't have a lot of rare earths, which go into the most of our machinery. The semiconductors are all made on the island of Taiwan, steel. So we're trying to bring all those back home. For economic security, one of the reasons I came out from behind my desk in Charleston was I was so alarmed by the way the Biden administration was just spin, and I thought it was deeply cynical what they were doing. They were running up the debt, and then they were going to come and say, we have to raise taxes, and we were going to become like a European-style social democracy. And in this slow growth, high tax environment, that's the worst thing that young people like you could start out in. And then the last thing is the high government debt. Pushes up interest rates. So we have a plan to bring down the government debt and also to make the U.S. energy independent and keep energy prices low.
Phenomenal answer. Thank you, Trey, for that. And yes, Mr. Secretary, I did choose the South Carolina question first. There's a little bit of a wink and a nod to the courtesy of you making time. You got to go back home. And so, and I want to add on to that just a second as we get Ryan queued up here from Wichita State University, which is when young people do not own stuff, when young people do not have a stake in the American dream, it can set the prerequisite for radical socialist politics. Ownership of goods, ownership of property is a necessary ingredient for the flourishing of the American middle class. Ryan, great chapter leader for us at Wichita State University. Ryan, great to see you. What question do you have for the Secretary? And you got a great chapter there. I think you got almost 10 people there. And so say hello to the Secretary from Wichita, Kansas.
Well, thank you, Charlie and Secretary Besson. And our question is, what advice do you have to young people listening on how they should approach wealth building?
Ryan, Another good question, and I'm going to give you an answer that I think is not obvious. Everyone wants to be a great investor, and that's super helpful in terms of how you manage your assets. But the other way, and Charlie alluded to it earlier, is how do you manage your personal balance sheet? How do you manage your personal finances? And how aware are you of your risk tolerance? And a good thing about being a young person is you should have more risk tolerance. There used to be, and I'm not a proponent of this, but there used to be a very easy rule of thumb. You took 100, subtracted your age, and then that's the percent of your net worth that should be allocated to equities. And then over time, as you got closer to retirement, you'd have more fixed income, fewer equities. But one thing that I would really tell everyone to think about is like personal tax planning. There's so many things that you can do that in terms of, do you want to live in a low tax state? Do you want to live in a high tax state? The savings plans, when do you want to start? When are you able to start putting money away? Even if it's $100 a month, makes a big difference. And I would echo what Charlie says, is we want to have stakeholders in the system. You want everybody to be part of the system, and you also want people to believe in the system. You want to be smart about your insurance. Is it a good idea when you're very young? You can buy very cheap life insurance. That's a great tax advantage savings product over your life. Where do you keep your money? You want your money to be in a safe and sound bank, but many people get very lazy. And if you have a money market account and a checking account, money market account's probably going to pay a lot more. It can be a little bit of a pain every week or every month, but keep the money in the high earning account and then just move it over to checking or debit as you need it. And the main thing too is just when you're young, don't get over your head in debt. College of Charleston, where I live, has a great program for kids. I'm sure all of you have seen freshman year, American Express, all the other credit card companies are out on campus. They're here, sign up. This is going to be great. And before you know it, you're into the semester, you're 2 semesters, you're over your head in debt, you're having trouble making ends meet, maybe have to drop out of school for a while, get a job, your grades go down. So, as Charlie said, having smart debt, and normally credit card debt is not smart debt.
Excellent answer. And that's really important, guys, to understand also, and I'm sure we'll get to this at some point in the conversation, but if we don't, learn the tax laws. Now, Mr. Secretary is working on a phenomenal tax bill with the president that will hopefully go no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and all that other stuff. But understand that a mortgage actually has some tax benefits to it, to a home. So understand that credit card debt has no such advantages in the tax code system. In fact, you want to try to borrow money on something that gets more valuable. By the way, that was the argument for student loan debt in a year past, right? Years past. Well, you're going to get more valuable over the next 30 years, so you might as well borrow money on yourself. Well, understand that, going and spending money on experiences, going out to eat or going on vacations, those are very diminishing returns over a long period of time. And so understand the different types of debt is critically important. I think we all know one person who, when their head hits the pillow at night, they are out. Honestly, I'm kind of jealous of that lately. It's hard to turn off with all the stuff that we have going on. We got to raise money at Turning Point. We're hiring tons of people. We've got 1,000 employees. Well, Z-Factor from Relief Factor works. Z-Factor is more than just melatonin. That is amateur hour. You see, it uses a combination of 4 natural ingredients to calm your mind, relax your body, so you can ease into sleep faster. Charlotte B says, my body feels so much better. Thank you. George B writes, quote, quote, I use it every night with great results. So give Z Factor a try. Right now, you can save 46% off on your first order, only $19.95 on a 30-day supply. Just call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Relax your mind, fall asleep quicker, and sleep soundly with Z Factor from relieffactor.com. Just a reminder, this full conversation is on the Charlie Kirk Show podcast, so subscribe and become a member today to watch it ad-free. Members.charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
A three-part question. The first part is, can you explain why the dollar is the world reserve currency? The second part is, how does that help America? And then the third part is, are we at a risk of losing that?
Nick, good questions. I'll work backwards. There is we are not at risk of losing it now. I think if we continued with the Biden administration's reckless policies, there's a chance that we might. I don't believe we are. What President Trump has instructed me to do is to put in great economic policies that makes the United States the best place to invest, the best place to compound your capital, best place for innovation, best place for upward social mobility, wealth accumulation, to be able to keep more of what you make, and but a very attractive destination for foreigners to bring in their money. Because, we take the stability that we have here for granted. We take the fact that our markets are free and fair.
Okay, we'll be back with more of my conversation with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. But I want to tell you guys about Hillsdale College. History, economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these things in school? Well, probably not. Or even if you did, maybe it's time for an enjoyable refresher. You see, Hillsdale College is America's greatest college, and they're offering more than 40 free online courses, including their newest course on totalitarian novels. In this 8-lecture course, you'll learn from Hillsdale College president, Dr. Larry Arnn, as he goes in depth on 4 novels, 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. I am taking this online course right now, and it's marvelous. It's phenomenal. Even though these novels were written in the 30s and 40s, they're highly relevant today, and they show what a tyrannical government does to human nature. It makes human beings small, irrelevant. Maybe you read these books long ago in school. Maybe you've heard others talk about them and they seem a little intimidating. Let Hillsdale College help you make the most of them. Go right now to charlieforhillsdale.com to enroll. There's no cost and it's easy to get started. That's charlieforhillsdale.com, CHIARLIE for Hillsdale.com, charlieforhillsdale.com. More of my discussion with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Around the world, it's not like that. Argentina, that I just visited 3 weeks ago, has a very dynamic president. You may have seen him, President Milei, and he is having to save his country. But Argentina, 100 years ago, was the 9th richest country in the world. Now I think it's something like 120th. So people like Argentinians want to put their money here. And then why is it important to be the reserve currency? Because it gives us low-cost borrowing, gives us the authority over the rest of the world in terms of issuing debt, in terms of the world is priced in dollars. So it gives U.S. companies an advantage, gives the U.S. government an advantage for borrowing, and really helps us maintain our defense posture and our foreign presence. Everybody wants to be in the dollar. Commodities are priced in dollars. Oil is the most important commodity in the world. It's priced in dollars. So we got to work hard to maintain our reserve currency status. I'm sure that we are going to do it. And President Trump did an incredible job in his first term. There was some bad behavior by the U.S. government in terms of fundamentals, and now we're going to be back on a good track. And I can tell you, everybody in the world wants to come here now.
And I will add on top of that as well. Everybody in this audience, you guys have inherited really what is a birthright, which is the U.S. dollar as the world reserve currency status. We do not want to lose that. Look at that right here. Losing that would be detrimental and potentially catastrophic. And President Trump wants to try to decouple the BRICS. Joe Biden did nothing when it came to BRICS. He couldn't care less. The fact that these countries were trying to assemble an alternative to the dollar, a big problem. Jack is the next question from Towson University in Towson, Maryland. Jack, what is your question for the Secretary?
Hello from Towson University. Thank you, Mr. Kirk. We hope to have you sometime down here in the future. And thank you, Mr. Secretary, for taking our question. So our question is, there is a lot of concern that the Trump tariffs may increase product prices sometime in the relatively near future. So when can we expect prices to decrease, and how will that benefit college students in the long run who are already broke?
So the tariffs, we'll see where the negotiations come out. Tariffs are more like a one-time price change. So we could see a price adjustment over the coming months, but at the same time, we're seeing rents go down. We're seeing energy prices go down. My cousin from Daytona Beach, Florida, if you could believe it, gas in Daytona Beach is $1.92 a gallon. So we've seen about a 20% decrease in energy prices, and President Trump is committed to lowering taxes. So the way to think about it, the price on the shelf may go up slightly, but your take-home pay will go up. The sort of what we would call the after-tax earnings for whether you're single or for a household will go up. And then the other big tax that is really an invisible tax is regulation.
We'll be back tomorrow, everybody. We also have a members call tomorrow, so become a members.charliekirk.com. Email me always, freedom@charliekirk.com. And remember to check out the show for both of these conversations. God bless. I got to run on campus right now to the University of California, San Diego. Pray for us while we're there. God bless. Talk to you soon.
happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is Ukraine and the U.S. on Wednesday signed an investment deal that will give the U.S. access to a key minerals deal after months of negotiations.
The Ukrainians are framing this at least as part of an investment fund. In fact, they're calling it the United States-Ukraine Reconstruction Investment Fund.
China is doing very poorly right now. I just saw some reports coming out, and I don't want that to happen. I was actually saddened to hear it, but they are getting absolutely hammered in China. Their factories are closing all over China because we're not taking their product. We don't want their product unless they're going to be fair with us.
California District Judge Jennifer Thurston demanded CBP agents cannot arrest suspected illegal migrants without a warrant.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man who was deported to a prison in El Salvador. There's new fallout because after President Trump suggested he could get him back to the U.S. if he wanted to.
Has a formal request from this administration been made?
Well, I would never tell you that. And you know who else I'll never tell? A judge. Because the conduct of our foreign policy belongs to the President of the United States and the executive branch, not some judge.
It is a sad reflection on the state of our media and many of the outlets represented in this room that you obsessively try to shill for this MS-13 terrorist?
National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and his deputy, Alex Wong, are set to step down from their post. Right now, it is not clear why that is happening or who is going to possibly replace them, but this is a very, very developing story.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily here in Washington, D.C. Today is May 1st, 2025, Anno Domini. Well, as people have heard over the past couple of hours after the news broke, President Trump is now changing up his national security team with a new position opening up at the National Security Council for the National Security Advisor and the Deputy National Security Advisor. Many people will remember that Mike Flynn, General Mike Flynn, was President Trump's very first National Security Advisor all the way back in 2017. Although from what I've been hearing as of this point, that what the intention here is to bring forward the Steve Witkoff, Scott Bessent plan for the Trump agenda writ large. Deals, negotiations, grand strategy, leverage, not military attacks, not new and open warfare, not bombing runs, not starting new wars, not backing proxy forces like we've done so many times around the world that get us entrenched deeper and deeper into these foreign policy disasters, but to make these one-on-one deals and perhaps even leaning on someone like Steve Witkoff, who doesn't have a background in government or a background in the administrative state. What he has is a background in diplomacy and loyalty to the president and the president's wishes. And this is something that a lot of people in Washington, D.C. don't seem to understand. Steve Witkoff is championing the president's agenda, which is the agenda that the American people voted for in November. Won the popular vote. They won 7 out of 7 of the swing states. Democrats, especially some union members, as I found out, don't like when you bring that up. But it's true. The American people did not vote for war. So as we move forward through the fourth turning, the idea is that America is going to win. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily. We'll be right back.
what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Washington, D.C. Human Events Daily. Want to also welcome in the third hour of the Charlie Kirk Show and his audience on the Salem Radio Network. Folks, with Elon Musk's dedication to Doge, he will likely uncover the hidden spending potentially on such things as, I don't know, what about weather modification? That's something that a lot of people say has played a major role in the decline of people's health. The influx of sicknesses taking over in America, we know it's not natural. And look, we've all seen them. Trails in the sky, fogs, all sorts of things that are going on out there. People are talking about this new bacteria, the Seriatta marcescens bacteria in the samples that have been tested. With the wellness company's medical emergency kit, you can tackle serious health concerns to avoid hospitalization or until you see a doctor. This compact blue case is your portable urgent care, stocked with ivermectin, Z-Pak, amoxicillin, and 6 other essential prescription medications right at your fingertips. You can literally order from your couch in minutes. The process is fully digital. Their medical board created a guidebook that outlines common treatments for UTI, strep throat, bacterial infections, respiratory illnesses, and so much more. All it takes is filling out a digital intake form, and within 1 to 2 weeks, your kit arrives at your door. Don't let illnesses catch you off guard. Order your kit now by heading to twc.health/POSO and use promo code POSO to save up to $30 off, plus free shipping. Kits are available to U.S. residents only. All right, folks, huge news, obviously, out of the White House. And I really think this means it's a step in the direction of what I've called Trump's grand strategy, the Trump doctrine, if you will. This is something that was championed, by the way, at hundreds of rallies and political events all throughout, not just 2024, but even the years prior. President Trump and a vote for him meant a vote towards peace, a vote towards negotiations, not World War III, which is exactly where Biden and Kamala Harris were sending all of us vis-a-vis the Ukraine war, then the war between Israel and Gaza, and so many more flashpoints. You think about Taiwan, you think about the South China Sea, and all sorts of other things where the flare could go up. I want to bring in Vish Burra. He's the producer on the Matt Gaetz Show, former producer of War Room. You guys know him. What's up, Vish?
Thanks for having me, Jack. I'm having a good time out here in San Diego.
Out in San Diego, out in God's country, and it's getting nice out there too. Vish, what is it with where people still don't quite seem to understand that the America First agenda is not the agenda of going around and picking fights and battles and wars and military action with other countries around the world that have not attacked us directly, and also that the idea that we can deal with things in a different way. And by the way, who's someone that I have to say this, and I talked about earlier on War Room with Steve, one of the guys in the New York Post who's out there today, or, I guess yesterday, dropped this piece about Steve Witkoff, this massive attack on Witkoff that's going on, was Douglas Murray. And he's saying, in the New York Post article, and I've had to respond to a number of his articles because he attacked MAGA on Ukraine. Now he's attacking Witkoff on Iran, says this guy has no idea what he's doing. He's completely out of his depth. He's wild. He's out of control. And it's like, he's doing exactly what the president was elected to do, and he's loyal to President Trump, and he's working as an envoy of Trump. We've had envoys throughout history like this. Vish, why are the attacks on Witkoff going on, and what is this sort of interplay between the neoconservative, neoliberal wing of sort of the party and the ascendant MAGA America First wing?
Jack, that's actually a great question. What we have to remember is when we talk about the America First agenda and why we are pursuing the America First agenda, it really simply boils down to this. What the agenda is meant to do is to maximize the value of American citizenship. And so every move is meant to do that. And when I had you on the Matt Gaetz Show, when I was guest hosting about a month ago, you went into great length to describe what was called the Great Deal. And that is exactly what Donald Trump went on the campaign trail and promised to people. to Americans, not just in 2016, but again in 2024, that he was going to bring about a great deal, whether it was about immigration, whether it was about trade and jobs with tariffs, and also foreign policy. And in order for a great deal to come about, you need great deal makers. And that is exactly why you are seeing now the convergence of attacks on Steve Witkoff, President Trump's envoy to practically everything, but namely Russia and Iran. Steve Witkoff is a guy who knows how to use leverage, who knows how to negotiate, and who knows who the primary stakeholders are, which is Donald Trump and the American people. And so now, why you are seeing these attacks on Mr. Witkoff is because the Douglas Murrays of the world, the James Lindsays of the world, these are what I call the Fukuyamaists, right? These are the people who are essentially fully invested in the post-World War II liberal consensus that has ruled and ruined the world over the last 80 years. And so when Donald Trump comes in and says, I'm going to secure a new great deal, this is what we're going after. We are ending the post-war consensus and starting a new one for the 21st century.
So, Vish, this post-war consensus that you're discussing, is this merely foreign policy, or is foreign policy and trade and all these various things intrinsically connected?
It's all connected, Jack. It's not just the foreign policy. The foreign policy is one aspect of it. But when we talk about maximizing the value of American citizenship and not maximizing the value of shareholders in some stock market or in some multinational company, this is what we're talking about when we talk about taking down the post-World War II consensus. It's because what the post-World War II consensus, what it essentially boiled down to was that America, because it's the hegemon, it's going to take a position where it's going to allow its economy and its wealth to deflate and be broadly distributed all across the world at the expense of everyday Americans, the working class that we fight for every day, and the working class that pays for everything. And so now when that working class says, no, I want my jobs back here, I want my value to be created here in America, I want the tariffs to protect American goods, but I also want our foreign policy to protect American lives and protect our soldiers and make sure they're not out there on excursions and expeditions that don't do anything to maximize the value of American citizenship. This is exactly what these Fukuyamaists, these people who are clinging to the post-World War II liberal order, this is exactly what they don't want, but this is exactly what President Trump is delivering.
And Vish, people have heard, of various institutions that prop up this post-war consensus or the liberal order, the rules-based order, as Blinken used to call it. Have you heard of the UN? Have you heard of NATO? Have you heard of the Bretton Woods Agreement, the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, the World Bank, all of which are directly associated now with the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, all of these various, as we would call them, globalist organizations, the Atlantic Council and others. So many think tanks that are associated with this. And there's various, British and European continental organizations that are also tied directly, intrinsically into this. This is the global power structure. And what President Trump is now doing on foreign policy, on tariffs and trade, and on immigration is actually working to roll that back and put America, because we've extended ourselves too far. We've been completely overextended. That's why we can't afford things anymore. But in the meantime, you go look at Shanghai, you go look at Shenzhen, you go look at Chongqing, and all of these cities in China, the Three Gorges Dam, and you say, how come they have all that? And yet Detroit is falling apart and Chicago is falling apart. That's why President Trump was in Michigan just a couple nights ago. We're going to be right back. Jack Posobiec on with Vish Burra here, Human Events Daily. Stay tuned. Quick break.
To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. The tide is rolling at the University of Alabama, and today it's bringing in President Trump. This evening's remarks in Tuscaloosa will be the president's first to college graduate since retaking the White House. During this graduation season, he'll also address graduating cadets at West Point. President Trump won the state of Alabama with 64% of the vote back in November, en route to winning the presidency for a second time. While the White House is describing the president's speech as a commencement address, his remarks are actually a special event created before graduation ceremonies begin tomorrow. Following his stop in Tuscaloosa, the president will head back to Florida for a long weekend at Mar-a-Lago. Senate Republicans backed President Trump and barely vote down a resolution that would have blocked the president's global tariffs. The 49-49 vote failed thanks to Vice President J.D. Vance's tie-breaking vote and because two senators who appeared to support the idea were absent for the vote, plus three Republicans, Rand Paul of Kentucky, Susan Collins of Maine, and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, joined all Democrats in supporting the measure. The resolution was designed to end the national emergency under which President Trump is implementing his global tariffs. Despite the Trump tariffs being on a 90-day hold while the administration and its trade partners negotiate deals, many senators on either side of the political aisle are still unconvinced about the president's tariff policies. Former Senator and current Vice President J.D. Vance visited with Senate Republicans earlier this week to assure them that the administration is making progress towards deals with various individual countries. The United States Ukraine Reinvestment Fund is signed, sealed, and delivered after months of negotiating and an Oval Office spat that derailed the initially planned signing of the deal. Under the agreement, the U.S. now has access to Ukraine's valuable rare earth minerals, and in return, Ukraine has assurances about continued U.S. support in its war with Russia. In a statement, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent writes, "This agreement signals clearly to Russia that the Trump administration is committed to a peace process." That's your headline.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back live. That's a beautiful, if you're watching us on Real America's Voice right now, that you're looking at a beautiful live shot of the White House. It's a gorgeous day here in Washington. Beautiful spring day on this May 1st. For those of us on the Salem Radio Network, skies are blue and trees are green. President Trump's tie is bright, bright red. We're speaking now with Vish Burra, who is the producer on the Matt Gaetz program. But very quickly, before we get to that, I want to tell you a quick message from today's episode sponsor, because listen up. If you are still drinking that corporate watered down nonsense that passes for coffee, it's time for a serious wake-up call. Blackout coffee isn't just coffee, it's a statement, a declaration that you're done with weak beans and weak values. This is high-octane American roasted fuel for those who grind harder, stand taller, and never back down. Look, people say, Poso, how do you go through all this stuff? You're tooling it up with Jamie Raskin and the Union Thugs. Then you're in the White House with Caroline Leavitt. You're doing the show every day. You got a family. How do you do it? It's Blackout Coffee. All right. And they're not playing games. They are cranking out more bags than ever, shipping faster than ever, and keeping you locked in with coffee that actually fires you up. Whether you're chasing big goals, crushing the daily grind, or just refusing to drink coffee made by people who hate you, Blackout Coffee has got your back. So stop settling. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/Poso and use promo code Poso for 20% off your first order. Brew like a patriot, brew Blackout. That's blackoutcoffee.com/Poso. blackoutcoffee.com/Poso. We're on with Vish Burra, producer of the Matt Gaetz Show. You know him from the War Room. And Vish, we're talking about this phenomenon that I've dubbed the woke light. And you started to see this bubble up last year. People really opposed my anti-communism book for some reason, where I said, basically, what if we stop debating the communists and actually just try to beat them and actually just try to remove them from power and every institution where they hold sway in all of society? And, this whole, let's just have a gentleman's debate about it is never going to work because they're not interested in debate. And certainly anyone who saw my video with Jamie Raskin the other day clearly can see that with their own two eyes. And yet some people will go around saying that, if you just want to fight the communists, well, that's woke. And in fact, you're woke right. And that makes you kind of woke, too. And you go around saying woke things like Christ is king, or when Stephen Miller says we need patriotic education in this country, and Donald Trump says we're going to bring back Columbus Day. Well, that's all woke. That's all votes are woke, right? I said, you know what? Actually, you guys are acting kind of woke, to be honest, because you're going around telling people who can be on what show, who can be on what podcast, what views we're allowed to listen to. I'm sorry. No, that's not what we do. That's what the woke does. That makes you woke light. And to your point, Vish, they want to go back to sort of the 1990s or even like Barack Obama era consensus of politics, where things like, where basically the atheists were in charge. Like, can we just say it? That was the moment where the atheists, the secularists, the humanists, the materialists, they were in charge for a brief period of time, late 90s. And certainly with a great inflection under Obama, it was a complete disaster. COVID was their shining and stinking turd in the punch bowl moment. And now it's time to get back to basics. What say you, Vish Burra?
Well, listen, Jack, this can be boiled down to a split that's very simple. This is a war between the talkers and the doers. The talkers like James Lindsay, Douglas Murray, the woke light people, the Konstantin Kissins of the world. These are all people who are invested in that post-World War II liberal consensus, that Fukuyama-ist sort of end of the world. Liberal democracy is the last final form of government that should be implemented, frozen in time forever. And we experienced that beautiful bliss during the 90s, and nobody had to think about politics, right? We want to go back to that. The point, and what they miss is that the reason that we're in this mess is because we had such wide swaths of the population not concerned about our politics. They didn't worry. They were sold a lie that history had ended and that we were going to be in the Gilded Age forever. This is what they want to go back to.
And wouldn't that have been nice? But you know what?
The voices who want to move forward and know that that was all a lie.
And there were some problems going on in the 90s. Immigration being a major unchecked problem that was going on that a few people saw coming. There were certain places like where Stephen Miller was growing up in Santa Monica, California, where it was inflected. Vish, thank you so much for being on, folks. Go follow Vish Burra and check out the Matt Gaetz Show on OAN. One American News, the great One American News. This is Jack Posobiec, and we've got a quick break. We'll be right back here on Human Events, Real America's Voice, and the Salem Radio Network.
America's Voice Newsbreak. I'm Terrence Bates. The Federal Reserve could soon be under the DOGE microscope for potential government waste. Bloomberg News is reporting that Elon Musk is considering a probe of the central bank, citing a costly renovation at the Fed's Washington, D.C. headquarters. In the meantime, Musk joined President Trump and his cabinet on Wednesday. As the administration moves into the next 100 days, Musk is just weeks away from ending his term as the head of DOGE.
You're invited to stay as long as you want. At some point, I guess he wants to get back home to his cars and his. He's done an incredible job. $150 billion. Think of that.
Yeah. It's 160 now.
Yeah, 160. They said, "Oh, it could have been more." And a lot of stuff is being worked on. That number could be doubled and even tripled. A lot of things are being worked on that we don't count yet because it's not quite there.
As for the Fed, specifically its chairman, Jerome Powell, both have come under fire from President Trump recently over being slow to lower interest rates. And speaking of President Trump, he is headed to the University of Alabama today. This evening's remarks in Tuscaloosa will be the president's first to college students or college graduates since retaking the White House. During this graduation season, he'll also address graduating cadets at West Point. President Trump won the state of Alabama with 64% of the vote back in November, en route to winning the presidency for a second time. While the White House is describing the president's speech as a commencement address, his remarks are actually a special event created before graduation ceremonies begin tomorrow. Following his trip to Tuscaloosa, the president will head to Florida for a long weekend at Mar-a-Lago. The United States Ukraine Reinvestment Fund is signed, sealed, and delivered after months of negotiating and an Oval Office spat that derailed the initially planned signing of that deal. Under the agreement, the U.S. now has access to Ukraine's valuable rare earth minerals. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live here, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. Just during the break, huge breaking news. I want to bring in also the Salem Radio Network, third hour, Charlie Kirk. Massive breaking news from President Trump, breaking this himself. A lot of this was kind of in the air. There was a lot of chatter. I'll just read this new Truth Social that's come out. President Trump, I am pleased to announce that I will be nominating Mike Waltz to be the next United States ambassador to the United Nations. From his time in uniform on the battlefield, in Congress, and as my national security advisor, Mike Waltz has worked hard to put our nation's interests first. I know he will do the same in his new role. In the interim, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will serve as national security advisor while continuing his strong leadership at the State Department. Together, we will continue to fight tirelessly to make America and the world safe again. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So if you remember the background on this, Mike Waltz and Elise Stefanik were both in Congress, pulled by Congress, from Congress to be nominated for President Trump's cabinet. Now, Elise Stefanik never fully went through with her nomination as UN ambassador. Why? Because it looked like her seat was coming up. There were some questions about the House majority. Mike Waltz's seat was up. He was replaced by a Republican. However, then when he moved over as national security advisor, Elise Stefanik had already decided, and President Trump had made the announcement that she would be remaining. So he pulled her nomination a while back. She would be remaining in her seat. So what does that mean? Well, the obvious choice was take Mike Waltz, put him back over to that open seat that Elise Stefanik, or the open nomination for the UN ambassador. So you got Mike Waltz. Congratulations to him going up to be, and he'll be a fantastic ambassador at the United Nations. Then Marco Rubio comes in, and he's going to be dual-hatted. I think there's going to be probably some load sharing with his deputy Secretary of State as well to come in and run the National Security Council in the interim. But the search is on, certainly, and from everything I've heard, they are looking at a number of names for new national security advisor, but Marco Rubio, Secretary of State and national security advisor, acting for the time being. Huge day, huge news, 100-day shakeup. Hey, as Secretary Hegseth said, Secretary of Defense said, things change, people move on. But ultimately, folks, President Trump calls the shots because, as we've been saying, it's his agenda, and it is his agenda that the American people voted for. All right, so we are now getting, I wanted to bring on our next guest from Silent. We're really very excited about this because there's so much that's been going on with the situation, with everything that's been happening. People talking about OPSEC, people talking about ComSec. Wanted to bring on Aaron. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. How you doing, Jack?
Very well. So tell us a little bit more about, and look, I've been talking about comm security ever since, I went on my trip to Ukraine and we were able to use Silent, the Faraday products that are provided. You've got bags, you've got pouches, sleeves, even clothing, by the way, that people can get into now, because this communication security, and by the way, it's not just communications, but it's signals. And this is something that I've even had to be educated on, that you've educated me on since we've been working together with Silent, because this is stuff that affects even your car. Your car's key fob when you're trying to look for your car. And actually, there was a funny thing. My kids' baseball team. We've got we found out there's a family on the team that's basically got the same car as us, same color, same style, all this. I think we bought it at the same place. And but how do we know whose? The key fob, right? The key fob is the best way to tell. But people didn't realize, I didn't realize, that your key fob can be copied and your car could be stolen from that. And guess what? Now with these, with keyless starters, guess what? You can use that key fob and your car can be driven away. Aaron, tell us about how Silent can come in with these Faraday products that, as we move into this technological age, this is really something people need to start getting smart about.
Yeah, good point. I think you nailed it on the head. I mean, obviously the key fob is a component that, is really easy to solve with one of our signal blocking Faraday bags. But in tune to what you're saying about the realities of travel and international travel, the new Real ID to travel even domestically is going to be in place, which holds a lot of information. And I think when you leave or travel and do something, it triggers kind of an alert in anyone's brain that you got to think about a few more things because you're leaving your bubble. And our backpacks, for example, which I know you travel with, the E3 backpack, a backpack, either the E3 or the Essentials backpack, are a beautiful product because, let me just pause and ask you a question. When you shut your laptop, do you shut it down completely, or do you just slide it?
Of course, you just close it. I always just close it.
Yeah. So just closing it, for anyone listening, doesn't do anything. It puts it in a mode that it's still accessible via Wi-Fi, location, Bluetooth. So by slipping that inside a Faraday sleeve, ideally in one of our backpacks, which has multiple compartments, you're just buttoning up everything that is so important and valuable in your life and giving you peace of mind so you could just operate, move through dense areas, crowds, airports, commute, whether it doesn't have to be international. It could just be an everyday practice that puts you in such a better position. And one of the more recent, alarming things, which I think you've covered before, but we have, real-time articles that have come out in the last few weeks just about Amazon and Alexa and Echo, and the reality that, and there's been plenty of issues with you're speaking in front of Alexa or your Echo, it's storing all your voice recordings. There's been tons of issues with that. And now it's either you keep and use your Echo and give access to Amazon to have everything you say ever stored, or it loses all its functionality. That's an interesting time to be in, where convenience is really trying to battle between privacy and security. And I think it further highlights the actuality of your phone or your laptop and how many apps, how many things have access to camera, mic, that's just super alarming. And I would hope that people at this time in history, given it's so ever changing, that you take a step in a direction that gives you more security over your finances, your well-being, your data. And I truly believe that comes with Silent. It's a textile product that you drop your devices inside and it instantly blocks Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and really buttons everything up. And the benefits that you get out of it is not only peace of mind, which I mentioned over and over, but you're securing your family, you're securing any business comms. Obviously, there's extreme cases like working with special operators and military, which we're very into, and securing their livelihood. But journalists like yourself, obviously covering breaking news and stories and being a public target in a sense, it comes with real world consequences. And I think everyone has the right and the ability to do something about it, even in this overreaching digital playground that we're all in. So, yeah, it's more serious than it ever has been. And I'll probably never have an opportunity to not say that.
No, I appreciate that. And even, as, it's the summer's getting started, we're here in May now, and protest season is coming back around in Washington, D.C. President Trump started doing rallies again. And these are all different instances where you're going to be in a political setting, in a mass area, where you're not exactly sure who's coming around. And we know, right? We've seen the Democrats use their violence to target people who are who are Trump supporters, or something that I'm thinking about, actually, as we've been discussing this, is the Tesla owners. And, we've seen the Tesla terrorists. I had a friend of mine who actually experienced something like this. They actually sent me the video. I have to put it out yet. But, I worry potentially that even with these, they could use your signal to then go after your Tesla. Right. So it creates this whole, basically, think of what we thought of Antifa over the last decade or up in 2020. That was 5 years ago. Now the technology's advanced to the point where it might not just be that they're going to key your Tesla. What if someone were to try to use this, this technology or copying key fobs, et cetera, as a way to actually take control of your Tesla, stop it while you're in the middle of driving, or do something potentially even worse with it because they've been able to gain access because they got your key fob. And it just occurs to me, Aaron, that there's so many applications for this, for potential, as we're saying, these random acts of terrorism.
Yeah, it's, being in a public setting, just as a regular human, being at a protest or a rally puts you at a high stakes position to all your data is being gathered. And that's a general statement, but anyone doing a geofence, so targeting a certain area and siphoning off the information of everyone that was there attending, whether it was for nefarious reasons or not, you get put into a bucket, and that could lead to consequential things for your regular normal life. And by having a device on yourself, like your cell phone, but more as backup inside a Faraday sleeve, then it gives you kind of a, emergency use case, but you could keep it on you and you're undetectable. And we are just being absolutely harvested as individuals. And I love technology. Silent is not anti-tech by any means, but we're acknowledging that there's real world issues that we need to figure out as a society and overcome, and not let being human be a thing of the past. And it takes incremental change and understanding that not everyone has our best interest. In fact, they don't. And it really comes upon to self-reliance and resilience.
No, it does. And you have to be aware of, I think once you're aware of these issues, and I've been more aware since just getting involved and partnering with Silent, and it's made me much more considerate of the various technologies and how those technologies can, in fact, be defeated and then worked against us for our safety and for our privacy. So to take back your privacy, head over to Slylent.com. That's SLNT.com/ POSO for 15% off at checkout with promo code POSO. Aaron, thanks so much for being on, man. Really appreciate it. This is Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily, Salem Radio Network, Real America's Voice. Quick break, right back.
Their iPhones, the technology of the future is going to be building great things, but doing it in a new way. Doing it with new, incredible facilities, with safer facilities, with people who know, again, how to use their minds, but also use their hands. And I think that is the high-tech future. You know, people criticize. I get sick sometimes of the press. They say that Donald J. Trump wants to bring back the jobs of the past. And I don't think anything could be further from the truth, because I again, was raised by a man who worked at a steel mill of the past. But I guarantee if I went to that steel mill today, it's owned by Cleveland-Cliffs. Sorry, that's a competitor. But they're a good company, too. We can spread the love around. But I guarantee if I went to that facility today, or when I go to this facility here in Berkeley, I don't see the steel mill jobs of the past. I see the steel mill jobs of the future. I see technology allowing us to do something today that my grandfather, God love him, wasn't doing 40 years ago at Armco Steel in Middletown, Ohio. And I know that's how we're going to win the future. That's how we're going to beat the Chinese. That's how we're going to beat every single competitor that America faces. It's going to be by doing great things like what you're doing here at Nucor Steel. And never let anybody tell you that this is not high tech, This is the highest tech industry maybe that I've ever seen, and you're building the America of the future.
Jack Posobiec, we're back here, Salem Radio Network. We're going live to J.D. Vance at the brand opening of the new core steel mill in South Carolina.
So let me just close by saying, my friends, I think that the great American manufacturing comeback has begun, and the world has started to take notice. In just 100 days, the president has attracted trillions of dollars in commitments for new investment in America, including some from Nucor Steel. Just yesterday, we saw that business investment in the first quarter of the United States economy, business investment grew by 22%. That was just in a few short months. That's a big number. And we know that with all this additional investment is going to come hundreds of thousands of new, high-paying, high-quality jobs. We're going to see new jobs in artificial intelligence, in deep-water oil production, in chip fabrication, in pharmaceutical factories, research labs, supercomputing facilities, and, of course, in great American-made steel. But the idea is very simple, and the principle is even simpler, that we want to grow up in a country. We want our children to grow up in a country where the things that they need are made by their neighbors and not by foreigners who hate their guts, where the critical components of American industry are built right here in the United States of America, not in some far-flung region of the world that we can't depend on, and where American jobs for people who are willing to work hard and play by the rules, pay a solid wage, allow you to buy a home and start a family, and where you're proud every single day, just like my grandfather was, of the things that you built with your hands, but also with your minds. I hope that you all are proud, because I am certainly proud to stand here with great American steel workers, and every single day from this day forward that I go out as Vice President of the United States, when I look at those tall skyscrapers or I look at those beautiful bridges, I'm going to remember this day and remember that you guys are building the future of this country. I'm proud of you. We're rooting for you. The President of the United States is going to make your life easier every single day. We had a good start, 100 days. But for the next 1,300 days, President Donald J. Trump and Vice President Vance, we're going to be fighting for you, fighting for your jobs, and fighting for the future that you want to build for your families. God bless you all. Thank you for having me.
All right, that's J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States there, and he's walking off the Nucor Steel Mill in South Carolina, giving an incredible speech. Folks, this is what it's all about. And I certainly hope that the vice president and the president himself start to do more of these. You're going to see, look, when we talk about Trump's grand strategy and the great deal for the American people, people say, oh, the tariffs, all the tariffs, all the tariffs. And I get it. It's like the people who go off on tariffs the most, by the way, it's like, tell me you bought NVIDIA high without telling me you bought NVIDIA high. Like, we get it. You're sitting there looking at your stocks. You're saying, oh, my gosh, red numbers all day long. I get it. OK, but think about the structural changes. Stop thinking about your own stock portfolio for 5 seconds and think about the structural changes about what this means for the American people and what this means for our country going forward. And that means, yes, unfortunately, you're going to have to think beyond your own personal bubble and actually think about things that affect the other people who live in our community. People like, oh, I don't know, our neighbors, our families, our churches, our parishes, our children. This is the country that we are going to hand on to our children, not our homes, not our, and that's how we're going to be, by the way, that's what we're going to be defined on. Is what I'm trying to say. Our country, not our homes, not our material possessions. You want to know, I had a priest, you know what he used to tell me? He said, you know what a good place to count your money is? The graveyard. Just go to the graveyard and check your bank account. Go ahead. Go ahead. Because guess what? You can't take it with you, folks. You can't take it with you. But you know what what does live on? Your legacy. Your legacy is what carries on. The legacy of your children and the legacy of how you left the country behind you. And I think somewhere along the line, maybe it was the 60s, just saying, we forgot that in America. We forgot to think about legacy, and we focused too much on self, too much on me. And it's no coincidence that it was the 60s as well when God was pushed out of the public square. Well, folks, it's time for America to believe in God yet again. And that is the greatest awakening that you will ever see in your entire life. This is Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice, and the Salem Radio Network. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission. Play ashore.